Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1301 Chapter 1301 Supreme Dharma Idol. If you want to see my battle strength, I'll show you enough. Faced with many body fusion great experts from the siege, Suzaimo's eyes brightened, and within the body came a roaring sound. 3 Tao Phantom soared into the sky. Huang Wu has condensed 3 Tao Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol, and the rumors are true. It is truly the first demon of 10,000 ancient times. I am afraid that the ancient emperors are far less than him at law manifestation realm. Even if the battle strength heavenlyfying is useless, Huang Wu wants to rescue the taboo souls, and it is definitely dead. His cultivation road. So far, there was a loud noise from the crowd. But soon, the voices of these talks gradually diminished. In the end, among the densely packed crowd, it became absolute silence. As the 3 Tao Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol climbed continuously, the eyes of the group prepared showed endless horror and shock. 8 Zhou, 8 feet 7, 8 feet 9, not stopped yet. 9, Supreme Dharma Idol. And its 3 Tao. Normally, body fusion great expert has integrated heaven and earth Dharma Idol into the fleshly body. It blends with heaven and earth and has a strong gas field. Even if heaven and earth Dharma Idol is as high as several feet, capable to support both heaven and earth, in terms of momentum, it is definitely better than body fusion great expert. But this Supreme Dharma Idol is different. Standing in the void, Supreme Dharma Idol is itself integrated with heaven and earth, regardless of each other, like the arrival of spiritual God, exuding a sense of terror and deterring the 4 parties. A Supreme Dharma Idol is enough to attract the shock of true cultivation. 3 Tao Supreme Dharma Idol. This has an unimaginable psychological impact and visual impact on group repair. Not only the law manifestation Tao monarch present, but even the many body fusion great experts rushed up were frightened, and the complexion greatly changed. One person condenses 3 Tao Supreme Dharma Idol. What is this concept? If this person put 3 Tao Supreme Dharma Idol, all fuse into fleshly body, step into body fusion, what level of power will he reach? Many body fusion great experts cannot imagine, or they dare not think about it. The expert at 6 great ferocious clans was still watching the excitement. At the moment when 3 Tao Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol arrives, the expression of 6 great ferocious clans is also changed. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince narrowed his eyes. His eyes flickered, and softly muttered, "This is interesting. It is actually 3 Tao Supreme Dharma Idol. This human race is terrifying. If you grow up, I am afraid that you will not lose to the ancient human sovereign." Heaven's Eye Clan great expert slowly said. Fengchen Rakshasa licked his lips, and seemed to disregard it, saying, "Human race is a large number, like an ant, and it is normal to give birth to 2 evils." That being said, the face of 6 great ferocious clans expert didn't have a smile, and he just disappeared easily. Even if they don't want to admit it, they know in their hearts that if the realm is the same, they are probably not opponents of this Huang Wu Dao monarch. This is by no means a good omen for 6 great ferocious clans. They are born strong. Bloodline is noble, and under the same realm, they are enough to sweep 10,000 families and suppress everything. Except for antiquity time, under the same realm, they have lost to several sovereigns such as Eternal Human Sovereign and Demon Sovereign Li Hen. Most of the time, they have never felt any threat. But in this Huang Wu, they felt threatened. Of course, 6 great ferocious clans expert can still sit. After all, they have dozens of body fusion great experts here, a whole great realm higher than this Huang Wu Dao monarch. When the human race battle is about to kill, they just take a shot from the great expert, which is enough to settle everything. On the battlefield, the thunder and lightning Dharma body is covered with black clouds and the thunder sea. It is full of dazzling thunder and lightning, majestic and domineering, holding a 1,000,000 thunder condensed into a long whip, like Junlin under the heavens. As for the Dharma body, cross-legged legs, sitting on a golden lotus platform, solemn appearance, sacred Buddha light flashes, eyes frown. A large Brahman sound came around. Heavenly demon Dharma body demon she is dazzling, with dark eyes, captivating, and clinging heavenly demon's scythe, as if it is a killer out of hell. You can reap any life's life. Give me kill. Suzaimo loudly shouted. 3 Tao Supreme Dharma idol guarded him in the middle and moved at the same time. Moved towards Yi Ling, who was locked in the distance, rushed over. Pa. The thunderbolt fluttered and broke into the air. It was drawn to him by a body fusion great expert. This body fusion great expert person fleshly body, was even drawn 40%. 5 cracks, blood mist gushing. Su, a primordial spirit fled, and escaped the battlefield without looking back, only to survive. The power of Supreme Dharma idol is enough to fight against body fusion great expert. This body fusion great expert is angry with fire burning the heavens, expressing grief but helplessness. Body fusion great expert is full of vitality, and the broken limb can grow back, but his fleshly body is broken, but it is impossible to recover. Rebirth from a drop of blood. That's the power of the Great Ascension realm, and it belongs to the Divine Abilities power. Pukai. On the battlefield, blood springs gush. A big skull was severed by heavenly demon's scythe, and the primordial spirit in it was eroded by demon chi before it escaped. The body fusion great expert, who escaped the first time, saw this scene, but a moment of glee came to her heart. Compared to that great expert, at least he is alive. Bang. For example, the Dharma body pinches the French seal, as if carrying a huge mountain, with a large shadow over it, suppressing a body fusion great expert directly below. Great Mount. Xumi print. This body fusion great expert didn't even say a word, it was suppressed by the big mount. Xumi released by Dharma body into bloody mud. 3 Tao Supreme Dharma idol is here, divine might, and cut 2 body fusion great experts. Kings don't want to be self-defeating. Supreme Dharma idol is just heaven and earth. Dharma idol. No matter how strong the power is, there is a limit. Heavenly Gang religion great expert said in a deep voice. Even without his reminder, the rest of the great expert has calmed down. I can practice body fusion realm. I have experienced too many battles in my life. What scenes have I never seen? Even if suddenly stunned by 3 Tao Supreme Dharma idol, Suzaimo slayed 2 great experts while he was in a hurry. The rest of the body fusion great expert reacted. If it is an ordinary body fusion great expert, it really cannot stop the killing of Supreme Dharma idol. But the body fusion great expert present was super sect from immortals, Buddhas and demons, and all of them were heaven chosen who dominated the party. Bang. 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 Many body fusion great experts shot in succession. Many great expert magic tools broke through, descended, countless Tao law techniques poured down, and moved towards 3 Tao Supreme Dharma idol shocked away. The 3 Tao Supreme Dharma idol didn't protect Suzaimo. How far he went, he stopped, and was locked in place by the vast offensive of many body fusion great experts. However, there are 3 Tao Supreme Dharma idols guardians, and it is difficult for many great experts to hurt Suzaimo as heavenly ascension. 3 Tao Supreme Dharma idol, dancing thunderbolt, condensing Buddha sect sign, waving heavenly demon's scythe, like the spiritual god of the same 3 heads, 6 arms, bursting out powerful battle strength, resisting the siege of immortals, Buddhas and demons from many great experts, looking down on heaven and earth. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1302 1302 Law Manifestation Fusion. Hey, hey. Just above the battlefield at that time, suddenly rushed in for more than a dozen tall black shadows, with a foul smell, expression, covered with long hair. Although these 10 silhouettes are human, they can no longer be called human. To be precise, this is a dozen war corpses. Corpse refining religion, one of the 5 big heretic paths, is here. There are 3 corpse refining religions body fusion great experts standing outside the battlefield, manipulating a dozen horrific war corpses, and constantly moving towards the 3Z Supreme Dharma idol of Suzaimo to launch an attack. These war corpses are not ordinary corpses, but are made from the fleshly body of the falling great expert, complemented by the corpse refining religion's secret techniques. This war corpse is already impervious to sword or spear, neither water nor fire can approach. Although the spell cannot be released, every war corpse is carrying a violent corpse poison, which is full of filth. One of the corpse's hairs on this war corpse can easily poison a law manifestation Daemonach. The most terrifying thing is that these war corpses will not feel pain and fear. Other body fusion great experts faced Suzaimo's Supreme Dharma idol, and there were also concerns, and they used spell and magic tool to collide with it. The dozen or so war corpses were completely scrupulous. Even after being repelled by Supreme Dharma idol, the broken sternum was unknowingly rushed up again, and he was beaten again and again with Supreme Dharma idol. This war corpse, unless it is reduced to ashes, will not die at all. It's simply the undying body. Supreme Dharma idol's body is inevitably contaminated with a lot of dirty pus. Under the impact of many body fusion great experts, the power of Supreme Dharma idol is rapidly consuming. Ha 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 ha. Primordial sect great expert, seeing the big picture, could not help but laughed heartily. Huang Wu, I see how long you 3 Dao Supreme Dharma idol can survive. Fellow Taoists, this child is already poor. Suppress and kill Huang Wu, today. Heavenly Gang Religion Great Expert is also loudly shouted. Many great experts responded, their spirits rose, and the offensive became more fierce. Well, Huang Wu is defeated after all. 3 Dao Supreme Dharma idol, such a deterrent to the evils of ancient and modern times, ultimately did not escape the fate of being suppressed. Kunxi sighed with regret. The battle between Jihuo and Xian has not yet been determined. Although Jihuo has taken control of the situation with amazing fire control techniques, but Xin magic power is strong, Jihuo wants to suppress it completely. It is still difficult to achieve in a short time. Seeing Suzaimo's predicament and danger, Jihuo's heart was anxious. Teng Snake burns God. Jihuo Daemonach furiously shouted, divine consciousness condensed. His eyebrows drilled out of a rising snake with a burning flame, and moved towards Xin rushed over. Jihuo Daemonach spurred the primordial spirit's secret technique, showing the anxiety in his heart. Xin expression changed. Teng Snake burning God is the primordial spirit secret technique in Crimson Flame Heart Sutra. The ordinary primordial spirit secret technique simply cannot resist. Cut. Xian's brows suddenly flashed a blood light. A blood-stained longsword emerged from the air, exuding an extremely evil atmosphere, and moved towards the oncoming serpent to kill it. 2 primordial spirit secret techniques collided, silent. However, there is a terrifying wave of divine consciousness. And Jihuo's face flashed a shock and seemed to think of something. Cry out in surprise, blood refining demon scripture. You actually learned blood refining demon scripture. This blood knife, the primordial spirit secret technique in blood refining demon scripture, was recognized by Jihuo. Suddenly, Jihuo understood why, in just a few decades, Xin not only healed his wounds, but also the cultivation base rose sharply. The source of all this is blood-refining demon scripture. This demonic art is too terrifying. At the time, Blood Devil Daemonach was born, although it was only a law manifestation realm, but the impact and panic caused by the entire true cultivation world, no body fusion great expert, old ancestor of great ascension can match it. Xian didn't refute, grinning, and said, Jihuo should be allowed to have a chance, and Xian should not be fortuitous in counter. Give me a breath. Xin runs the blood-refining demon scripture. His eyes glow with a bloodlight, ready to absorb the continuously bloodlines scattered on the battlefield. Jihuo's heart sank. He followed Suzaimo's side and knew the formidable power of blood-refining demon scripture. If Xin absorbs bloodline in this battlefield, the power of Xin will be restored in a short time. Even the breakthrough realm is very likely. You know, the The vast majority of what is spilled on the battlefield today is the Great Expert bloodline. A drop of Great Expert blood contains huge to unimaginable energy. At this moment, the original opportunity to fight with Ashura noticed this scene, suddenly smiled, stared at Xian. A hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, Xian's expression changed. His practice of Blood Devil has just begun, but he just absorbed a few strands of bloodline, as if forcibly cut off by a force. Suddenly he couldn't sense the bloodline in the battlefield, as if blocked by some force. Although Jihuo did not know what happened to Xian, he realized that there was an opportunity before him. Without the slightest hesitation, 3 secrets Dao Fire. Jihuo burst directly into the most powerful spell in Crimson Flame Heart Sutra. Jihuo used essence, chi, and spirit as 3 secrets. A scarlet-eared fire was condensed, and it instantly fell on top of Xian's head. Ah! Xian roared, and quickly urged the magic power within the body, condensing the eerie nether fire to compete with it. But it's just the power of the nether fire, how can it resist 3 secrets Dao Fire? Of the 2 flames, at the beginning of the confrontation, the victory and defeat were separated. Xian's clothes began to burn. Soon, his hair also started a path of flame. Seeing this scene, the killing intent in Tanji's eyes gradually converged. The secretly frowned expression is a little confused. The other side, a poison sect Great Expert stayed out of the situation and became more aware of the situation. He exclaimed, "Dear everyone, Jihuo is going to tell the winner." If you still can't say this, child, suppress and kill. Wait for Jihuo to empty his hand. I'm afraid it's harder. Well, how about I kill this beast first? The poison sect Great Expert said ghastly. You dare? Hearing this, Suzaimo sang loudly. The current situation has become increasingly critical. 6 great ferocious clans expert hasn't shown up yet. The longer the delay, the worse it will be to him. Yiling must be rescued as soon as possible. But just by means of 3 Dao Supreme Dharma Idol, it is not possible to break through the defense lines of many great experts, let alone close to Yiling and rescue them. I have nothing to dare, you little Dao monarch. You can't protect yourself, and threaten me. The poison sect Great Expert moved towards Yiling, walked over, sneaked. Here is the evil path here. Dare to challenge me, let you all be buried here today. No return. In the eyes of Suzaimo, killing intent greatly rises. Slowly said, law manifestation merge. Give me condense 8. Call. On the body of 3 Dao Paragon Dharma body, there was a sudden fire. The lightning Dharma body burns scarlet flames. As for the Dharma body, the golden flame is burning. On the body of heavenly demon Dharma body, black flames are burning. The filth on the 3 Dao Paragon Dharma body was burned quickly, disappeared, and magic power became extremely pure again. The 3 Dao Paragon Dharma bodies move at the same time. Traction by the strength of raging flames, quickly fused together, disappeared, forming a huge fireball, burning. The flames soar. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1303. Chapter 1303, Beyond the Extreme. Law Manifestation Merge. What's the situation? Where's Huang Wu's 3 Dao Supreme Dharma Idol? Where did he go? Many body fusion great experts have their eyes widened and their expressions are horrified. Suzaimo's 3 Dao Supreme Dharma Idol has completely disappeared, and there is only one huge fireball floating in place. Then, under the gaze of countless lines of sight, this huge fireball slowly stretched, and a silhouette inside it was rising rapidly, rising with an unstoppable momentum. This sky is unable to subdue his towering momentum. This earth cannot support his huge body. This silhouette, as if the immortal king awakened in flames, seems to be a god born from the fire, above the heavens and under the earth. Only I am supreme. Coercion 4 squares, swallowing 10,000 miles, exuding horror breath. This breath, even the surrounding body fusion great expert, felt a throbbing heartbeat. What the hell? The six great ferocious clans expert expression that was still on the sidelines changed a lot. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince was so shocked that he stood up with a loud voice and exclaimed. The other ferocious clan experts are also expression grave, staring intently at this silhouette, with a swipe of fear on their faces. Deep in the eyes of some ferocious clan expert, there is even a hint of fear. This silhouette continued to climb and grow, and in a flash, it had reached a height of 9 feet. I understood. A Heaven's Eye clan great expert narrowed his eyes and said deeply, this Huang Wu Dao monarch merges with 3 Dao Supreme Dharma idol. He wants to condense a new heaven and earth Dharma idol to break the bondage of the extremes, break the polar world. The rest of the ferocious clan expert was shocked. This is impossible. The cold spirit shook his head and said, 9 for extremity, heaven and earth Dharma idol, 9 feet is paragon. Throughout the ages, no one can transcend the extremes and condensed heaven and earth Dharma idol beyond 9 feet. 9 for extremity, this is like a heaven and earth. Grand Tao, unshakable. It's like a heaven, it can't be crossed. At the time of Foundation Establishment Realm, the 9-Pulse Foundation Establishment was called the Polar Foundation Establishment, and it was already the limit. Wanting to break the shackles of this Grand Tao is simply heaven-defying. Not necessarily. Bloodvine Clan Great Expert slowly said, 3 Dao Supreme Dharma idol is fused. This power is too powerful. It may be possible to transcend the extreme. Bang! Bloodvine Clan Great Expert tone barely fell. This 9 Jianghai heaven and earth Dharma idol climbed again and grew to a height of 9 feet. Kaka! There was a burst of crackling sounds from this heaven and earth Dharma idol, as if he had broken some sort of grand Tao shackles. His breath became more violent. This Kung-Su changed color. They witnessed the scene of shaking the old illuminating the new. This life, a cultivator broke the shackles of grand Tao, condensing heaven and earth Dharma idol beyond 9 feet paragon. Bang! This within and the body of heaven and earth Dharma idol again made a loud noise. In a blink of an eye, grow again. 9 Jiang 2, bang. 9 Jiang 3, bang. 9 feet 4. For every foot tall, the breath from heaven and earth Dharma idol is 1 point stronger. Under the eyes of countless horrifying and shocking eyes, this heaven and earth Dharma idol has grown to a height of 9 feet and 9 feet before it stops. 9 Jiang 9, extreme pole. This heaven and earth method is burning with a raging flame, standing in flames, giving birth to 3 heads 6 arms, carrying a thunderbolt, heavenly demon's scythe, good fortune lotus platform, as if a fiend had to fight heaven and earth. The entire heaven and earth valley seemed to be quiet. It seems that all cultivators, even 6 great ferocious clans expert, are deterred by the breath emitted by this heaven and earth Dharma idol. Absolute silence. Suzaimo looked at this heaven and earth Dharma idol, expression calm. In the past 100 years, in addition to his improvement on cultivation base, his biggest achievement is to find a possibility to fuse 3 Dao heaven and earth Dharma idol. He had thought that 9 feet paragon might not be the limit of heaven and earth Dharma idol. Never before does not mean impossible. But if you want to transcend the extremes and transcend paragon, you must have a strong support. With his innate talent cultivation base, he has obtained so many opportunities fortuitous encounter, but also only condenses 3 Dao Supreme Dharma idol. The same is true of the Great Clarity Monk of the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. The Great Clarity Monk battle strength heaven-defying is the most powerful opponent Suzaimo cultivation has encountered so far, and 4 Supreme Dharma idols are gathered, which is 1 point stronger than him. But neither he nor the Great Clarity Monks have been able to consolidate heaven and earth Dharma idol beyond 9 feet paragon. Therefore, Suzaimo speculates that normal cultivation cannot break the bondage of this extreme state. If you want to break this bond, you have to find another way. Law manifestation fusion is one possibility. But Suzaimo's 3 Dao heaven and earth Dharma idol are from different doors of immortals, Buddhas and demons. and it is difficult to fuse them as heavenly ascension. Must find a match, or the commonality of three Tao, heaven and earth, Dharma, idol. This commonality is the flame. Suzaimo has practiced Crimson Flame Heart Sutra and condensed three kinds of fires: Immortal Sect, Buddha Sect, and Demon Sect, using three kinds of Taoism as the traction. The three Tao, heaven and earth, Dharma, idol, were incinerated, born from the fire, and a new law manifestation was condensed, which is now this 3 and 9 heaven and earth, Dharma, idol. A bunch of carrion and rotten meat, dare to mess with me? Suzaimo looked towards a dozen war corpses not far away, loudly shouted, "Burn me!" 3 heads opened their mouths at the same time, moved towards a dozen war corpses, and blasted out 3 hot and terrifying flames. You know, this heaven and earth Dharma, idol not only blends with 3 Tao Supreme Dharma, idol, but also integrates 3 sects. The flame that spits out is 3 secrets Tao fire. Suzaimo's eyebrows flickered, and a primordial spirit fire burst out again, submerged in 3 secrets Tao fire. For the fire of ignorance came to the world, swept 4 sides, and engulfed a dozen war corpses in an instant. Prior to this, even if Suzaimo's supreme Dharma, idol was used to break the body with 1,000 sores and 100 holes, they also had battle strength, tireless, painless, and constantly rushed up. These war corpses do not have spiritual wisdom, and even the Buddhist technique cannot exceed them. But being engulfed in the fire of the 4 mad roads, these war corpses seem to endure great pains, constantly struggling in the place, roaring. War corpse impervious to sword or spear, neither water nor fire can approach. Even the 3 secrets Tao fire of Jihuo could not incinerate these war corpses. But Suzaimo's madness is different. The bodies of these war corpses were continuously flowing with pus and blood, but as soon as they flowed out, they were burned into ashes by the fire of the 4 madnesses. No matter how the war corpses struggle, the fire on them cannot be extinguished. But in 10 breaths, more than a dozen war corpses had turned into ashes and dust, dissipating between heaven and earth. The 3 corpse refining religion great experts who control the corpses are pale. So far, they have been cultivation, and all their hard work is on these dozen war corpses. Now being burned to ashes by Suzaimo is tantamount to destroying their actions for more than 10,000 years. This blow is too big. The corpse refining religion great expert with the lost corpse has a greatly reduced battle strength, which is no different from the ordinary body fusion great expert. Suzaimo's heaven and earth Dharma, idol, turning the thunderbolt in his hand, moved towards the front fiercely and threw it away. The whip seems to straddle the void and draw directly on the 3 corpse refining religion great experts. Above the whip, there is a terrible strength of thunder, and there are 4 madnesses. At this moment, 3 corpse refining religion great experts were instantly drawn to 40% 5 cracks. The corporal primordial spirit was in the air and was burned to ashes. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1304 Chapter 1304 Invincible. More than a dozen war corpses have been burned to ashes. Some of them were less able to dodge, and the body fusion great expert who was caught in the fire of 4 madtos cannot be spared. Within a few breaths, it was burned into nothingness by the fire of 4 madness, body and soul entirely exterminated. Many great experts were shocked and subconsciously receded. Suzaimo thought, this heaven and earth Dharma idol took a big step, and moved towards Yiling rushed forward, and he followed closely behind. A wind thunder temple great expert blocked in front of him, only took the magic tool out. Heavenly Demon's scythe has been cut off. When Heavenly Demon's scythe collided with this Tao law machine, fire star flowing in all directions. The wind thunder temple great expert shook his body. Within the body, There was a sound of broken bones and his arms collapsed quickly. The 9 and 9 Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol is more than one level higher than Supreme Dharma Idol in strength. Originally, many body fusion great experts join forces to confine Suzaimo to its place and to suppress the 3 Tao Supreme Dharma Idol steadily. But the fusion of law manifestation brings together Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol, which surpasses the extremes. The power of this law manifestation is completely above the body fusion realm. Pukai. Heavenly demon's scythe is chopped down. The Wind Thunder Temple Great Expert was split into 2 halves. The primordial spirit disappeared, body dies and Tao disappears. A Vajra Temple Great Expert, with a powerful fleshly body, amazing bloodline, and a strong hand, Vajrapani Pestle, invulnerable, indestructible and impregnable, wants to stop Suzaimo's footsteps. Suzaimo's law manifestation held Good Fortune Lotus platform and hit the top of the Great Expert of Vajra Temple and smashed it. Bang! Good Fortune Lotus platform collided with Vajrapani Pestle, and a loud noise broke out. Oh! The Great Expert of Vajra Temple screamed, his mouth was torn, blood flowed, and Vajrapani Pestle flew away. Hey! The Vajra Temple Great Expert wanted to pull back, but Suzaimo's law manifestation took a step faster, spit Brahman sound, and Good Fortune Lotus platform fell down, smashing it into powder and bones, and blood splashed on the spot. At the same time, the other arm of this Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol dances, wielding a thunderbolt with a raging flame, and pounds it on another body fusion great expert. This body fusion great expert was taken to death, and the primordial spirit is dead. The 9 and 9 Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol broke out with unimaginable horror battle strength. Even the great experts from many super sects can't resist the pace of their killing. This is simply a supreme fiend god who is messing around. Wherever they go, many great experts turned their backs. Blood dyed red half of the sky. Great expert bleeds blood. Terrible. A path of silhouette. Just in a blink of an eye, more than a dozen body fusion great experts fell to the hands of Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol and Suzaimo. Heaven and Earth Valley are both flashed with blood color. Attention to this scene. The smile on Tanji's face seemed deeper. Why are you laughing? Seeing the smile on Tanji's face, Yan Bijin's hatred became more violent and intense, as if returning to the Central Territory bamboo forest. The moment Bianrun fell. If it were not for the person in front of them, their whereabouts would not be exposed at all. If it weren't for the person in front, Bianrun wouldn't have died. Since you jump out yourself, I will chop you first. Demon Chi greatly rises on Yan Bijin. Li Hen's magic swords trembled and shivered. The breath of the whole person climbed up again, and moved towards the eruption of repainting Black Blade. Endless. In this endless hatred, there is also a killing intent. Heavenly Heart startled. Leaving regrets. Scripture deserves to be the first demonic art in ancient times. The stronger the hatred in your heart, the more horrible Li Hen Demon Chi will be, and the stronger the battle strength. Moreover, Yan Bijin broke out this time. Not only Li Hen demonic art, but also strength of Asura. 2 types of demon sect and law manifestation are combined to form this powerful sword coexistence of Li Hen and slaughter, directly covering the heavens. Originally, Tanji was able to deal with Yan Bijin. However, after this offensive broke out in Yan Bijin, Tanji only felt that his scalp had exploded. Not good. Tanji put down a smile. Complexion sank. This sword is too strong to be capable of enemy. In the sense of heaven, the power of this sword has exceeded the scope of body fusion realm. Exterminate the fog. Heavenly lightly shouted, within the body surging out a path of rich magic power. Beside him, a mass of grey misty mist is formed. His silhouette quickly disappeared into the mist, as if in a void, disappeared. A path of Li Hen Demon Chi, Asura Demon Chi pierced into the mist. This mass of annihilation seems to have been severely impacted, and quickly moved towards the outside. When Li Hen and Asura 2 demonic art converged, how terrifying it was. They have all sealed the retreat of the heavenly machine. Where did Danji think of it? It was just a smile of his own that actually caused Yan Bichen such a strong hatred and anger. It's crazy. In the fog, Tanji lost a lot of self-control, cursing, and a bloodlight appeared in his eyes. This kind of sword is too strong. It is difficult to escape from his profound principal palace. Suddenly, in this mist, a bloodlight suddenly flashed. Between light and flint, this bloodlight rushed out of Li Hen and Azura's demon chi, intersecting imagination. The fog disappeared, and the silhouette of Tanji had disappeared. The bloodlight paused in the distance, revealing the appearance of reality, which is the essence of escape alive. At this time, Tanji's face was a bit ugly, and there were a few bloody wounds on his body. Yan Bichin's expression was cold and did not leave to chase. He knew very well that with the help of natural methods, it would be difficult for him to catch up with this method in a short time. He can't let the fairy sword escape in order to hunt down the heavenly machine. Today, the fairy sword will die. Yan Bichin turned again, and moved towards Sword Sect. Killed the past. If Suzaima can see just the scene, he will be surprised to find that the escape technique released by Tanji Escape Alive is exactly the blood technique he is very familiar with. Xian, you rebelled against the sect and hurt the same sect. Today is the time when you will be the leader of Fuxi. On the other side, Jihuo loudly shouted, primordial spirit urged to the limit. 3 secrets. Tao fire greatly rises. The continuous strength of raging flames has been burned into the fleshly body and bloodline of Zin. Zin Yangshan roar, expression of pain. In his open mouth, a path of flames were blown out, and the entire person had been burned, torn skin and gaping flesh, beyond recognition. This is also because Xian has practiced blood refining demon scripture. Otherwise, he would have been burned to ashes. But he failed to draw the bloodline strength here. The magic power was exhausted, and he could not support it anymore. 3 secrets. Tao fire burned from the inside out, completely engulfing him. In midair, Xian's body disappeared, leaving only a huge humanoid fireball. Gradually, in this fireball, there is no breath of life, and then it turns into a little fire star and floats down. Looking at this scene, Jihuo's expression is complicated. Not at all the joy of imagination in my heart. Xian was, after all, his senior brother. He can even recall that when he first paid homage to 100 Refinements sect, Zin's senior brother took a scene of his cultivation. Who would have thought that as time goes by, the two of them drifted away, to the point of incompatible as fire and water. Xian eventually died in his hands. True cultivation is a long and volatile world. How many people cannot forget their original intentions? Written early today, updated earlier, and everyone rested earlier. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1305. Chapter 1305, Ferocious Clan appears. Yan Bichin is surrounded by Li Hen and Azura, 2 kinds of horrible demon chi, once again moved towards the fairy sword to kill the past. Leaving Regrets Scripture and Azura Sutra, the 2 scared demonic hearts have been pushed to the limit. Yan Bichin seems to come from the blood sea. Baleful chi is soaring into the sky. Many sword sect great experts cannot stop Yan Bichin's killing at all. Azura holds the Li Hen magic knife, as if the ancient demon sovereign is now in existence. Many sword sect great experts have fallen. What scary sword intent and dead sword intent can't stop the edge of Li Hen's magic knife at all. In a blink of an eye, there were more than 30 great experts in sword sect, and there were only a dozen. Moreover, every sword sect great expert's face showed panic and fear and kept back. Although the body fusion great expert is full of vitality and can even be reborn with broken limbs, how can there be serious injuries under the Li Hen magic knife? All are ghosts. Many body fusion great expert cultivations have been here for some 10,000 years. But I don't want to die here. Some sword sect great experts turned away and dared not fight with Yan Bichin. The fairy sword stood in the crowd, and her heart became more and more panicked, looking towards the side for a strange face. These strange faces are all great experts of 6 great ferocious clans. but they have changed their face and hidden the real body. Just then, the expert expression grave of 6 great ferocious clans rose up invariably. "Can't watch anymore, you have to do it and kill it," Khan Ling slowly said. "Yes, if you let him grow up. This is an unimaginable threat to us, ferocious clan." Heaven's Eye Clan Great Expert is also nodded. "Fellow Taoists, many thanks for your help, and you must remember it in your heart." The Fairy Sword expressed great joy, thinking that the 6 great ferocious clans expert was going to deal with Yan Bichen. Hearing the words of the Fairy Sword, Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince sneered, expression disdain. To be honest, their 6 great ferocious clans didn't take the human race cultivator present at the bottom of their hearts at all. Even if it was human race body fusion great expert, they didn't take it seriously. The Fairy Sword is famous in the true cultivation world. In the eyes of Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince and the others, it is trivial and who cares about his life? "What's your name?" Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince extend the hand, pats the cheek of the Fairy Sword, and said, "You are not qualified to call me brothers and my brothers, your life and death. What are you doing with us? Hee. Fairy Sword was once the title of Sword Sect, and even if the primordial spirit is injured, it is also a great expert. But now, he was crackled in the face by Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince. The smile on Xianjian's face froze. He has cultivation so far, who has suffered such humiliation. If you change to someone else and dare to do this to him, he will immediately fight back, at all costs, torture the other party to death and frustrate him. But in front of it is the Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince. Beside the Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince, there are also the body fusion great expert of the rest of Ferocious Clan. If he shows a little rebellion, before Yan Bichen kills him, he will be wiped out by the expert of 6 great ferocious clans. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince ignored him at all, and soon left with other ferocious clan experts and moved towards Suzaimo. The Fairy Sword remained motionless, her fists clenched, her body trembling slightly, her face swollen flushed. Until 6 great ferocious clans departed, he still didn't say a word, and let the other party crush his dignity and trample it. Xianjian gritted her teeth and looked at Yan Bichen, who had come over in the distance, without saying a word. He knew that he was no better than Yan Bichen. Yan Bichen would definitely dare to attack 6 great ferocious clans if he moved to another place. On another battlefield, Suzaimo's Heaven and Earth Dharma idol is invincible and invincible. Nobody fusion great expert can stop him at all. Just now I threatened to poison Yiling's poison sect great expert, scared look pale, and quickly backed away. Where to escape? Suzaimo loudly shouted. Heaven and Earth Dharma idol waved a long whip across the void, and instantly struck the body of this poison sect great expert, pulling it to 40% 5 cracks, and died on the spot. With this killing, Suzaimo and Yiling are very close. Suzaimo's eyes were great rises, and the thunder and lightning whip went home, trying to drag Yiling on the ground. Suddenly, a bloody red vine emerged, exuding the wicked breath, and instantly struck the thunderbolt. Strength of thunder, 3 secret style fire burst out. The bloody vine shrank a bit, and a scorch appeared on the surface, but it didn't hurt the root. The power of the thunderbolt was completely resolved. Suzaimo didn't think about it. 9 and 9 Heaven and Earth Dharma idol stepped forward, rounded his arms, and fell down while holding Good Fortune Lotus platform fiercely. At the same time, Heavenly Demon's scythe also came. Good. A silhouette flickered out, transformed into the shape of the body, dancing with blonde hair, deep-skinned, filled with golden chi and blood. Crash bang. The silhouette of within the body, the sound of the tide came out. Blood as tide. This silhouette didn't use any magic tool, just bare-handed, moved towards Good Fortune Lotus platform, hit it. Seeing this scene, Kungsu was shocked. Even the great expert magic tool may not be able to resist the power of Suzaimo law manifestation, let alone flesh and blood. Bang! Good Fortune Lotus platform collided with this person's fist, and a loud noise broke out. This silhouette took a half step back, but his fist was intact, and Good Fortune Lotus platform was blocked back. The blonde man shook his palm and grinned. It really hurts. Taking Good Fortune Lotus platform with bare hands is just a little painful. On the other side, Heavenly Demon's scythe has just been chopped off and was stopped by a cold light, fire star flowing in all directions. A tall silhouette treads the sky, ferocious looking, extremely ugly. Behind them grow a pair of dark meat wings, holding two full moon-like scimitars in both hands. The arc is amazing, flashing cold light. Swire Ferocious Clan finally appeared. Suzaimo is very familiar with the two big Ferocious Clan shots behind. The blonde is God Clan lineage. Ferocious looking, with wings, but Rakshasa Clan. As for blocking his thunderbolt, it was an extremely evil plant, waving countless bloody vines. Each vine is like a thick blood vessel. At the top of the vine, it is a human face without nose and eyes. There is only a bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl. The sharp cavities are staggered and flashing. Cold light seems to tear and smash everything. Although I haven't seen this Ferocious Clan, but Suzaimo has also guessed through this form that this should be another big Swire Ferocious Clan. Bloodvine Clan. Legend has it that Bloodvine Clan lives on devouring the blood of 10,000 creatures. Even if it's the bloodline of the rest of Ferocious Clan, it's coming. Any creature that strays into Bloodvine Clan's territory will be shredded and devoured by it, turning into its own nourishment, with no bones left. Extremely cruel. Suzaimo's heart moved. Something vaguely thought. But at this time, he was in a dangerous position, and he could not protect himself. Yiling was not rescued. His spirit was tense, and he had no intention to think about it, and that aura of light passed away. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1306 Chapter 1306 Immortal Sword Fuxi. A golden light flashed, emitting a hot breath. The temperature emitted by this golden light seems to be above the three secrets Tao fire. This golden light was extremely fast, making a circle around heaven and earth. Dharma, idol and Suzaimo. Suzaimo law manifestation danced with 6 arms, and failed to catch this golden light. Suzaimo's heaven and earth Dharma, idol shook, and a huge wound appeared on his chest, and magic power was lost. But this heaven and earth Dharma idol has transcended the extremes. Magic power condenses, 3 secrets Tao fire is burning, and it stops the loss of magic power in an instant. This golden light paused in shape, revealing the appearance of the Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince laughed and said, "The fire on your law manifestation is really interesting, and it is a bit weaker than the fire of my Golden Crow." The Golden Crow family, within the body, the bloodline flowing with the sun, is burning with flames, living on the Eastern Sea and living under the Fusang tree, but the divine bird of immemorial era. The Golden Crow family is not only very fast, it is not inferior to Rakshasa clan, but also has an extremely scary golden flame, which can incinerate 10,000 things. At the body fusion great expert present, no one dared to approach heaven and earth Dharma idol at Suzaimo, for fear of getting 3 secrets Tao fire. But Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince is not afraid at all. Not only did he get close to Suzaimo's heaven and earth Dharma idol, he also took the opportunity to reveal the Golden Crow's foot, and grabbed a huge wound in the chest of this Tao Law. Just 4 ferocious clan experts have already blocked Suzaimo's heaven and earth Dharma idol. Swire Ferocious Clan bloodline is powerful and is the oldest ethnic creature. Ferocious Clan's body fusion great expert has battle strength that rivals human race half ancestor. For example, the bloodline in Ferocious Clan is the purest, and the innate talented body fusion realm is even more likely to suppress human race half-ancestor. Suzaimo heaven and earth Dharma idol, although transcending the extremes, can't stop the power of half-ancestor. Yiling is outside Tenjiang. If it's normal, Tenjiang distance, just a short while away. But now, there are hundreds of ferocious clan among them, and dozens of them are body fusion realm experts of ferocious clan. The distance of this Tenjang is like an insurmountable nature. Immortal sword, you die. Just then, not far away shouting loudly. Suddenly, the demon chi billowed into the sky, covering the sky and blocking the sun, as dark as ink. The whole piece of heaven and earth was dim. Even six great ferocious clans expert has a slight look. Under Yan Bichun's killings, Xianjian's body was already covered with bruises and face pale. I saw Yan Bichun stepping forward. The Li Hen magic knife in his hand broke through the air, and instantly fell on the top of the fairy sword, monstrous demon chi, as if to swallow the fairy sword into dregs. Ah! The immortal sword screamed, expression, the five officials were twisted together, holding the sword in both hands, arguing with the sword body, and sending out the light of the magic rays of six paths dazzling, moved towards Li Hen. When the sound of Jinji's fighting sounded, and it was unpleasant. The sword was fighting, Yan Bichun and the two immortal swords were motionless. For a moment, heaven and earth seemed to be still. Kaka. Sword broken. Immediately afterwards, the wound on Xianjian's body was cracked, and crimson blood mist spewed out. His eyes gradually dimmed. Within the body life aura quickly passed. Yan Bichun, this hate, kill the vitality of Xianjian within the body. Over the years, all the resentment in Yan Bichun's heart has been vented in this blade, and the fairy sword can't resist it. Even his life source magic tool was cut off by the Li Hen magic knife. The corner of Xianjian's mouth twitched, as if to want to laugh, but hot blood was flowing from his mouth, making a weird noise. You killed me, you can't save that slut. The fairy sword expression was insane, saying intermittently, you lose, you lose. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The laughter of the fairy sword stopped abruptly, and the entire body suddenly burst into a mass of blood mist, body and soul entirely exterminated, skeleton doesn't exist. Xianjian knew that he would die, and before he died, he didn't want to make Yan Bichun feel good. The fairy sword can play with people's hearts the best, otherwise Qin Bianren, Cloud and Rain Dao Monarch will not die in his hands. His words before his death really poked Yan Bichun's pain. I lost. The fairy sword Fuxi. Yan Bichun did not have the joy of imagination. He trembled, expressed pain, plunged into endless guilt and self-blame, and his mind seemed to be a little unconscious, muttering to himself, he's right, Bianren, you can't come back. All this blame me. Hee. Seeing this scene, Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince sneered, looking at this trend, this person is not scared and is not worth our shot at all. Nice, but the second Li Hen, without threat, will die by himself sooner or later. Heaven's Eye Clan great expert lightly saying. Suzaimo heart startled, and suddenly realized something. Leaving regrets. Scripture is indeed powerful. Yan Bichun inherited the inheritance of demon sovereign Li Hen. The battle strength has skyrocketed. It can be said that it is the second demon sovereign Li Hen. But what is the ending of demon sovereign Li Hen? The deeper Yan Bichun is practicing leaving regrets. Scripture, the harder it is to extricate yourself. At this point, he was only in the midst of this pain when he thought of Qin Bianren. Unconscious. Over time, when he is always immersed in this pain, I am afraid he will never wake up forever, and will make the same choice as Li Hen Dao Monarch. That's self-destruction. Suzaimo didn't dare to think about it, and didn't have that energy for the time being. That is the danger that Yan Bichun may encounter in the future. Now, for Suzaimo, the most important thing is to rescue Yiling and escape from here. Zaimo, I'll help you. Just then, Jihuo just suppressed and killed Xian, and realized Suzaimo's situation, without the slightest hesitation, left. Master is careful. Suzaimo expression changed, and quickly reminded. Although Jihuo has just stepped into the body fusion realm for more than 100 years, the fleshly body is integrated into a supreme Dharma idol. The magic power is strong. His battle strength is also ranked at peak in the body fusion realm. Even against the body fusion great expert of Super Sect, Jihuo will not fall behind. But now, What stands in front of Suzaimo are all experts from Swire Ferocious clan. The battle strength is far beyond body fusion realm. A Heaven's Eye clan great expert treads the sky, standing with his hands behind him, motionless. Suddenly, the eyebrow of this Heaven's Eye clan great expert cracks a gap, like opening an eye. There are countless mysterious and powerful runes flowing inside. It seems to contain the most powerful power between heaven and earth. This eye opened slowly, and the whole heaven and earth valley was shaking. The mountain cracked and the sand and stones rolled down. Kungsu changed color. What is this power? Just opening one eye can cause such a loud momentum. In this eye, a beam of black light is emitted, and it's almost here. Jihuo has just set off. He is heart shivered with cold, and feels a strong sense of crisis. And he has no time to think about it, and immediately blocks the life source magic tool. At the same time, the black light came down, exuding the ruined internal chi. When the black light hit Jihuo's refiner ding with a loud noise, Jihuo was shocked, unable to control his figure, and flew out. His face turned pale, and he spit out a big mouthful of blood. The black wall of his refining vessel was actually penetrated by this black light. Just a glance penetrated Jihuo's destiny great expert magic tool. How terrifying the power in this eye. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1307. Chapter 1307. It's you that courting death. The Taiku 9 clan is called 9 great ferocious clans and dominates 10,000 ancients because each ferocious clan has extremely powerful inheritance and ability. Human race is inherently weak, and even if it grows to adulthood, it may not be able to fight the beast. But 9 great ferocious clans is different. When these ferocious clans were born, they had many inherent great expert powers. For example, Golden Crow clan, just born, has 3 feet, can fly high wings, and control 2 yang divinity fire. Not to mention beasts, even spiritual beasts, spiritual demon. Golden Crow clan can be slaughtered easily. Like Dragon clan, it was born with sharp teeth and control of 5 elements. Each race has different abilities. Like Heaven's Eye clan, bloodline and fleshly body are naturally far better than human race. But in 9 great ferocious clans, they are just in the middle. Heaven's Eye clan's most powerful method is on the eye of their forehead and eyebrow. This eye, also known as Heavenly Eye, is where Heaven's Eye clan converges. This is where the name Heaven's Eye clan comes from. Heaven's Eye clan's eye technique is the most powerful among 10,000 families. Don't look at just a beam of black light, but this black light comes from Heavenly Eye. If you change to another body fusion great expert, just look at this Heaven's Eye clan great expert, you already have body dies and Tao disappears. Jihuo's innate talent battle strength, in human race, is peak. But after all, he has just stepped into the body fusion realm, and it's still far behind the Heaven's Eye clan great expert. The life source magic tool was destroyed, and Jihuo was implicated in it. He was severely damaged, and even couldn't control his shape. He fell from the air and his expression was sluggish. Ancestor Master Kaixing Dao Monarch exclaimed, and rushed forward to protect Jihuo. Get out of here with the master. Suzaimo immediately confronted Kaixing Dao Monarch sound transmission. Uncle Master, but you. Kaixing Dao Monarch expression hesitant. This battle, you get involved again. I'm afraid the entire 100 Refinements sect can't afford it. Leave quickly. Don't stay here. Suzaimo's tone became more intense and hasty. Jihuo was hit hard by Heaven's Eye clan great expert, and the battle strength was greatly diminished. Even if he stays here, it won't help, but may distract Suzaimo. Kaixing Dao Monarch thought of this, and finally made up his mind and whispered, 100 Refinements sect, let me go. 100 Refinements sect is the first to exit the battlefield. Immortal Crane Sr., you also leave Misty Peaks Cultivator early. Suzaimo sound transmission again. For some reason, he always felt a little uncomfortable, as if something of great importance had been ignored by him. This heaven and earth valley also made him feel uneasy. This uneasiness does not stem from 6 great ferocious clans. Huangwu Dao Monarch, You can gather heaven and earth Dharma idol that transcends the extremes to reach 9 feet 9, and it really can be called shaking the old and illuminating the new. The chilling god slowly said, but you still have to die today in front of my 6 great ferocious clans. You shit like law manifestation is nothing at all. Fengtian Rakshasa smiled coldly, expression. You god clan and Rakshasa clan really don't remember. Suzaimo's eyes were cold, murderers looking said, it seems that in Myriad Shapes City, I killed foreign clans. Still not enough hard. Even in the face of a crowd of ferocious clan, Suzaimo's momentum has not weakened at all. Even the fairy sword was fanned in the face by the ferocious clan expert. But Suzaimo confronted 6 great ferocious clans, but he did not hide his killing intent. Bold, act recklessly. God clan and Rakshasa screamed at their experts. The cold spirit's face sank instantly. Huang Wu ants, I think you are courting death. Fengtian Rakshasa was also furious and screamed. Rakshasa clan's voice was sharp and harsh and extremely unpleasant. The battle in Myriad Shapes City was a great humiliation to God clan and Rakshasa clan. During the war, in the real cultivation world, the human race was extremely secretive, but among the Taiko 9 clan, it spread widely. God clan and Rakshasa clan suffered a lot of discussion. After all, losing to human race isn't glorious for the entire army to lose it. Courting death is you. Just then, a cold voice came to mind in the crowd. Immediately afterwards, a silhouette of more than 30 feet came out, covered with red light, exuding a scorching atmosphere, and instantly fell behind Rakshasa in the wind. The speed of this silhouette is extremely fast. In addition, the suddenness, let alone the crowd repair, did not even respond to the 6 great ferocious clans expert on the battlefield. Many ferocious clan experts are just too late to be loudly shouted. They have not been able to clearly see the appearance of this silhouette, but only see a rough outline. This scarlet-eared silhouette came to Rakshasa behind Fengtian, without hesitation, directly extended the hand, exposing sharp claws, flashing cold light, and moved towards Fengtian Rakshasa's head, fiercely caught it. Fengtian Rakshasa was shocked in her heart, but felt that her scalp was exploding. She didn't have much time to think about it. She instantly vibrated her wings and moved towards the distance. Rakshasa clan is too fast. Among 9 great ferocious clans, one of the very best. Between these flashes of light, the silhouette of Rakshasa in the wind turned into a black glow, and she wanted to break free of that giant claw. Suddenly, the arm of this silhouette sent a crackle, soaring 3 feet, and caught up with the silhouette of Rakshasa in the wind, and caught it again. Pukai, blood mist gushing. Ah! Rakshasa screamed in the wind. His reaction was fast enough, and his body movements had been pushed to the limit. But even so, he was caught up by this silhouette, tearing a meat wing behind him with sharp claw, tearing a large piece of it, drenched with blood. This scene is extremely bloody and tragic. Even the expert of 6 great ferocious clans inhaled slightly. With the wind speed Rakshasa's body speed, he failed to retreat from the whole body. Only if this silhouette was shot against one of them, who would be spared. This idea has just flashed, and the battlefield has changed again. The silhouette of this scarlet-eared, one claw grabs the meat wings of Fengtian Rakshasa. The body does not stop, and he goes forward. The long and tall body like a python suddenly entangles in Fengtian Rakshasa's body. Chi and blood surge, suddenly emission. Kaka. In the wind of Rakshasas within the body, there was a sound of skeleton fragmentation. Under the gaze of countless lines of sight, the fleshly body of Rakshasa in the wind has been completely squeezed into a deformed shape and distorted. Fengtian Rakshasa's eyes are raised, covered with bloodshot eyes, her face is purple and green, her chi and blood disappear quickly. Body fusion realm, which can be reborn with severed limbs. Even if the fleshly body is severely damaged in this way, as long as it takes time to heal, there is hope for healing. But at this time, the windy day Rakshasa was entangled by this scarlet silhouette. No matter how fast, it was completely unable to escape. and it also suffered huge and intense pain. Su, a primordial spirit, emerged from the top of Rakshasa's head in the wind, expressing panic, trying to escape away. Call. The silhouette of this scarlet-eared suddenly opened its mouth, spit out a tongue of fire, directly rolled this primordial spirit into the mouth, and burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Windy Day Rakshasa, Meteorite. Eternal Sacred King. Chapter 1308. Chapter 1308. Dragon Clan True Body. Rakshasa fell in the wind, and for a time, there was nothing in Heaven and Earth Valley. This scene is much more shocking than the fall of a human race. Body Fusion Great Expert. The Body Fusion Realm expert from 6 great ferocious clans can easily suppress human race Great Expert. Even the human race monsters like Jihuo have been hit hard by Heaven's Eye Clan Great Expert. But now, a ferocious clan Great Expert is in the sight, strangled by an unknown creature on the spot between electric light and flint. Who is this again? Who dares to help Huang Wu and hesitates to suppress and kill Rakshasa clan's expert, which is too ruthless? Is it half-ancestor expert or old ancestor of great ascension? Kung Suning looked away, but they were all on the spot. To be precise, this scarlet silhouette cannot be regarded as a human race at all. It is over 30 feet tall, with red hair and full of scarlet-eared scales, covering the cheeks, revealing only a pair of bright eyes, like 2 torches. This is definitely a foreign clan. On that huge claw, the knuckles are raised, like pouring molten steel, covered with metallic luster. The claw tip is extremely sharp, and still dripping with the scarlet blood of the windy Rakshasa. Strangely, this foreign clan only has this giant claw on the left, and the palm on the right is as white as usual, and looks the same as human race palm. This scarlet silhouette exuded an extremely violent atmosphere. Chi and blood surged, and even in front of 6 great ferocious clans, there was no wind falling. Many cultivators are looking at this red-haired foreign clan, and they have a feeling of facing the ancient ferocious clan. Muff. This foreign clan is also one of 9 great ferocious clans. No way. There doesn't seem to be any kind of patriarch in Taiku 9. This foreign clan is a bit like Dragon Clan. Well, when you say that, I remember something. A cultivator recalled, saying, I heard that in Myriad Shapes City, Huang Wu had dragon transformation suppress and kill foreign clan. It seems to be such a half-dragon form. You mean, this foreign clan is Huang Wu? It's impossible. This idea is a little bit ridiculous. Huang Wu Dao Monarch is standing aside. Azure clothes, black hair, which is very different from the red-hair foreign clan in front of me. If the red-haired foreign clan is Huang Wu, who is the black-haired in that azure clothes? Is it avatar of Huang Wu Dao Monarch? In fact, some cultivators have already guessed the truth. This scarlet silhouette is Dragon Clan True Body. When the Dragon Clan True Body appeared, it was unreserved. Facing the expert of 6 great ferocious clans, immediately appeared in the form of a half-dragon. Hearing the surrounding sounds, Suzaimo expression remains unchanged. He didn't care about the exposure of Dragon Clan True Body at all. Even if the under the heavens are known, it doesn't matter if he has a Dragon Clan True Body, nor will he be implicated in Dragon Clan, because no one knows that this Dragon Clan True Body is the young master of Dragon Clan. No one can imagine that a foreign clan in the form of a half-dragon will become a Dragon Clan young master. Of course, this is not absolute. In 6 great ferocious clans, some people are still suspicious. Wuxi narrowed her eyes, flickering with ray of green rays of light, looking thoughtful. At the beginning, Dragon Clan True Body fought against Long Kang after Wuxi left. Therefore, he has never seen Dragon Clan True Body transformed into a half-dragon, and naturally did not immediately recognize Dragon Clan True Body. It's just that Wuxi has lived for so long, and experienced and knowledgeable. She has a keen mind and still feels that the red-hair foreign clan with a dragon scale in front of her is related to the Dragon Clan young master he saw in Dragon Bones Valley! Exclamation mark. Where's the beast? Heaven's Eye Clan Great Expert coldly said. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince sniffed and said, this beast does have the bloodline breath of Dragon Clan. It is estimated that what Dragon Clan has left over, what a great role I was. The cold spirit god smiled lightly, saying, "It turned out to be only the law manifestation realm. The death of Rakshasa in the wind can only blame him for being too careless." This sentence is not false. If the Dragon Clan true body suddenly appeared, the windy day Rakshasa was unprepared. It would not be possible to suppress and kill it in the flashlight. At this moment, the breeze was blowing, and the two dark rays of light were extremely fast, and they lurked silently behind Dragon Clan true body. Two rays of light suddenly appeared, but it was Rakshasa of two law manifestation realm. The two Rakshasa couldn't bear it, and wanted to avenge Rakshasa in the wind. They secretly came over, raised their machete, and cut off the head of moved towards Dragon Clan true body. Under their gaze, the red-haired foreign clan didn't even return his head, and seemed to be unaware. In the eyes of two Rakshasa, there was a savage glance. They seemed to see the bloody scene of the red-haired foreign clan's head rolling down and the blood spring gushing. But they don't know at all. Their every move, simply in front of the spiritual awareness of Dragon Clan true body, is nothing. Courting death. Suddenly, Dragon Clan true body's mouth spit out two words without turning his head back, shaking his arm with his backhand, like a Divi elephant with a proboscis nose, and pulled down on a Rakshasa's body with the tendency to roll down the stars. Boom! The Rakshasa didn't say a word, and was directly drawn 40%. 5 cracks. Blood-stained void. A punch in one hand will break the fleshly body of a Rakshasa. What a power! Another Rakshasa expression changed so much that before he could think about it, a dragon claw had already caught his machete. Kaka. The machete was broken into pieces by the dragon claw. Pukai. When the dragon claw took a look, he shattered the head of this Rakshasa clan, and the primordial spirit disappeared. The corpse was on the spot. Just in the blink of an eye, 2 more Rakshasa died. Where is this monster coming out of? It's easy to kill Rakshasa clan and pinch trivial ant. What is the battle strength of the taboo called Yiling? We haven't seen it before. But for me to see, this red-haired foreign clan can be called a taboo word. Kunxi secretly tongued out. This time the battle of the law manifestation list has developed to the present situation. I am afraid that it has exceeded everyone's expectations. Kunxu was staring at the battlefield. No one noticed that the corner of Tanji's mouth was not far away, with a faint smile on his face, and a strange bloodlight appeared in his eyes. This beast is interesting. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince frowned, saying, in the same level, can you easily suppress and kill Rakshasa clan? Heaven's Eye clan great expert brows slightly raise, saying, Rakshasa of this life seems a little weak. Really? Dragon Clan true body breath is violent, loudly said, then I will try your means of Heaven's Eye clan. Dragon Clan true body comes to suppress and kill ferocious clan expert, and will never talk nonsense with them. Even more how? This Heaven's Eye clan has just hit Jihuo. Dragon Clan true body is following him, also to help Jihuo get revenge. Heaven's Eye clan great expert frowned, icily said, you are courting death. How dare you challenge me? It's you who killed. The words did not end. Dragon Clan true body has come to Heaven's Eye clan. Heaven's Eye clan great expert expression grave. Until this time, he didn't feel the fierce and hot breath from Dragon Clan true body. He just wanted to shred everything and burn 10,000 things. Not good. This beast chi and blood is too strong. Heaven's Eye clan great expert heart startled. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1309. Chapter 1309 Slaughter all sides. Dragon Clan true body is a law manifestation realm, which is a great realm away from the body fusion realm expert of 6 great ferocious clans present. Even if Yiling is in law manifestation realm, he still hasn't escaped the hunt of 6 great ferocious clans. But Dragon Clan true body is different from Yiling. Dragon Clan true body is not a pure dragon clan. His fleshly body, chi and blood are based on great desolate monster king's secret scripture, which is his most powerful whole card. Heaven's Eye clan and Rakshasa clan, such ferocious clan, not known for their fleshly body and bloodline, were approached by a Dragon Clan true body, and still bode ill rather than well. The brows of this Heaven's Eye clan great expert suddenly opened a gap. That horrible heavenly eye opened again, and there seemed to be chaos permeating in it, and countless mysterious runes appeared, as if heaven and earth had just begun. A beam of black light. Dragon Clan true body is no faster than eye technique. The moment the heavenly eye opens, the eye technique has arrived. At this point, the two sides are very close, almost within easy distance, and there is no time to dodge at all. The Dragon Clan true body expression is unchanged. Two eyes have great rises, ignite two blazing flames, and emit two scarlet-eared rays of light. Divine abilities power diffuse. Dragon Clan true body awakening innate divine ability. The Eye of Torch Dragon. This bloodline impure Dragon Clan lost species actually awakened the innate divine ability of Torch Dragon lineage. Wuxi's eyes flickered, her heart was even more skeptical. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince said with a sneer, "Hee, this beast is too ignorant." With the Eye of Torch Dragon, confront the eye technique divine ability of Heaven's Eye Clan. This is courting death. Under the Heaven's Eye technique, respect Heaven's Eye Clan. The formidable power of the Eye of Torch Dragon has been regarded as peak among many eye techniques, but there is no suspense when it comes to Heaven's Eye Clan's eye technique. After all, the heavenly eye on Heaven's Eye Clan's forehead condenses the bloodline essence of Heaven's Eye Clan, and the magic power profound truth. Bang! Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince's voice did not fall. Two scarlet-eared rays of light collided with this black light fiercely, and a loud noise broke out. A scream screamed from the battlefield. A silhouette limped, and kept retreating. I said a long time ago, this beast is fighting the eye technique with Heaven's Eye Clan, just to find it. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince's frigging irony and scorching satire, but suddenly the expression changes, and the smile is stiff. 6 Great Ferocious Clan's expert also has his eyes widened, showing an incredible color. The eye technique fights. Indeed, the winner is lost immediately. But unlike what the 6 Great Ferocious Clan's expert thought, it wasn't the Dragon Clan true body that screamed and lost, but the great expert of Heaven's Eye Clan. How can it be? The handling god frowned, softly muttered subconsciously. This beast is just a law manifestation realm. An eye technique that can actually hurt Heaven's Eye Clan Great Expert. Bloodvine Clan Great Expert was also surprised. This can never be the Eye of Torch Dragon. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince whispered, the Eye of Torch Dragon, it cannot be such formidable power. To be precise, the eye technique that broke out of Dragon Clan True Body is indeed not the Eye of Torch Dragon, but Eye of Torch Shining, because in his eyes, a torch shining stone, supreme treasures of heaven and earth, is probably older than good fortune as your lotus. Heaven's Eye Clan's eye technique is indeed stronger than that of Torch Dragon. But with the eyes of Torch Dragon incorporating Torch Shining Stone, the formidable power has more than doubled. If it were Heaven's Eye Clan Down Monarch replaced by the same realm, I'm afraid it was just this collision. This eye on Heaven's Eye Clan's forehead would be blind. But now, this Heaven's Eye Clan Great Expert is just expressing pain. Heavenly Eye spilled a trace of blood, and did not hurt the root. As long as it is recuperated, it can be cured. However, Dragon Clan True Body would never give him a chance. After the eye technique was stunned, Dragon Clan True Body expression was indifferent, and there was no emotion in the eyes. Step forward, find out the Dragon Claw, and follow the top of the head of Heaven's Eye Clan Great Expert Pukai. The Dragon Claw is sharp, piercing the skull of Heaven's Eye Clan Great Expert in an instant, crushing his sea of consciousness. Primordial spirit dying. Dragon Clan True Body explodes continuously, and then slash a ferocious clan Great Expert Elder. Many Heaven's Eye Clan were furious and exclaimed, hum, hum, hum. Dozens of Heaven's Eye Clan, whether it is law manifestation realm or body fusion realm, while opening Heavenly Eye at the same time, the power of terror erupts instantly. In a moment, the vibration of heaven and earth, a breathtaking breath is coming. Dragon Clan True Body spiritual awareness has warned, leaving a long time ago, his body flickers, and he has rushed into the camp of 6 great ferocious clans. Whiz whiz whiz. One black light after another came, failed to hit the Dragon Clan true body, but instead hit a few witch races, Golden Crow Clan, and Bloodvine Clan that were too late. Only God Clan relied on the strong fleshly body chi and blood, and Rakshasa Clan relied on the speed of the body, without being stabbed by this one blacklight after another. You Heaven's Eye Clan is crazy, close your eyes. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince roared. You know, once the eye technique breaks out, there is no way to recover it. Even if many Heaven's Eye Clan experts see their own eye technique rushing to the rest of Ferocious Clan experts and accidentally hurt others, they have no way. After this trouble, the camp of 100 Ferocious Clan experts is in chaos. Of course, there are still many black light rushing into the crowd. Even the Ferocious Clan expert cannot stop Heaven's Eye Clan's eye technique. And many cultivators of human race are miserable. Even some body fusion great experts were killed on the spot by Heaven's Eye Clan's eye technique, and they have suffered no harm. 100 Refinements Sect and Misty Sect's cultivator were retired one step earlier and were spared. On the other side, taking advantage of the chaos, Dragon Clan True Body came to a witch race great expert, reached out the dragon claw, and moved towards the head of the witch race great expert. Evil creature, dear. The witch race great expert waved a white bone stick, muttered incantations in his mouth, and recited a very weird and evil incantation. On his bone stick, a group of green palms quickly gathered. Ang! The Dragon Clan True Body suddenly screamed from the sky. A loud roar through the golden cracked stone broke out. The sound of dragon's roar is through heaven and earth, deafening. The witch race great expert was shocked. His eyes were raised, and a path of bloodshot instantly appeared. Dragon's roar. This is Dragon Clan's most powerful slaughter technique. The sound of dragon's roar can shock 10,000 families. In other words, it is the cultivator of human race. Below this distance, this dragon's roar can directly shake its fleshly body by 40%. 5 cracks. The witch race great expert is also uncomfortable. 2 eyes are congested, nostrils, mouth corners, and 2 ears are slowly flowing a scarlet blood stain. Witch race is not known for its bloodline fleshly body. Moreover, his secret technique incantation, before he finished singing, was interrupted by this dragon's roar and stunned on the spot. The Dragon Clan True Body didn't hold on. The expression was cold, the dragon's roar didn't fall, and the sloppy dragon claw had come down, tearing this witch race great expert in an instant. A witch race great expert body dies and Tao disappears. Ferocious Clan like witch race, Heaven's Eye Clan, fleshly body and bloodline are not strong. Once approached by a Dragon Clan True Body, it is bodil rather than well. Dragon Clan True Body is here, slaughter all sides. Add one more today. What about swelling? Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1310. Chapter 1310 Baron. Of course, among the 6 great ferocious clans present, Dragon Clan True Body is not invincible. There are no rivals. For example, Rakshasa Clan and Golden Crow are extremely fast, and at the speed of Dragon Clan True Body, they cannot catch up with them in a short time. After Bloodvine Clan transfigured the ontology, there were many vines and densely packed. Even if one of the vines is cut, it will not hurt the root, and it is difficult to get close. As for God Clan, he is known for his fleshly body and bloodline. Dragon Clan True Body and its melee combat are also difficult to shake off. Therefore, Dragon Clan True Body can really kill melee, that is Witch Race and Heaven's Eye Clan. But over time, the 6 great ferocious clans player, under the leadership of Ferocious Clan Great Expert, gradually calmed down, stabilized the formation, took God Clan as the main force, and the Dragon Clan True Body face to face. Bloodvine Clan dances with many vines, constantly restraining Dragon Clan True Body, limiting its space. Golden Crow Clan and Rakshasa Clan are constantly interfering in Dragon Clan True Body all around. And Witch Race and Heaven's Eye Clan gradually retreated to the periphery, distanced from Dragon Clan True Body, and began to release eye technique and witchcraft. Dragon Clan True Body expression grave. He is very clear that once the formation of 6 great ferocious clans is formed, he will fall into an endless hard battle, and maybe no ferocious clan can be killed. Not to mention rescue Yiling. Little animal, I see what else you can do. Although a god clan old man has a grey-white hair, he is emaciated, tall and full of golden chi and blood. He is rushing to the Dragon Clan true body, and he punches with a punch. On this fist, a dazzling golden light bursts out, as if a divine dragon was born. The void is shaking. God Clan's chi and blood fleshly body is too strong. Even a God Clan old man can erupt such terrifying attacks. Old dog, dare you scold me? Dragon Clan true body does not blink. Eyes are cold, flashing cold light. Suddenly popped his palm, grabbed the fist of God Clan old man, icily said, I see you are tired. Send you off now. Little beast, speak madly, and with your strength, also want to kill me? I disdain God Clan old man expression. Since the war, the number of ferocious clan who died under Dragon Clan true body has exceeded 30, but most of them are ferocious clan of law manifestation realm. Moreover, no God Clan great expert fell into the hands of Dragon Clan true body. Dragon Clan true body grinned, and saw a thick mist of fog condensed in his outstretched palm, which looked ordinary, and there was no horrible power permeating. What is this? God Clan old man slightly frowned. Although he didn't know the origin of the fog, he felt a little uneasy. Between thoughts, the palms of Dragon Clan true body had already clenched the fists of God Clan old man, and the grey mist quickly enveloped it. No feelings. God Clan expert slightly startled. His divine fist hit the grey mist, soft, and as if sinking into the sea, disappearing. Although this time did not hurt Dragon Clan true body, the grey mist released by Dragon Clan true body did not hurt him. Ha 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 ha. God Clan old man laughed, expression mocking. What a shit spell. Also come out to show ugliness, you. God Clan old man's voice stopped abruptly. He suddenly felt that his life essence was flowing at a rapid rate of 1,000 years, and he couldn't stop it. What happened? How could this be? God Clan old man retreats subconsciously and wants to distance himself from Dragon Clan true body. But Dragon Clan true body clung to his fists, such as the cheekbones, followed by the grey mist, always entangled in God Clan old man. At this time, other ferocious clan experts also found the God Clan old man abnormal. Elder, your face. The handling god widened his eyes, and a horror passed in his eyes. Under the gaze of countless line of sight, the face of God Clan old man is growing old quickly at the speed visible by naked eye. A path of wrinkles appeared on the original shiny face. Life essence plummets. Life essence decreased, and chi and blood began to decline. God Clan old man reacted a bit slower, and did not break free of the entanglement of Dragon Clan true body. Time has passed until now, and he has no strength to break free. Hey! God Clan old man opened his mouth, wanted roar, wanted help, but his voice became extremely old, with a weird sound coming from deep in his throat. Everyone present can feel God Clan old man within the body life's deterioration. Soon, the God Clan old man stared at his eyes. Within the body was dead, and there was no life fluctuation at all, and he fell from the air and would not die. The God Clan old man, until he died, did not understand what spell he had died under. What is this means? I haven't seen it. It seems to reduce life essence. He's just law manifestation realm. The released spell can even reduce the life essence of the body fusion great expert, and the speed of this life essence reduction is too fast. 6 great ferocious clans expert expression shake. They inheritance 10,000 ancient. What kind of race? What spell have never seen? Even by their cognition, they have never seen such a terrible means. Don't set yourself up. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince said in a deep voice, this Dowlaw technique is so powerful that his consumption must be extremely intense. In a short time, he cannot be released again. That's not necessarily. The sound of Dragon Clan true body sounded extremely cold. Let you ferocious clan taste the power of desolation. Call. Dragon Clan true body quickly condenses magic arts, with his body as the center, permeating a strange weird magic power wave to all around. In the sky, a path of grey ripples appeared, like water waves, rippling in 4 places. After entering the Dragon Bones Valley, Dragon Clan True Body once released Desolation and even shocked Elder of Dragon Clan. Because of the Baron terrifying, Dragon Clan Elder has reached an agreement with him and is not allowed to release to Dragon Clan in the Dragon Bones Valley. After all, under the Baron, life essence is reduced and irreversible. This is too scary. No one wants to lose life essence for no reason. Now, besieged by 6 great ferocious clans, Dragon Clan True Body has no worries. The power of barrenness erupts instantly, moved towards 6 great ferocious clans surging past. In this battlefield, Dragon Clan True Body does not need to consider accidentally hurting others. 6 great ferocious clans is right next to him. The first thing that Desolation shrouded is the expert of 6 great ferocious clans. What? 6 great ferocious clans expert expression changed. Golden Crow Clan and Rakshasa Clan used their physical skills to immediately move towards fleeing in the distance. Witch Race and Heaven's Eye Clan have already retreated to the periphery and have been spared. Some God Clan and Bloodvine Clan are not so lucky. God Clan has always been close to Dragon Clan True Body. Desolation erupts, and they are immediately enveloped by them. After Bloodvine Clan transfigured itself, it was rooted underground, unable to move, and shrouded in desolation. If you fall into the desolation, it seems as if you are deeply trapped in the mud. Some God Clan, Bloodvine Clan, and Life Essence in the Desolation Center are dying at a rate of 1,000 years. Where gray ripples move, vitality is rapidly flowing. Between heaven and earth, a barren field. 2rd more. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1311. Chapter 1311, No Disaster. 9 great ferocious clans. Although battle strength heaven-defying, dominates 10,000 ancients. But the strength, bloodline, and fleshly body that each race excels at are all different. Including the life essence between ferocious clan, it is also very different. Among the 9 great ferocious clans, Dragon Clan and Kun Clan are the longest life essence, and Bloodvine Clan is the shortest life essence. Bloodvine Clan is a cultivation success essence of plants and trees, and in the harsh environment of the ancient times, it has evolved many extremely cruel means, plundering the blood and flesh essence, before it can develop into a huge ethnic group. But in essence, the life essence of Bloodvine Clan is not long, similar to human race. In other words, the Bloodvine Clan Dao monarch present was only about 10,000 years old. Even if it is Bloodvine Clan Great Expert, life essence is only over 2 years. Being trapped in the desolate spell, the remaining races are still able to sustain the life essence, although they are also being damaged. For example, God Clan, with strong fleshly body chi and blood, desperately broke away from the barren envelope. Some God Clan Great Experts have already left. But desolation hurts Bloodvine Clan too much, it is deadly. Bloodvine Clan is rooted in the ground, relying on many vines to fight against people, unable to move, covered by desolation, can only watch their life essence decay rapidly. Some Bloodvine Clan Dao monarch closer to Suzaimo, life essence for more than 10,000 years, just a few breaths of effort, have exhausted life essence and died. A breath of 1,000 years, 10 breaths, is 10,000 years. Most of the Bloodvine Clan Great Experts who came here are over 10,000 years old. How many breaths can they support? Even if some Bloodvine Clan Great Experts reacted, transformed into an adult form, worked hard, and escaped from the desolate range, life essence is also greatly damaged, chi and blood decayed, and his face quickly grew old. How could this be? A Bloodvine Clan Great Expert fled into the distance, feeling the situation inside the body, staring at his eyes, and screaming incredulously, "I have left the scope of this spell. Life essence can't be recovered." This Taolor technique is too overbearing, it damages the life essence and is irreversible. The handling god has also escaped, and said with a lingering fear, "Normally, their cultivation realm is on this red-haired foreign clan, but this Taolor technique, even they are afraid to avoid it." Bloodvine Clan watched the fall of clansmen each and every one, trembling all over, not knowing if he was angry or because of some kind of fear. Gnashing teeth said, "This red-haired foreign clan must be killed. This beast is terrifying than that of Huangwu Da monarch." Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince also whispered, "Kill, kill." Several Bloodvine clan great expert life essence was damaged, and when the heart was angry, the killing of the heart rose, spreading out numerous bloodvines, and rushed directly into the crowd of onlookers. The human face at the top of each bloodvine opened a bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, and bite on the head of a cultivator, and the layers of tooth decay continued to shrink. Just in a blink of an eye, the human race cultivator was swallowed into the belly and turned into a rolling life essence origin, supplementing the chi and blood of Bloodvine clan great expert. This is really a disaster for the true cultivation of the major sect forces. Most cultivators are difficult to resist the slaughter of Bloodvine clan. Many vines dance, and can even block all the cultivator's retreats, trap the cultivator in it, and eventually swallow it. At this moment, even several body fusion great experts were not spared. They were swallowed by Bloodvine clan great expert, and skeleton doesn't exist. There was chaos in the crowd. This is nothing short of plague. Numerous cultivator expressions are terrified, screaming, roar, scolding, escape. They didn't expect at all. These ferocious clan were originally killing Huangwu Da monarch. Why suddenly turned around and killed them? The battle of antiquity is too far away. Many cultivators have forgotten that the reason why ferocious clan is called ferocious clan is because of their battle strength, heaven-defying, ferocious, terrifying, and without fear. Joining forces with ferocious clan is tantamount to working with tigers. Without absolute strength, the moment before, standing with ferocious clan, next moment may be reduced to ferocious clan's food. Bloodvine clan is about to kill, no matter what sect aristocratic family you are, or high sect's major sect. Even the heaven-chosen demon of super sect is like a trivial ant in their eyes. At this moment, whether it is heavenly gang religion, sword sect, or wind thunder temple, primordial sect, all fall from the cultivator. Suzaimo saw this scene. His expression was cold, and there was no fluctuation in his heart. These super sects were just so imposing, threatening to suppress him and Yiling with Yiling, and in the blink of an eye, they ended up doing this for themselves. Even if the barren periphery, the speed of life essence reduction is already very slow, but there is no ferocious clan willing to step into it, and lost life essence for no reason. With the power of desolation, all the experts of 6 great ferocious clans are repelled. Suzaimo's body flickered. 9 and 9 heaven and earth Dharma idol guarded him, quickly came to Yiling's side, and wanted to support Yiling. However, he grabbed Yiling's arm and lifted it up without pulling. Azure Lotus true body. Although the fleshly body of Dragon Clan true body is not as powerful as the bloodline horror of Dragon Clan true body, its power is not to be underestimated. Not to mention pulling up Yiling, even lifting a mountain is not a problem. Yiling expression changed, groaned. Suzaimo stared. This time, he failed to pull Yiling, but instead triggered the chain on Yiling. The hoop suddenly tightened, and the spikes pierced Yiling's flesh again, flowing a path of scarlet blood. Suzaimo was anxious. If you want to save Yiling, you must break this chain. Although Baron is terrifying, the magic power over Dragon Clan true body is not endless, and it will not last long. 6 great ferocious clans expert, standing outside. Each and every one is ready, just wait for the Baron to dissipate, and they will kill again. Since the war, there have been more than 100 ferocious clans falls, more than 100. But most of them are Da monarch of law manifestation realm. Ferocious clan great expert didn't fall much. In other words, if you wait for the 6 great ferocious clans expert to come back, Suzaimo and Yiling are still bodil rather than well. Suzaimo groaned. Yiling, bear with me, I'll try to break this chain. Yiling squeezed her lips tightly, nodded. Suzaimo clenched good fortune lotus platform, and according to the chain on Yiling, fiercely smashed it. When fire star flowing in all directions, Suzaimo was shocked, and felt a tremendous force of antishock. He poured into within the body, his mouth numb, and Good Fortune Lotus platform almost flew away. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, the handling god couldn't help laughing heartily. Huang Wu, don't do these unnecessary moves. This godlock is my god clan treasure. Even the magical treasure is difficult to break it. You're much worse at Good Fortune Lotus platform. Third more. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1312. Chapter 1312. Natural Phenomenon. Even when 6 great ferocious clans experts saw Suzaimo coming to Yiling, he was not panicked because they know that Yiling cannot leave this place as long as he does not unlock the Tenjin lock. Suzaimo also knows that it is not that the Good Fortune Lotus platform is not strong enough, but because the original Good Fortune Azure Lotus was destroyed, and now there is only one Lotus platform left, and the power is naturally much worse. I don't believe it. I can't open a broken lock. With Suzaimo's thoughts, Dragon Clan True Body has been sensed. Feeling that within the body magic power is not much, she no longer releases the Baron. Her brows are open, and a bronze cauldron emerges. This bronze cauldron was obtained by Suzaimo from the ruins of Dagon, and its origin is unknown. Although Ding's body is covered with cracks and has been used up, but the broken Ding's body is extremely hard, and there is no divine weapon to hurt it. This bronze cauldron, Suzaimo, has been used in Myriad Shapes City, and many cultivators have seen it. Took out bronze cauldron, the relationship between Dragon Clan True Body and him was almost certain, and certainly could not be concealed. But now there is no other way, just move out of bronze cauldron and dry. Dragon Clan True Body within the body chi and blood surges, picks up bronze cauldron, explodes all strength, and moves towards the god's lock fiercely and smashes down. When, a loud noise. The Tenjin lock is intact, but instead issued a dazzling golden light. A powerful shock force nearly overturned the Dragon Clan True Body. How strong is the fleshly body and bloodline of Dragon Clan True Body? But even so, his entire arm was numb, and bloodline couldn't get through. Yiling's neck and limbs were stabbed again by many spikes, and scarlet blood surged out. But Yiling clenched his teeth and remained silent. HMPH. The handling god proudly said, "I God Clan is a treasure. How can you allow this broken copper and iron to touch? The greater your strength, the stronger the countershock force that bears the god lock." Tone barely fell. The cold spirit god waited for 6 great ferocious clans expert, and besieged again. Without desolation, 6 great ferocious clans expert has no worries. Each and every one murderers looking, staring at Suzaimo, Dragon Clan True Body, and Yiling in the center of the battlefield. The situation is becoming more critical. If this is not enough, Suzaimo will have to explain all 3. Well, that bronze cauldron seems familiar. It seems that in Myriad Shapes City, Huang Wu Daomon used this cauldron to hard hit with God Clan Commander. What is the relationship between this red-haired foreign clan and Huang Wu Daomon? Some cultivators have found anomalies. Suzaimo narrowed his eyes and thought about countermeasures. The more critical, the more calm you must be. Just then, Suzaimo's ears sounded a deep, hoarse voice. "Zaimo, back away." It's Yan Bichen. Suzaimo retreated subconsciously, and moved towards Yan Bichen. Looked away. At this point, Yan Bichen had just fallen into a feeling of self-blame and resentment, just woke up, holding the Li Hen magic knife. Her pupils were dark, and she stepped forward. Suzaimo's heart moved. The handling god once said that the god lock on this day, even the magical treasure of the old ancestor of Great Ascension, can't be broken. But Li Hen is not a magical treasure, but a sovereign tool that is stronger than a magical treasure. The sovereign weapon is called the sovereign tool. Yan Bichen has nothing to do with the knife. Li Hen's magic sword turned into a black glow, and moved towards Tenjin lock fell down. At the same time, 6 great ferocious clans expert also killed and shot. Huang Wu, I see what else you can do. First slaughter this red hair animal and see what he is. The experts at 6 great ferocious clans drank, murderers looking, and sighed in their hearts. As Swire ferocious clan, where they have suffered such losses, they were all forced to retreat by a Dao law. At this point, Yan Bichun took a shot and cut to Tenjin Lock. Suzaimo's 9 and 9 Heaven and Earth Dharma idol has been scaly and bruised so far, and can't stop the 6 great ferocious clans expert. Dragon Clan True Body gazes if a torch, within the body chi and blood surging, a wave of sea waves roar, and the breath keeps rising. Crash bang, blood as tide. Really strong chi and blood. 6 great ferocious clans expert is also heart shivered with cold. HMPH. The cold spirit god expressed no fear, coldly said, "It's just blood as tide." What fear? My bloodline has also cultivated to this step. Crash bang. Within the body of the handling god, there was a sound of roaring waves, chi and blood surging. Terrifying. However, the momentum of Dragon Clan True Body is still rising rapidly, and there is no stopping trend at all. Around the Dragon Clan True Body, the scarlet-eared monster chi tumbled and raged in the blazing flames, quickly condensing a horror of heads, eye-catching, and lifelike Monster King, Desolate Ox Monster King, Stone Bear Monster King, Giant Python Monster King, Blood Ape Monster King, Divine Horse Monster King, Nether Tiger Monster King, Wind Leopard Monster King, Desolate Sea Dragon King, Sea Suppressing Spirit Tortoise. 9 Great Demon King came out of the fire, as many as they came, filled with a strong breath, sharp minions, demon pupils flashing fierce rays of light, surrounding the Dragon Clan True Body. Although there are only 9 Monster Kings, in the face of the siege of 6 great ferocious clans expert, the momentum is not exposed. Bloodline phenomenon. Kung-Su, who fled to the distance, felt the movement here, couldn't help looking back, and couldn't help changing his color. It's Huang Wu. This red-haired foreign clan is definitely Huang Wu Da Monarch. This bloodline phenomenon is so amazing that only Suzaimo on Heavenly Desolate Continent has ever released it. Although the current bloodline phenomenon seems to have 2 more horrible monster kings than what Kung-Su knows, everyone knows that it is absolutely impossible for anyone else to cultivate this natural phenomenon except Huang Wu Da Monarch. Did this red-haired foreign clan be the avatar of Huang Wu Da Monarch? Hiss. Thinking of this possibility, Kung-Su couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This too terrifying. Just a Huang Wu Da Monarch, it is so powerful. And the battle strength of this red-haired foreign clan is even more terrifying. If the 2 are the same person, how does that person exist? It is really possible, a cultivator said in a condensed voice. Don't forget, the Dragon Clan bloodline of Huang Wu Da Monarch disappeared completely after the Battle of Land of Preaching the Tao. Now it seems that he is probably Dragon Clan bloodline. Gather this avatar, it really deserves 10,000 ancient monsters. On the battlefield, the expert of 6 great ferocious clans was also taken aback. The bloodline phenomenon of the 9 great demon king in front of them is just as shocking to them as the Baron spell. Is this a bloodline phenomenon? What bloodline phenomenon? There will be such a big movement, will release such an incomparable, brutal and terrifying 9 big monster beasts. Many of these monster beasts are the most common races. But looking at these monster beasts, even the great expert of 6 great ferocious clans felt a thrill. Roar. At this moment, Dragon Clan True Body opened its mouth, and 9 monster kings also opened their mouths at the same time, and a roar of heaven shaking, earth-shattering cry broke out. Above the heavens and under the earth, a silence. The 6 great ferocious clans expert, all screamed by this roar, lost his voice and even forgot to breathe. Law manifestation Da Monarch in some of the nearest ferocious clan can't bear the roar, but she bleeds. The primordial spirit disappears, is killed on the spot, and the body falls from the air. Number 4 is finished. Broken Feeling. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1313. Chapter 1313. Scarlet Butterfly. Although 6 great ferocious clans' bloodline is noble and powerful, except for God Clan, none of the other 5 major ferocious clans has cultivated the bloodline phenomenon. As long as God Clan has reached a certain age, he does not need to cultivate to form a bloodline phenomenon. The purer the God Clan bloodline, the stronger the bloodline phenomenon. This is exactly the power of God Clan bloodline. Give me kill. The cold spirit quickly calmed down, and with an order, chi and blood urged to the limit, and a tall and magnificent pyramid emerged under him, full of hunted Shanghai, exuding 10,000 golden light, oppressive and wanton, ancient and mysterious. Beneath the pyramid, there are 10,000 living creatures kneeling down, numbered at 100,000,000,000,100,000, densely packed, and can't see the margins at a glance. Each creature clasped their hands together, looking up at the pyramid above their heads, chanting prayers in their mouths, expressing piety. 100,000,000,000,100,000. The top of the soul spreads a path of golden thin line, all converging to the top of the pyramid, and there is an existence like spiritual God on it. It is the cold spirit God. Bang! 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 The remaining God clan also took out the bloodline phenomenon. In a short time, dozens of ancient pyramids descended, suspended in the void, vibration of heaven and earth. The cultivator watching from a distance is terrible. Between them, they seemed to be returning to immemorial era. The tragic years of God clan's slavery, and a kind of fear from the depths of bloodline was growing in his heart. Even some body fusion great experts are pale, and I feel stuffy on my chest, and I can't breathe. Immemorial era, human race is kneeling on the ground. The humblest and smallest member of the 100,000,000,000,100,000 souls, lives as ants. Today, this scene is back. Even though Kungsu had fled far away, after the arrival of dozens of pyramids, Kungsu felt a strong pressure. Some cultivators, and even the urge to kneel down and worship, grew prepare unimaginable. Suzaimo, at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by dozens of ancient pyramids, what kind of pressure will it endure? That red-haired foreign clan is even stronger. It's just the law manifestation realm, the bloodline phenomenon of law manifestation realm. Can it fight so many God clans' natural phenomenon? Even more how? And several God clan great experts, evil sins, even if you cultivate the bloodline phenomenon, in front of my God clan natural phenomenon, your beasts are clay chickens and pottery dogs, disabled to withstand a single blow. The cold spirit God is loudly shouted. Don't talk nonsense to him, kill him as soon as possible. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince loudly said. Bang! 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 Almost at the same time, 6 great ferocious clans shot, dozens of ancient pyramids, carrying imposing momentum, and moved towards Dragon Clan True Body. 9 great Demon King, naturally no place to fear, set off at the same time, colliding with dozens of pyramids. The barren cow plowing the heaven, raising its horns and overturning a pyramid. The stone bear was huge and leaned forward, hitting the huge body, hitting the pyramid, almost breaking the pyramid into pieces. A path of cracks appeared. Python circled the pyramid, spiraled upward, opened a bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, and swallowed a pyramid into the belly with the potential of throughput heaven and earth. The blood ape presses his chest, stamps his feet, steps forward, throws his fists, and smashes, imposingly. God foal rushes, biting tiger bites, wind leopard shuttles, dragon king swings tail. Spirit Tortoise Zenhai. 9 great Demon King burst out with amazing battle strength, blocking dozens of pyramids. Bloodline phenomenon, heaven shaking, earth shattering. But the situation is still extremely detrimental to Suzaimo, because he faces more than God clan. There are 5 top ferocious clan experts. Although 9 great Demon King resisted dozens of pyramids for the time being, the remaining 5 ferocious clan experts took advantage of their shot to defeat 9 great Demon King. 2 fists beat 4 hands. There are too many 6 great ferocious clans experts, and 9 great Demon King cannot resist. When, at this moment, there was a sound of Ginger's clashes beside him, extremely crisp, but extremely harsh, like a sharp sword, piercing the eardrum. Li Hen's sword has been chopped in Tenjin lock. Tunshin Suo seemed to feel any stimulus, and suddenly issued a path of dazzling golden light. Powerful force poured into the Li Hen magic knife, and wanted to pop the Li-Hen magic knife away. And this power has also stimulated the Li-Hen magic knife. The endless demon chi permeated the body of Li-Hen's magic sword, dark as ink, constantly eroding the god lock. Two weapons began to compete. No one would bow down. Although the Li-Hen magic knife is a over tool, with the power of Yan Bichen, it is difficult to exert the true power of the Li-Hen magic knife. But Tenjin Lock continued to stimulate the Li-Hen magic knife, but inspired this handle tool. This is no longer a battle between cultivators, but a battle between two weapons. Suzaimo believes that Tenjin Lock is definitely not Li-Hen's opponent, but it takes time to cut off Tenjin Lock. On the other side, 9 Great Demon King can't hold it. Everyone working together. The natural phenomenon of these beasts is already an arrow at the end of its flight. The chill spirit looked like a rainbow, said loudly, boom. Tone barely fell, and his pyramid descended, shattering Desolate Sea Dragon King directly. This natural phenomenon collapsed into a scarlet-eared monster chi. Boom. 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 After another, the remaining 8 Great Demon Kings collapsed without supporting them for a long time. The Dragon Clan Teru body expression was cold, suddenly opened its mouth, and took a sharp breath. The entire chest bulged high, swallowing the monster chi formed by the 9 Great Demon Kings collapse, and slowly swallowing it. The monster chi of Scarlet-Eared, surging and changing around Dragon Clan True Body. 6 great ferocious clans saw 9 Great Demon King break up and set off, and moved towards Dragon Clan True Body to kill the past. Seeing that it was about to rush forward, ferocious clan great experts, such as the Handling God, Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince, Wuxi, etc. suddenly changed their expressions and stopped their body subconsciously. They felt a strong sense of crisis and just felt scalp. The rolling monster chi around Dragon Clan True Body seems to be breeding something terrifying. Don't go, the cold spirit shouted quickly. They practiced body fusion realm and could sense this danger. But many ferocious clans law manifestation Dao Monarch were not afraid, did not stop, and continued to move towards Suzaimo. When they heard the reminder from the cold spirit god, it was too late. Under their gaze, behind Monster Clan True Body, monster chi surged, and a blood-colored butterfly gradually emerged, spreading blood-colored wings, with 2 rounds of bright full moon printed on it, like a pair of cold eyes, looking at 6 great ferocious clans. This bloody butterfly is just about 1 jang in size compared to the cold Janghai and the others behind. The pyramids of hunted Janghai are far too small as the same dust. But this blood-colored butterfly came, and the whole heaven and earth valley instantly fell into a dead silence. Thump. Thump. Some cultivators standing in the distance watching the battle. When 9 Great Demon King came down, they did not kneel, and when the ancient pyramid came, they also came over. But this blood-colored butterfly came, these cultivators could no longer support it. Bloodline had solidified, their legs were soft, and they all fell to their knees. Kunksu even raised an illusion. What ferocious clan, what taboos, what body fusion great expert, old ancestor of great ascension, are all ants in front of this bloody butterfly. If there is a god in the world, it can only be this blood butterfly. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1314 Chapter 1314 The Final Hand. What is this? The voice of Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince, with a trembling expression was in shock. 6 great ferocious clans expert is silent. Even in their inherited memory, they have never seen such a bloodline phenomenon, and never seen this bloody butterfly. Of course, the wings of the scarlet butterfly fanned a bit. The action is very light and minimal. If it were not for the 6 great ferocious clans expert, it was almost impossible to see clearly. But it was the slight trembling of the wings of the pair that caused a terrifying storm. The surrounding void is twisting, deforming, collapsing. The remaining pyramids of God Clan Great Expert are shaking and shaking constantly, countless sand and stones rolling down, and a path of cracks appear on the tower. Hong Long Long. The pyramids of several hundred zangs as high as several hundred have collapsed in just a blink of an eye, and turned into billowing smoke and destruction. This bloody butterfly is the ultimate natural phenomenon of Dragon Clan True Body bloodline. At first, in Myriad Shapes City, this blood-culled butterfly came, and half of it was blurred and not solid. Today, Dragon Clan True Body has condensed 2 Monster Kings and has cultivated 9 Monster Kings. Most of the silhouettes of this blood-culled butterfly are solid, and the breath is even more terrifying. Puh, puh, puh. Some of the ferocious clan Damonok closest to Dragon Clan True Body have exploded and turned into a blood mist, body and soul entirely exterminated. This power is simply devastating to them. Just flapping the bloody butterfly wings, it damaged more than 100 ferocious clans' law manifestation Damonok. The whole void was stained with blood red, and it rained in the sky. The ghost spirit, Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince and the others are a little farther apart, plus they are body fusion realm, so they have not suffered such a terrible shock. Even so, there are still a few ferocious clan great expert as if was struck by lightning. They are shocked, look pale, and spit out a mouthful of blood. These great experts couldn't control their body shape, on the verge of collapse. Although they survived, they were obviously obsolete. Far away, the heavenly machine is caught in the crowd, looking at this scene. Unlike the shock and horror in the eyes of other cultivators, although Tanji was somewhat surprised, his face still hid a faint smile. Interesting. Tanji softly muttered, "This Huang Wu is more tricky than I thought." However, this is also the better. The harder you kill, the more fierce the battle, the more souls will fall. Huang Wu Damonok, what a perfect chess piece. Deep in the eyes of Tanji, there was a faint tinge of bloodthirsty, and then quickly converged. Above the battlefield, Kaka, a crisp sound, like a thunderbolt on a sunny day. The cold god had a feeling in the heart, his eyes turned, and he fell on his godlock. His face sank in an instant. The battle between Tenjin Suo and Li Hen is finally defeated. The Tenjin lock couldn't stop the sharp edge of Li Hen's magic knife. The chain was broken, and the iron hoop was no longer supported by magic power. It was chopped into 2 pieces by Yan Bichen and fell off Yiling's neck and 2 limbs. Seeing this scene, Suzaimo was very happy. Yiling finally broke free. But this taboo that once dominated Taiku was paralyzed on the ground. Yiling was hurt too much. Locked by this god lock, his limbs and neck are already blurred, and the wounds are rotten. Even if Yiling bloodline is strong and has an amazing healing power, he will have to rest for a long time. But no matter what, as long as Yiling break free, Suzaimo will have a way to escape with Yiling. Darkness, you killed me so many clansmen, I want you. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. At this moment, ferocious clan experts, such as Handling God, Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince, and others roared and shot, and the moved towards Scarlet Butterfly launched a horrific offensive. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince was burning with a hot Yang divinity fire. The whole person turned into a huge fireball, burning the flames. The rest of the Golden Crow clan also broke out this move. All of a sudden, under the sky, a round of sun appeared, with a path of fire. The flames rolled, and the moved toward the Scarlet Butterfly ran over. The magic power in the sky has been burned out. God cut. Under the guidance of the cold spirit god, many god clan are running magic arts at the same time, holding their hands in imagination, condensing a huge long sword in front of them, with endless sharp edges, moved towards the Scarlet Butterfly. Chopped down. Hum, hum, hum. Many heavenly eyes opened, countless mysterious runes emerged, primal chaos chi permeated, as if heaven and earth had begun. One black light after another. Woo, woo, woo. The thick blood vines moved towards the bloody butterflies entangled. The blood energy was diffused, and the wind was roaring. Su. Rakshasa clan relies on her terrifying speed to fly in the air, holding sharp scimitars in both hands, and she will dive down at any time. Many Mich incantations in the mouth of witch race, waving a bone stick in their hands, a ranger path of incantation, released on the bloody butterfly. 6 great ferocious clans. Almost at his best. The scarlet butterfly flapped its wings again. The storm surged and collided fiercely with 6 great ferocious clans' offensive. Bang! Heaven shaking, earth shattering cry, deafening. At the center of the battlefield, Suzaimo had just lifted Yiling, but failed to stand firm, and was instantly overturned to the ground. Even the 9 and 9 heaven and earth Dharma idol around him were disintegrated on the spot by this extra force. The scarlet butterfly gradually dissipated. This bloodline phenomenon is even stronger. The cultivation realm of Dragon Clan True Body is also there, and it is hard to shake with so many ferocious clan experts. It is not an opponent at all. Dragon Clan True Body shook. At this time, many of the dragon scales on his body fell off, and the corners of his mouth slowly spilled a little blood. The impact of Dragon Clan True Body was not small, and the internal strife has been shaken. If it is in a scuffle, Dragon Clan True Body relies on the speed of the body, shuttles back and forth, and it will not endure such a horrible and fierce offensive. But now, Azure Lotus True Body and Yiling are behind him. If he leaves, Azure Lotus True Body and Yiling will be on the spot. Fortunately, this shock, Yiling has also been rescued. Big brother Yan, come with me. Suzaimo dragged Yiling and found a crumpled animal skin from the storage bag, which depicts a path of mysterious and complicated lines. This is a treasure given to him by ancient formation sect elder before Suzaimo entered Land of Preaching the Tao. It is engraved with a broken form of immemorial era. This formulation is extremely complicated, but if you can understand it, you can break through the space constraints, take the cultivator out of place, and transfer it outside the millions and millions of li. It will not be a problem across the entire heavenly desolate continent. Of course, this formulation is incomplete and the flaws are huge. At that time, the ancient formation sect elder was released once, and the cultivator teleported out, never returned. No one knew where it was teleported. Suzaimo accepts more than 30 inheritances in Land of Preaching the Tao. There was an inheritance of a person formation grandmaster. The accumulation of precipitation for nearly 5,000 years, as early as in the Land of Preaching the Tao. He has already understood the formation on this animal skin. This broken animal skin is his ultimate hole card. 2 even more bursts. There is still in the back, but it is too late to finish writing. Everyone goes to bed early. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1315. Chapter 1315, Waves of Rebirth. Suzaimo runs magic power and injects it into this broken animal skin. The formation mark above is bright, and a mysterious wave of power permeates. Big brother Yan, Xianjian is dead. Leave me here first. Suzaimo persuaded again. 6 great ferocious clans expert has fallen more than half, but there are more than 300 people left, including more than 20 ferocious clan great experts. Such a power, Yan Bijin can't resist it. Even more how? Danji has already disappeared in chaos, and I don't know where to go. Yan Bijin staying here is also 10,000 dangerous, so it is better to follow him away. Yan Bijin slightly frowned, a little hesitant. Although Xianjian is dead, the people he wants to kill are far from enough. Just a fairy sword, not enough to bury Qinpianren. Just then, Suzaimo's expression changed. The formation mark on the animal skin has been fully activated, and the rich magic power is also hovering near the animal skin, but it seems to be blocked by a strong obstacle. How could this be? Suzaimo's expression slightly changed. Although he urged the formation for the first time, as early as in the Land of Preaching the Tao, he has fully understood the formation and will never go wrong. Ha 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 ha. Golden Crow 3's arrogant laughter sounded very proud. Huang Wu, you don't want to use space teleportation anymore. The space here has already been blocked by us. You can't go away. Golden Crow 3 Emperor loudly said. The corner of the mouth of Tanji hidden in the crowd is slightly tilted, expression mocking. It was his idea to block the space of Heaven and Earth Valley. Initially, upon hearing this proposal, 6 great ferocious clans expert dismissed it and dismissed it. From their point of view, with a small human race cultivator, even if it is a 10,000 ancient demon evil, it is not necessary to be so active. Number of 100 ferocious clan experts can't suppress a law manifestation monarch of human race. It is still under the persistent insistence of Tanji that I talked about Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince and the others and joined him to block the space of Heaven and Earth Valley. In the land of preaching the Tao, Suzaimo used the great teleportation talisman to escape under half-ancestors' men. Tanji will never make the same mistake. Suzaimo's heart sank when he heard the words of Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince. The blockade of space means that the formula on the skin of the animal cannot be condensed at all. Things like small shift symbols, things like great teleportation talisman, are also invalid. If you can't teleport, let alone healing with serious injuries, even the 2 great true bodies of Suzaimo, it's hard to get out of the siege of 6 great ferocious clans. This one is like cutting Suzaimo's retreat completely. If you want to break the blockade of space, you need to find enough nodes to block the blockade in addition to strong enough force. The current situation is dangerous and the war is not over. How could 6 great ferocious clans give Suzaimo this time? Even more how? Even if he can find space node, with his power, plus the power of Dragon Clan True Body, Yan Bichen, I am afraid it is difficult to break this space blockade. At this time, the Cold Spirit God, Golden Crow 3 Emperor and the others killed again. The situation instantly became extremely detrimental to Suzaimo. Big brother, you go, leave me alone. Yiling half opened his eyes and said weakly, what to go? Just go together if you want to. Suzaimo without the slightest hesitation refused. His tone was firm. Dragon Clan True Body took a deep breath, gaze as if a torch, and a frown light came out from the eyebrows, instantly submerged into the sky. Divine abilities power diffuse. Hong Long. There was a loud noise in the sky. Clouds burst. A huge stout stone pillar descended quickly from in the sky, exuding terrifying coercion. This stone pillar is grey in color, with a 5-clawed divine dragon climbing on it, exuding ancient aura, coercion and wanton. It seems to be able to suppress 10,000 races. This is the second innate divine ability of Dragon Clan True Body once in Dragon Bones Valley. This huge ancestral dragon divine pillar is 1,000 jang or so long, and it takes hundreds of people to hug each other. It comes down, moved towards the 6 great ferocious clans expert that came over. The suppression of fiercely continued. This sense of oppression made the experts of 6 great ferocious clans feel choking for a while. Some ferocious clans' law manifestation Tao monarch couldn't resist it, and were directly crushed into a body of bloody mud by ancestral dragon divine pillar. Body and soul entirely exterminated. Only some ferocious clan great experts joined forces to stop this huge ancestral dragon divine pillar. But even so, dozens of ferocious clans were suppressed and killed under ancestral dragon divine pillar. 6 great ferocious clans were present, and there were only more than 200 left. Ancestral dragon divine pillar. Just then, among the ferocious clan experts, a murmur of gnashing teeth sounded. I saw Wuxi's face was gloomy, staring at Dragon Clan True Body intently. Originally, he was just skeptical. But seeing the emergence of ancestral dragon divine pillar, he had no doubt at all. When Dragon Clan True Body awakened this divine ability, he was watching beside him. Wuxi believes that only Dragon Clan Young Master can release this terrible innate divine ability. Wuxi slowly said, it really is you. Don't hide, you are Dragon Clan and less. Old dog. Dragon Clan True Body suddenly shouted loudly, interrupting Wuxi's words. Dragon Clan True Body can be exposed, but Suzaimo doesn't want to be involved in Dragon Clan because of this, so that Dragon Clan will be trapped in the siege of several ferocious clan. You have to suppress and kill Wuxi. In the eyes of Dragon Clan True Body, there was a slap in the face. Wuxi isn't dead. Dragon Clan True Body is Dragon Clan Young Master, so you can't hide it. Dragon Clan will inevitably be involved in this matter, and it is likely to encounter any devastating disaster. Just then, Suzaimo's ears suddenly remembered a sound. The sound was very light and hardly audible, but it sounded familiar. This voice said only one word: broken. Broken? Suzaimo froze. What's broken? Immediately afterwards, Suzaimo felt the animal skin in the palm of his hand, gradually heating up, and sent an unusual wave. The magic power originally hovering around the animal skin is rapidly condensing. Suzaimo's mind is divided. Light flashed. The space blockade was broken here. Suzaimo was overjoyed. At this point, 6 great ferocious clans just had a hard time with the innate divine ability of Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar. No one noticed that the space blockade was broken. It seemed that no one except Suzaimo heard that voice. But the clever side of the crowd stayed out of the crowd, watching coldly, but noticed Suzaimo's anomaly. Tanji narrowed his eyes and felt it for a while. He couldn't help but change his expression and said incredibly, "The space blockade has been broken? How is this possible?" Tanji's eyes flickered, and expression was a little hesitant. Today's situation, although there are some changes in the middle, but always under his control. Now, Tanji suddenly felt that the situation seemed to be out of control. The space was blocked and the battle was fierce. Huang Wu had no chance to find a space node. Moreover, the power of Huang Wu is not enough to break the space node, nor can it be with Azura. In other words, there is someone else who breaks space node. Suddenly, the heavenly machine trembled in thought of a possibility. His face suddenly became extremely ugly. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1316 Chapter 1316 Canary Behind. Tanji thinks of the previous thing. Hall Master Zen, who practiced the Netherfire Hall of Blood Refining Demon Scripture, tried to absorb bloodline in the battlefield to restore chi and blood essence origin, but ended in failure. Tanji was a little confused at the time. He knew that Zin's blood refining demon scripture didn't practice at home, but it is by no means impossible to absorb bloodline. Originally, he also thought about secretly blocking the process of purifying bloodline by Zin. I didn't expect, but Zin failed unfathomable mystery, and saved him some means. In retrospect, in connection with the breach of space, Tanji realized that in this heaven and earth valley, there was another expert, and this person is likely to have the same purpose as him. Just then, suddenly shouting loudly around him, "Heavenly, what are you hiding here?" This throat, the sound is very loud. The heavenly heart startled. The back is a palm, patted on the chest of a cultivator, directly shocked the cultivator to death. The cultivator expression was confused and looked at the heavenly machine incredibly. It was not clear to his death why the person in front of him suddenly burst into injury. The crowd burst out. "No, kill the wrong person." Tanji only felt scalp tingling. Only this fallen cultivator was obviously confused by the mind and shouted. That person behind the scene simply didn't show up. The natural machine puts down a smile, expression grave. As a profound principal palace cultivator, he was led by his nose every move and fell into an unprecedented passive. Suddenly, heavenly machine had a feeling in the heart, and suddenly a cold air came from the back, as if being stared at by the presence of extremely dangerous, like a thorn in the back. Tanji slowly turned his head and looked at it. On the battlefield in the distance, a tall and burly silhouette, galloping with a long knife, dancing with white hair, dark eyes, killing intent. Azura, Yan Bichen. Originally, the secret was hidden in the crowd. Yan Bichen could not find it at all. But suddenly there came shouting loudly over there, and immediately caught his attention. Afterwards, Tanji violently wounded people. The crowd was chaotic, and they dispersed. Yan Bichen with no difficulty found the secret machine in the crowd. Originally, Yan Bichen was still hesitant to leave with Suzaimo. Now, seeing that Tanji is not far away, he no longer hesitated in his heart, holding the Lihen magic knife to kill the past. "Heavenly, see where else you can hide, pay me with your life." Yan Bichen such as Demon Sovereign Resurrection, Murderers Looking, Stride Meteor, just in a blink of an eye, they have already come to the front of the heavenly machine, wield the sword to cut. Heavenly machine lifted the folding fan backhand, and moved towards Lihen to resist the past. When fire star flowing in all directions, the heavenly arm sank. Azura, who inherited leaving regrets scripture, has just stepped into the body fusion realm, but in terms of battle strength, no one can resist it. Tanji thinks that if it is one-on-one fight, by his means, it is not even weaker than those of 6 great ferocious clans, the Golden Grow 3 Crown Prince. But facing Yan Bichen, he still feels very difficult, because Yan Bichen is completely a lunatic. He is not afraid of death or injury. In the blink of an eye, the two sides fought for a dozen rounds. Yan Bichen is totally both sides suffer, playing for life. Tanji's folding fan once hit Yan Bichen's leg heavily, snoring his left leg, and breaking his muscles and bones. But Yan Bichen didn't seem to feel the pain, but expression became more and more fierce, and Li Hen demon chi on his body became richer and stronger. Where does the heavenly machine know? How can this pain on the fleshly body equal the 1/10,000th of the pain in Yan Bichen's heart? The pain on the fleshly body would only make the pain in his heart slightly relieved. Heavenly cultivation base has reached body fusion realm great perfection. In terms of strength, it is better than Yan Bichen. But after a dozen rounds, Tanji really didn't want to fight anymore. Yan Bichen was interrupted by dozens of bones by the heavenly machine, and he was still not afraid, strangled and killed him. His body is already covered in bruises. The most serious wound was a stab wound in the left abdomen. Fortunately, he retreated in time, otherwise, this time he can puncture him. As time went by, the formidable power of Li Hen's magic sword gradually revealed. You know, Li Hen demon chi can even corrupt ancient stains like Black Magnetic Mountain, shielding it from its power. The blade cut across the natural wound, and Li Hen demon chi remained on the wound. What kind of damage would be caused to the flesh? Tanji clearly saw that the wound on his body had begun to rot. Azura, don't save Huang Wu, you come to me for what? Tanji was furious in his heart, but he was still forcibly suppressed. And Shin asked, I want you to die. Yan Bichen said word by word. His eyes were cold, and he seemed to be able to swallow the magic of life. Tanji realized that it was impossible to get rid of Yan Bichen easily. If he left the show, he would naturally get rid of Yan Bichen, but the layout of this place can be abandoned. That being the case, I will send you down to reunite with that woman. A bloodlight appeared in the eyes of the heavenly machine, moving the mind. The body seemed to turn into a huge black hole, continuously absorbing the rich bloodline in the battlefield. Blood refining demon scripture. Tanji also knows blood refining demon scripture. Moreover, his blood refining demon scripture is obviously much stronger than the one released by Xin. The natural machine digs into thinking and involves many forces. With the battle of the law manifestation, even 6 great ferocious clans and immemorial taboo are involved. And even Huang Wu Da Monarch has become his chess piece. Arranges a shocking situation to absorb the place. Bloodline. The more creatures that fall in the heaven and earth valley, the thicker the bloodline, the better for him. Therefore, when he saw Xin running blood refining demon scripture and wanted to absorb bloodline here, he naturally wanted to interrupt. This is tantamount to grabbing food in his mouth. Heaven will never allow anyone to touch the bloodline here. Originally, Tanji wanted to hide in the dark, and waited until the end of the war before running demonic heart to absorb and refine the bloodline in this place. But now, Yan Bichen is pushing too tightly, he can't care much. Tanji just absorbed a little bloodline, but suddenly the expression changed dramatically. His connection with the underground bloodline was cut off by a sudden external force. The man behind the scenes shot again. It's him. Tanji suddenly thought of this person's identity, could not help glaring his eyes. Eye socket cracked, shaking with anger. He is cultivation so far, and has done nothing, never lost self-control like this, because he realized that the hard-earned arranges shocking situation. Accumulated such a strong bloodline strength, is likely to make a wedding dress for others. The mantis stalks the cicada, canary behind. He was just a praying mantis. That person behind the scenes is the Oriole. Aya! Tanji shouted, anxiously attacked, and with injuries on his body, chi and blood surged up, could not control, opened a mouthful of blood. It is 2 more bursts, and today 4 is more end. Broken feeling. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1317 Chapter 1317 Life-cutting curse. On the battlefield, 10,000 changes instantly. The space blockade was broken, and Tanji appeared, and Yan Bijan chased away Tanji, and a war broke out. On the other side, the formation mark on the animal skin is bright, and the transmission formation has gradually formed. A huge magic power vortex is looming, dark and deep. I don't know where to go. This magic power vortex is the space tunnel formed on the animal skin formation mark. As long as you jump into it, you can break through the space constraints and leave here. Suzumo can leave at any time. But before he left, he had one more thing to do. That is to kill Wuxi. This variable must be strangled, otherwise it will cause no end of trouble. Everyone rush out and stop Huang Wu. His space tunnel is about to form, and he can't let him escape. The cold spirit god is loudly shouted. Without him reminding, other ferocious clan experts have already shot. If Huang Wu and Immemorial Taboo leave, the consequences will be too terrifying. You have to suppress and kill these 3 beasts here. A Bloodvine clan great expert screamed. In this battle, 6 great ferocious clans suffered heavy losses, and Bloodvine clan was the worst. Dragon clan True Body came down as a desolation, and the law manifestation Tao monarch of Bloodvine clan was almost wiped out. In a few breaths, the life essence was exhausted and died. There are only a few Bloodvine clan great experts left. Naturally they hate Dragon clan True Body. Want to kill me? The Dragon clan True Body expression was cold, and even jumped forward without retreating, and the crowd moved towards 6 great ferocious clans rushed forward. Icily said, I still want to kill you. Dragon clan True Body moved towards Wuxi, rushed over, killing intent cold, sharp as a knife. HMPH. Wuxi had long noticed that her body quickly retreated, said with a sneer, why, I saw the secret and wanted to kill me. As long as he distances himself from Dragon clan True Body, Dragon clan True Body will be trapped in the siege of 6 great ferocious clans and fight against Azure Lotus True Body. By then, Azure Lotus True Body will only have 2 options. Or just stay. 2 great true bodies may be buried here. Or, I left with Yiling 1 step ahead. But the ending of Dragon clan True Body can be imagined. I still want to escape. Dragon clan True Body's eyes are fixed. His eyebrows flicker. The huge divine consciousness continually condenses and compresses, and a dizzying divine consciousness wave pervades. The brows of Dragon clan True Body slowly floated out of a palm-sized scarlet-eared scale, crescent-shaped and unremarkable. But this dragon scale surfaced, and the whole heaven and earth seemed to tremble. Space seems to freeze. Rush towards the figure of 6 great ferocious clans expert in Suzumo. The pupils of Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince, Handling God and the others contracted violently. On this dragon scale, they felt a terrifying atmosphere. In the great desolate monster king's secret scripture, the only primordial spirit secret technique, a reverse scale. This primordial spirit secret technique has only been released 2 times since the Dragon clan True Body practice, because this primordial spirit secret technique is too scary. In Dragon Bones Valley, many Dragon clan elders are not allowed to use Dragon clan True Body. This dragon scale emerged and moved towards Wuxi, slowly flew away. The speed of the dragon scale is not fast, but I do not know why. No matter how far Wuxi retreats, he cannot pull away from this dragon scale, but is getting closer and closer. It's just a primordial spirit secret technique. What a fear! At the heart of the cold spirit, the golden light flickered, and God Clan's primordial spirit secret technique also erupted. Hum, hum, hum. 6 great ferocious clans expert shot one after another. A path of primordial spirit secret technique broke out, and moved towards this dragon scale. Hit it. In front of my witch race, use the primordial spirit secret technique and you are bringing about one's own destruction. Several witch race great experts also sang loudly, and immediately took out the primordial spirit secret technique of witch race. 9 great ferocious clans, each with its own strengths, If it comes to the practice of primordial spirit secret technique and the like, it must be the strongest of witch race. Among the 9 great ferocious clans, the bloodline of the witch race is normal, the fleshly body is the weakest, and the life essence is not long enough, but it can dominate the archaeology and is one of the 9 families. With many secret techniques on the primordial spirit. These secret techniques are not only powerful, but also weird and invincible. A path of primordial spirit secret technique descends and hits the scarlet-eared dragon scale. Immediately afterwards, a scene that shocked everyone. After these primordial spirit secret techniques touched the dragon scale, the ferocious clan experts shot down from the air. The body's internal chi has completely dissipated before the body has fallen on the ground. Died. Just in a blink of an eye, more than 100 ferocious clan experts who shot were all dead, and none were spared. Even the handling god stared at his eyes. His expression was stiff, and there were no scars on his face, but in his sea of consciousness, the primordial spirit had been broken. One side of the cold spirit god fell from the air, body dies and Tao disappears. The reverse scale of the dragon, you must die. This dragon scale cannot be touched. You must die if you touch it. Of course, so many primordial spirit secret techniques hit the reverse scale. This dragon scale is already full of cracks, and it is about to collapse. By this time, the reverse scale had arrived in front of Wuxi. From beginning to end, Wuxi didn't take any action, just wanted to dodge. Because he has lived for so many years, and he is deeply impressed by the primordial spirit. On this scale, he smells the breath of extremely dangerous. Therefore, he did not take the shot. Today, Wuxi is inevitable. Good, good, good. Wuxi icily said, "You let me die. You can't live. You too big avatar, let me die." In Wuxi's sea of consciousness, Mo Green's primordial spirit is constantly expanding, and a path of crack has emerged on his body, which is actually about to explode. Life-cutting curse, Wuxi shouted. In the sea of consciousness, his primordial spirit bursting out an extremely terrifying divine consciousness, condensing a forbidden technique of witch race. Life-cutting curse, a forbidden technique at witch race. Because the premise of releasing life-cutting curse is primordial spirit self-destruction. At the moment of self-destruction, you get a huge divinity of consciousness in an instant, so you can complete this life-cutting curse. It can be said that this curse is all about life. Hearing life-cutting curse 3 words, Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince and the others have changed color. Among the immemorial era and 9 great ferocious clans, although the fleshly body and bloodline of witch race is weak, the rest of ferocious clan are unwilling to proactively provoke, because witch race has some secret techniques that are done at the expense of your life. Once witch race went crazy, the rest of ferocious clan couldn't afford it. Like Wuxi, with his primordial spirit self-destruction from body fusion great expert, the life-cutting curse released, even the half-ancestor expert by ferocious clan, may not be able to resist it. Wuxi knows he will die, so before he dies, let Dragon Clan True Body and Azure Lotus True Body bury him. This life-cutting curse instantly landed in the sea of consciousness of Dragon Clan True Body and Azure Lotus True Body, appearing out of thin air, and directed directly at the primordial spirit. Even if Azure Lotus True Body comes with a primordial spirit's magic tool like Wisdom King's prayer beads, you can't stop this life-cutting curse. This is where terrifying for witch race. Dead. Let's die. Wuxi primordial spirit protects himself. The remaining divide thought, still screaming frantically, expression stunned, staring at his eyes, wanting to see the miserable end of Suzaima 2 great true bodies. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1318 Chapter 1318 Zenhai. Azure Lotus True Body was shocked. In the sea of consciousness, a mist of dark green came down, exuding an evil atmosphere, and the black primordial spirit of moved towards Suzaima swallowed away. At this moment, the black-haired primordial spirit sat on the Good Fortune Lotus platform, feeling the crisis, rising up, rising to the sky, and the sea of consciousness boiling. 54 Azure lotus seeds turned into a path of glowing light, gushing out, and quickly condensed into an azure long sword in front of the primordial spirit of the black hair. "Give me something!" Brunette primordial spirit loudly shouted. Azure lotus sword moved towards the green mist that rushed forward, fiercely chopped down. Pukai. The mist of Mo-green was chopped in half instantly, and the evil atmosphere was obviously chopped up by the azure lotus sword. The mist was cut into 2.5, and continued to float. There was no tendency to stop. It was still moved towards the black hair, and the primordial spirit was swallowed up. Hiss. Suzaimo heart startled. Azure lotus sword. Since practicing great accomplishment, it can be described as the supreme killing of primordial spirit, without any disadvantage. Didn't expect to fail this life-cutting curse. It is not that the azure lotus sword is not strong enough, but, after all, the two sides differed by a great realm. Moreover, Wuxi sacrifices his life, and this curse that was completed by the primordial spirit self-destruction is so easy to resist. Hey, hey, hey. The black-haired primordial spirit controls the azure lotus sword and continuously cuts down, trying to block the way of the ink-green mist. Puh, puh, puh. The sword edge was stern, chopped the mist into 7 pieces and 8 pieces, fragmented, and the colors were much dim, but it still did not completely suppress the evil power of the mist. In the end, the mist of green was shrouded in dark primordial spirit. Suzaimo groaned, feeling his primordial spirit, like being stuck by something. Even the divine consciousness cannot be released. Although the azure lotus sword has not completely resolved this life-cutting curse, it still resists most of the power. Otherwise, the mist of ink green stains the black hair primordial spirit. Within a few breaths, the black hair primordial spirit will be exhausted and die out. Of course, the power of this life-cutting curse is still shrouded in the black hair's primordial spirit. Even Suzaimo doesn't know what the consequences will be. What he was really worried about was Dragon Clan True Body. Unlike Azure Lotus True Body, Dragon Clan True Body has no killer like Azure Lotus Sword except for the reverse scale primordial spirit secret technique. Dragon Clan True Body battles mostly rely on fleshly body, chi and blood, and rarely use magic tool. This life-cutting curse is deadly to Dragon Clan True Body. Just relying on those dragon scales on the primordial spirit of the red hair, the power of this life-cutting curse will definitely not be blocked. At the same time, a few witch race great experts who are still alive have also shot, bursting into the primordial spirit secret technique against the Dragon Clan True Body. God Curse, Divine Mantra, one of the primordial spirit secret techniques of witch race. Although formidable power is not as powerful as life-cutting curse, it is also invincible. It descends directly into the sea of consciousness of the cultivator and obliterates the weird curse of the primordial spirit. Life-cutting curse come at the same time. In the sea of consciousness of the Dragon Clan True Body, there are 3 fist-sized light balls suspended around the Dragon Clan True Body. Each light ball exudes a terrifying atmosphere, and I don't know what is bred in it. Below the ball of light is an ocean, dark, cold and deep. Desolate oceans in great desolation. Dragon Clan True Body's huge divide consciousness. The mist of ink green formed by life-cutting curse descends on the sea of consciousness and instantly merges into this desolate oceans, dyeing this black sea surface into a weird green. At the same time, the sacred mantra descended, forming a divine windstorm, sweeping the sea, setting off a path of stormy sea. The big curse rolled up the green overflowing giant wave, moved towards the red-haired primordial spirit, shrouded in the past, and seemed to be completely devoured by the red-haired primordial spirit. Suddenly, in the depths of this desolate oceans, a huge creature wakes up and slowly rises to the surface. The first thing that emerged from the sea was a very hard, huge tortoise shell like a sky, covered with rough cracks, a path of, crisscrossed, irregular, it seems to contain the secret of heaven and earth. Immediately after, a pair of divine eyes opened, exuding cold and attractive eyes. The heaven overflowing giant wave that desolate oceans has just set off, calms down in an instant. Sea suppressing spirit tortoise. In the desolate oceans of upper realm, the spirit tortoise normally lies deep in the desolate oceans, silent and hardly appearing. But once he shows up, even the overlord in desolate oceans, desolate sea dragon king can't make any waves. Sea suppressing spirit tortoise looked at the green surface of the sea beneath him, and a little anger appeared deep in his eyes, and his head suddenly hissed. Call. A huge divine consciousness wave burst, sweeping across the sea. Those groups of divine windstorms collapsed instantly, and even the green sea surface has recovered as before, and has become dark and deep again. The power of life-cutting curse and sacred curse, without even contaminating one of the hairs of the primordial spirit, was completely suppressed by sea-suppressing spirit tortoise. Several witch race great experts. Suddenly the expression changed. Sea-suppressing spirit tortoise not only suppressed their sacred mantra, but also roared a terrifying divine consciousness wave and counter-attacked. Several witch race great experts suffered primordial spirit backlash, vomiting blood. Their expressions were weak, and they fell from the air. Although these witch race great experts have saved their lives, the primordial spirit has been severely damaged. The cultivation base is difficult to improve, and it cannot live for many years. The whole process is slow to say, but in an instant, Wuxi's eyes widened, her eyes glowing with incredible colors. The scene he originally expected did not happen. Azure Lotus True Body is not dead, even Dragon Clan True Body is not dead. The face of that Azure Lotus True Body was obviously faint, and even if he was not dead, he was cursed by him. But that Dragon Clan True Body, why isn't it a little different? That many Dozushin mantra, and the life-cutting curse that erupted from his life, just throw a stone and see it sink without trace in the sea, disappeared. How can it be? This is the head of single thought that Wuxi stayed in this world. At the next moment, his divine thoughts dissipated, leaving only a corpse falling from the air. Body dies and Tao disappears. At this point, mutation suddenly started. Dragon Clan True Body expression has changed and jumped forward. Although he avoided the key, he was still one step slower and was stabbed from the back by a scimitar of Rakshasa Clan Great Expert. The bloody knife tip leaked from the chest, dripping with scarlet blood. Wuxi's life-cutting curse, and those sacred curses, although failed to directly kill the Dragon Clan True Body, but the moment of the primordial spirit battle still affected the spiritual awareness of Dragon Clan True Body. Therefore, he was approached by a Rakshasa Clan Great Expert. This blade pierced Dragon Clan True Body. Chi and blood quickly pass away. Dragon Clan True Body was so angry that he threw Bronze Cauldron backhand and hit the Rakshasa Clan Great Expert fiercely. The Rakshasa Clan Great Expert had already pulled out the scimitar one step earlier and flew away to avoid the counterattack of Suzaimo. Can't stay here. Dragon Clan True Body covered her chest and flashed the thought. Wuxi is dead and must leave as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the remaining 6 great ferocious clans expert has surrounded him and completely cut off his connection with Azure Lotus True Body. And, there are some ferocious clan, moved towards Azure Lotus True Body kill the past. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1319 Chapter 1319 Divine Phoenix. Huang Wu, I see where you can run. Golden Crow 3 Emperor Isili said, today up into the heavens, down into the earth. There is no way for you to live. You Dragon Clan avatar will be buried here. At this point, the expert of 6 great ferocious clans has also seen that this red-haired foreign clan is Suzaimo's avatar. The more so, the more they can't let Suzaimo go. Not just because today, 6 great ferocious clans has killed too many people and suffered heavy losses. What's more, in the hearts of these ferocious clan, this Huang Wu Dao monarch is more terrifying than the immemorial taboo. Kill. Golden Crow 3 Heavenly Sun screams to the sky, burns the golden yang divinity fire, reaches out the 3rd claw, and grabs the top of the head of moved towards Dragon Clan True Body. The Golden Crow family, also known as the three-legged golden crow, among the 3 feet under the belly. The third foot has the strongest strength, can tear 10,000 beasts and pierce through 10,000 objects. Moreover, on this third foot, the burning Yang divinity fire is also the purest, the highest temperature, condensing the essence of the Yang divinity fire. Dragon Clan True Body took a deep breath, a roar deep in the throat, cold eyes, and suddenly pulled out the right hand, grasping the third foot of Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince. Courting death. Golden Crow 3 Emperor expression chilling. He believes that even if Dragon Clan True Body uses Dragon Claw, it will not be able to carry his third leg Kill and Flame. Today, the palm stretched out by Dragon Clan True Body looks fair and tender, is exactly similar to human race palm, weak and weak. It is really no threat. Strange, how could this Dragon Clan avatar's palm look like this? Golden Crow 3 Danzi's mind flashed this thought without thinking. Even the rest of the ferocious clan experts don't know why Dragon Clan True Body will use this weak palm to fight the third leg of Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince. This is tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. But some cultivators standing in the distance have guessed the truth. I understood, a cultivator whispered. This Dragon Clan avatar's right hand looks like this, because his right hand is the divine phoenix bone. Ah, I almost forgot this supreme treasure. In the beginning, primordial sect half-ancestor shot, Huang Wu was seriously injured, and the fleshly body was abolished. Everyone thought that the divine phoenix bone was lost. Now it seems that the divine phoenix bone is most likely on this Dragon Clan avatar. You mean, Huang Wu's avatar can already use the power in the divine phoenix bone? At the time of group discussion, on the battlefield, mutation suddenly started. Just as the palm of Dragon Clan True Body was about to touch the third foot of Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince, in the sky suddenly a loud phoenix sounded. Hey! This phoenix with endless coercion, wears golden cracks, is so high, and is clearly introduced into the ears of each cultivator. Kung Su shuddered. For dragons Raw Fengming, the human race cultivator is deep in the bloodline with a fear. Even the mind of 6 great ferocious clans expert trembled. Immediately afterwards, a force was about to destroy Kangxing, and the power of incineration of 10,000 clan permeated, with a burning aura, the heat waves suffocating. The right hand of Dragon Clan True Body has completely disappeared, replaced by a huge cricket claw, red and hot, almost transparent, burning with the flames of the world. Suddenly, the transformation of heaven and earth changed color. Divine flames beating, the void has become distorted, and burnt to reveal a path of fissures. This paw burning with flames, as if from a real deity, can scatter this heaven and earth into scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. Divine Phoenix Claw. Prior to this, Suzaimo used the Divine Phoenix Bone to save himself several times, but he was never able to really motivate the power of Divine Phoenix Bone. Since Dragon Clan True Body stepped into the law manifestation realm, he can use the power of their Divine Phoenix Bone to imitate the true claws of the Divine Phoenix. Golden Crow 3 Danzi's third leg, although sharp, is far worse than the claws of Divine Phoenix. Undying Divine Phoenix, the god of upper realm, both in status and bloodline, is on Golden Crow clan. Even the flame on Golden Crow's third foot can't compare to the magic flame surrounding the claws of Divine Phoenix. The Golden Crow family is just in control of the Yang divinity fire. But Undying Divine Phoenix controls the fire of the 10,000 family. If we say that the flame on the third leg of Golden Crow is a candle, then the flame on the claws of Divine Phoenix is a blaze. What is this? Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince stared. His eyes were astonished. On this paw burning with flames, he felt great fear. Even the Yang divinity fire on his third foot was instantly suppressed, and it seemed that he did not dare to compete with the burning flames. Rewind. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince screamed, shaking his wings, and fled quickly behind moved towards. Unfortunately, he and Dragon Clan True Body both shot with all their strength. When he reacted, the claw of the Divine Phoenix and his third foot had collided. The golden two-yang divinity fire and scarlet-haired divine phoenix flames collided and eroded continuously, making a weird sound. Just in an instant, two-yang divinity fire was completely swallowed by the flame of divine phoenix. The power of the gods cannot be provoked. "Give me down!" Dragon Clan True Body shouted, and gathered the claws of the divine phoenix. The sharp claws pierced the flesh of the third foot, and fiercely pulled down. Golden Crow's third foot, caught by the claws of divine phoenix, was almost crushed. Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince is very clear: if he is dragged down by Dragon Clan True Body, he will inevitably die. He is also a ruthless character. Between the light and the flint, Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince made a decision, tried his best to shake the wings, and moved away to escape. Sting. The blood mist gushes, diffuses in the sky, and emits hot temperatures. This blood is burning with flames. This is the blood of Golden Crow Clan. The claw of Divine Phoenix even pulled the third leg of the Golden Crow 3 Heavenly Son, and pulled it from his belly. Golden Crow 3 Danzi's face turned pale, and he made a scream, screaming into a golden light. He left without looking back. Such as human race, practice to body fusion realm, in the blink of an eye, the broken arm can grow back. But for Golden Crow Clan, the third foot is the strongest foot of their cultivation bloodline. Once broken, it is difficult to heal. It takes a long time to nourish it before it can grow back. So is Heaven's Eye Clan's Heavenly Eye. Once Heavenly Eye is blinded, it is extremely difficult to repair. The Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince came from the Eastern Sea. Didn't expect it at all. He would encounter such a heavy hit on the heavenly desolate continent. He never wanted to bother about immemorial taboo or Huang Wu Dao monarch. He just wanted to escape heavenly desolate as soon as possible and return to the Eastern Sea. Dragon Clan True Body ignored the escaped Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince, raised the claws of the Divine Phoenix, and moved towards the ferocious clan expert in front of him to grab it. The flames are rolling, sweeping 6 great ferocious clans. 2 more bursts, 3 today. Zymo is leaving, and everyone may wish to guess where to go next. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1320. Chapter 1320 Half Ancestors Shot. Some ferocious clan experts were too late to dodge and were caught by the claws of Divine Phoenix, either torn into 2 halves or burned to ashes by divine flame. Among them, a Bloodvine Clan great expert was also scattered ashes and dispersed smoke by the horrible flame on the claw of Divine Phoenix. Bloodvine Clan is an innate plant, and flames have the most lethal effect on them. Although Bloodvine Clan is one of the 9 great ferocious clans, the ordinary flames will not hurt them at all. But the flame of Divine Phoenix is now burning. Even the Yang Divinity fire must be suppressed by the flame of Divine Phoenix. This is a complete restraint in strength. The claws of Divine Phoenix opened in the front, the flames rolled, 6 great ferocious clans evaded, and did not dare to beat their sharpness. In a blink of an eye, Dragon Clan True Body had already returned to the side of Azure Lotus True Body. The claws of the Dive Phoenix waved, and several ferocious clan besieging Azure Lotus True Body were repelled. Along the way, Dragon Clan True Body was exhausted, and the wound on the chest was bleeding like blood. Scattered on the ground, Suzaima 2 great True Bodies gathered together, ready to jump into that dark magic power vortex, and walk away. Black Hair Primordial Spirit, stained with life-cutting curse. Azure Lotus True Body's face is a little yellow, and the state is not right. Can't stay here. At this time, Misty Peak, 100 Refinements Sect and other sects related to Suzaimo have already left. And Yan Beechin's pursuit of the killer has also disappeared into Suzaimo's sight. I don't know where he goes, he can't care too much. He can only take healing away. Can't let them escape. The rest of the ferocious clan experts are loudly shouted, and they are shooting. In order to besiege Yiling this time, 6 great ferocious clans sent a total of nearly 1,000 experts, and the cultivation base was at least Law Manifestation Realm. However, in the process of killing Yiling, more than 100 people were damaged. which is acceptable. Today, there are only over 100 experts in 6 great ferocious clans. The magnitude of this loss has never been since the war in ancient times. Based on the heritage of 6 great ferocious clans, these experts fell off, but it can't be considered anything, except that in addition to facing the ancient emperors, how has 6 great ferocious clans expert encountered such a big setback? Why a ferocious clan chose to live in this life and walk out of the forbidden area. It is foreseeing that human race's luck is declining. The opportunity for them to retake Heavenly Desolate has arrived. But didn't expect, the ferocious clan expert had just appeared, and he encountered such a blow, which was almost obliterated by the entire army. This result, they must not accept it. You must suppress and kill all Huang Wu Dao monarch and immemorial taboo. Woo woo woo. The remaining Heaven's Eye clan opened Heavenly Eye, and pushed the power of Heavenly Eye to the limit. One black light after another broke into the air, and moved towards Dragon Clan True Body, Azure Lotus True Body, and Yiling fought. God Clan, Bloodvine Clan, Witch Race, Golden Crow Clan, Rakshasa Clan. The remaining experts also shot, and moved towards Magic Power Vortex hit the past and do their best. Although Dragon Clan True Body can move and dodge, that Magic Power Vortex does not. As long as this Magic Power Vortex is broken and the Teleportation Great Formation is destroyed, none of the 3 Huang Wu Dao monarch can get away. Hong Long. Just then, a loud noise came from above the sky, cracking a huge gap. Then, a silhouette was faintly discernible. Although small, it exudes terrifying coercion, black hair dancing, shimmering light all over, and the whole heaven and earth is shaking. This power has completely surpassed body fusion realm. Kung Xi looked up at the silhouette above the sky, expressing horror, with endless shock in his eyes, holding his breath away. Ancestor Realm. This power is definitely the power of Ancestor Realm. Even 6 great ferocious clans expert is slightly frowned. Half Ancestor for human race, a God Clan great expert frowned. Did this half Ancestor come to rescue Huang Wu? Looking at this half Ancestor's robe and breath, it should be from Primordial Sect, and Primordial Sect and Huang Wu seem to have deep grudges. Just then, the silhouette in midair slowly opened. Huang Wu, you destroyed my emperor's bloodline. It has kept you alive for so long. Today it's your blood debt must be repaid with blood. Half Ancestor's voice, each word exuding powerful coercion, made the void tremble. Ah, it's Half Ancestor. My understood, land of preaching the Tao, is the shot of this emperor Half Ancestor. If not for the Ancestor Realm expert from buried Dragon Valley, Huang Wu would have fallen. Last time in the land of preaching the Tao, the emperor's half ancestor didn't show up. He just shot from space. Today, he really came. It seems that Huang Wu is doomed to have this catastrophe, and he cannot survive today. Li Fan. Suzaimo complexion sank. Bang. Li Fan extend the hand palm, across the heavy void, pressed towards Suzaimo's direction. Great primordial palm. With the power of half ancestor, what a formidable power is this great primordial palm released. A path of tiny cracks emerged throughout the space. Space can't bear it. At the same time, the attacks of the major ferocious clan experts have also come, instantly covering Suzaimo, 2 great true bodies and Yiling. Today, there is only Dragon Clan True Body left. Dragon Clan True Body cannot be returned. As soon as he retreats, the teleportation great formation behind will be shattered, and once the teleportation great formation collapses, his retreat will be completely cut off. But facing so many ferocious clan's shots and the power of half ancestor, it is just the claws of Divine Phoenix, which can't resist it at all. There is only one possibility to stop this attack. Dragon Clan True Body waved his hands to draw a semicircle on the side of the body too, and finally gathered on his chest. His fingers changed, condensed magic arts, and swept across his chest. His eyebrows burst into a divine light, submerged between his hands. By doing this, the expression of Dragon Clan True Body instantly diminished, and the primordial spirit was faint. His primordial spirit had been pushed to the limit. Kog. Dragon Clan True Body lightly shouted, divine ability's power that shakes heaven and earth is coming. In front of Dragon Clan True Body, between the hands waving, a huge stone shield emerged, rough and ancient, with a path of winding grooves, a mysterious mystery. This stone shield is like an ancient turtle shell. What is this? Another innate divine ability? If I remember correctly, this Dragon Clan avatar from Huang Wu has released 2 innate divine abilities. Is this the third Dao? Not to mention the cultivator in the distance, even the 6 great ferocious clans present was shocked. This divine ability is exactly one of the 4 great divine abilities recorded in Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture, the Shield of Spirit Tortoise. In the Dragon Bones Valley, Dragon Clan Avatar and Long Kang fought once. However, at that time, the Dragon Clan True Body had just awakened this innate divine ability, and had not yet fully comprehended it. The intricate and mysterious lines and grooves on the Shield of Spirit Tortoise, only a small half shimmered with shimmer. Even so, this Shield of Spirit Tortoise resists Long Kang's 5th claw. And now, the gully pattern on this Shield of Spirit Tortoise has all lighted up. This innate divine ability, Dragon Clan True Body has been trained to great perfection. In fact, in such a short period of time, this innate divine ability can be cultivated to great perfection. Not only because of Dragon Clan True Body extraordinary natural talent, but also Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture. Even more, when Suzaimo stepped into the Gold Core realm, he had condensed the turtle and snake natural phenomenon. On the back of that black tortoise, there was also a path of groove pattern. 2. In contrast, Dragon Clan True Body can cultivate this innate divine ability to great perfection at the fastest speed. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1321 Chapter 1321, Get Out. At the moment when the Shield of Spirit Tortoise condensed, Suzaimo embraced Yi Ling and jumped into the magic power vortex. Almost at the same time, the attack of 6 great ferocious clans expert, Di Fan's great primordial palm all descended on the Shield of Spirit Tortoise. Bang! A loud noise, heaven shaking, earth shattering. A group of dazzling brilliance erupted at the collision to form a semicircular mask, which quickly moved towards all around and spread. The earth is surging, flying sand running stone. Hong Long Long. A path of fissures have emerged from the peaks of heaven and earth valley all around. They have collapsed, countless boulders rolled down, mountains bursting and ground splitting. Even though the cultivator who had already hid in the distance to watch the battle, he felt the momentary deafness and could not hear anything. The power of this collision is too strong. Some body fusion great experts turned pale. Not to mention the most central force of the collision. Even if it is the spread of the remaining force, they are less likely to avoid body dies and Tao disappears. The power of half-ancestor is simply destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth. Such a terrifying power, Huang Wu Dao Monarch will surely die. When the group was talking, they still kept their eyes open and looked towards the center of the battlefield. In the billowing smoke, a vague silhouette can be seen vaguely, with red hair like flames. Although both legs have been deeply buried in the soil, the spine is still upright and refuses to bend. Isn't it still dead? 6 great ferocious clans expert looked at this scene incredibly. That turtle shell can stop such a terrifying blow. In other words, the human race half-ancestor came and was also explodes into waste. Suzaimo was grateful. Fortunately, the first thing he awakened was the purely defensive innate divine ability in Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture. I'm afraid that only the dive ability in Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture can resist this attack. Otherwise, on the 2 great true bodies, there is no means. Any magic tool, any divine ability, any whole cards, can resist this one. Although Bronze Cauldron is invulnerable, indestructible and impregnable, it is just enough a power to shake the Dragon Clan True Body hiding in it into pieces. Of course, although the Spirit Tortoise Shield resists most of the power, it is after all a full-strength attack of more than 100 ferocious clan and half-ancestor experts, and Dragon Clan True Body is not comfortable. Dragon Clan True Body's hands, holding the Shield of Spirit Tortoise, The dragon scale on her body has lost most of it, exuding scarlet blood. At this moment, his body was cracked, his arms were unconscious, the flesh on his chest was blurry, and chi and blood decayed badly. A path of rift has surfaced on the shield of Spirit Tortoise. This is not a gully on the turtle's shell. This is really broken. Not dead yet. Li Fan shot again. Dragon Clan True Body used his last strength to pull his legs out of the dirt, and jumped into the magic power vortex behind him, disappearing. Li Fan transfigured a huge palm and instantly dived into the magic power vortex. He wanted to grab the Dragon Clan True Body back. At the time, when Suzaimo shattered the great teleportation talisman, Li Fan went from hunting to the space tunnel and abolished Suzaimo's fleshly body. But this time, Li Fan's expression changed. The palm of his hand penetrated into this magic power vortex, as if sinking into a bottomless ocean, a mysterious and vast starry sky. Dragon Clan True Body is in it, just like the same dust. He simply cannot catch it. You know, although this piece of animal skin is incomplete, it depicts the transmission of the Antiquity Time Great Formation, which is much brighter than the Great Teleportation Talisman. If the old ancestor of Great Ascension is taken, it may be possible to capture the tracks of Dragon Clan True Body. The power of Half-Ancestor is not even perceived. Li Fan retracted his palm. His eyes flickered, expression was furious. As a Half-Ancestor, a law manifestation Damonok is as humble as an ant in his eyes. But he shot 2 degrees, and this time even the real body came here. Let the ants escape from under his eyelids. I see where you can escape. Li Fan was furious and shot out. Great primordial palm, like a huge grinding disc, descended on that magic power vortex. You 3 will stay in that void forever. Bang! The magic power vortex couldn't support it, and was instantly shattered, collapsed, and vanished by the great primordial palm. Once the space tunnel is broken, it means that the teleportation has failed, and the teleportee will be exiled, placed in a turbulent stream of darkness and coldness, and may never return to Heavenly Desolate. Not only that, the turbulence of the void is extremely terrifying. Even some fleshly bodies of the body fusion great expert enter it, which are easily torn into pieces and broken into bones. Li Fan's expression is cold. Although I couldn't suppress and kill Suzaimo by myself, exile them 3 into the endless void, it can be regarded as resolving the hatred of my heart. Suzaimo's 2 great true bodies and Yiling were both behind the space tunnel, and suddenly felt a terrifying external force coming. The space tunnel broke instantly. The Dragon Clan True Body was pulled away by a powerful attracting force. Its body was out of control, and it instantly disappeared in front of Azure Lotus True Body. Azure Lotus True Body is shocked. He quickly took off the storage bag and threw it into his sea of consciousness. Immediately after, a powerful turbulent stream of emptiness poured in, beginning to impact Azure Lotus True Body and Yiling. Ah! Azure Lotus True Body yelled, it feels like the whole person is torn. The ubiquitous tearing force comes, and the hardness of Azure Lotus True Body seems to be torn to pieces. He couldn't control his body and arms at all, only feeling light in his arms. He and Yiling were completely dispersed by this turbulent stream. Under the gaze of Azure Lotus True Body, Yiling soon disappeared into the dark and cold void and disappeared. Under this horrible tearing force, his consciousness is gradually sinking. Suddenly, a sacred Buddha light descended on him, forming a golden mask on the surface of the Azure Lotus True Body. There was a flash of light in Suzaimo's mind, but immediately afterwards, he lost consciousness and floated in the dark cold in the sky. Dizzy, Suzaimo's consciousness never woke up. The surroundings are sometimes cold and sometimes warm. Sometimes it seems to be sinking into an endless abyss, constantly sinking, and sometimes it seems to be floating on the endless sea. I don't know how long. Suzaimo's consciousness gradually returned. Although he didn't open his eyes, he was gradually awake. The countless memories of the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley flooded into my mind, and finally settled in the dark in the sky, the little sacred Buddha light I saw. Many things. Suzaimo is on the battlefield, fighting against the group Repair, and fighting with the ferocious clan expert, too late to think. But at this moment, he returned to consciousness, and gradually became awake. Many doubts had an answer. During the war, he had a thought, and seemed to ignore one thing. Until now, he realized that what he ignored was not something but a person. Great Clarity Monk. In Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, the monk Great Clarity once said to him that he no longer needs to use the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple as a bait to refine bloodline, and those bloodline are not enough to satisfy his appetite. At the time, Suzaimo didn't think too much. Now thinking about it, battlefields such as Heaven and Earth Valley are the perfect blood refinement for Great Clarity monks. Today it is necessary to change the map. Let me organize the subsequent plot. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1322 Chapter 1322 Conspiracy Under the Heavens Expert. Although he had escaped from Heaven and Earth Valley, there are many places in retrospect, but Suzaimo felt a shock. Among them, the biggest discovery is the reproduction of demonic art. Blood-refining demon scripture is a demonic art that even demon sects are extremely afraid of. Not only has the Great Clarity Monk cultivated it, but also the master of the Netherfire Hall, and even the secrets of Profound Principle Palace, including his words, 4 people have appeared. Of course, Suzaimo noticed the terrifying of this demonic art in time, and after Thousand Monsters Valley's war, he never used it even after the great danger. He has even given up the blood sacrifice. As your lotus true body in the land of preaching the Tao, get more than 30 ancient inheritance, and even more top-level art such as Golden Light. Many superimposed body techniques are not weaker than the blood-limbed technique. Suzaimo originally thought that the battle between Heaven and Earth Valley was just a sect, and 6 great ferocious clans set up a game against him and Yiling. But now I want to come. This thing is not so simple. Profound Principle Palace's magical machine plays a very important role in this bureau. Or to be precise, this bureau may be set up by itself for the purpose of practicing blood-refining demon scripture. Whether it is him, Yiling, 6 great ferocious clans, the major sect forces, or even the Battle of the Law manifestation, all are just his pieces. Profound Principle Palace Cultivator is nothing. This cultivation base is much higher than Ling's Yuanji. It definitely has this ability and set this amazing situation. Throughout the process, many variables appeared, such as Azure Yan Beachin, Suzaimo's transcendent Heaven and Earth Dharma idol, including the advent of Dragon Clan True Body. But these variables are still under the control of Tanji, because the result that Tanji wants is a fierce battle, falling more experts and spilling enough and rich expert bloodline. Unfortunately, another variable appeared later, completely changing the situation. This variable is the Great Clarity Monk. Suzaimo doesn't know when the Great Clarity Monk came to Heaven and Earth Valley, or maybe he was long hidden in Heaven and Earth Valley, but no one found him. During the entire process, the Great Clarity Monk did not show up, but now if I look back carefully, I can catch some clues. For the first time, someone secretly shot at Hallmaster in Netherfire. The Hallmaster of Netherfire had fought with Jihuo and wanted to urge blood-refining demon scripture to restore magic power chi and blood, but ended in failure. Among them, if there is no one to interfere, how can the Hallmaster of the Netherfire Temple fail? For the second time, someone broke the blockade of Heaven and Earth Valley. Suzaimo now recalls that the broken word that sounded familiar to him at the time was actually the voice of a Great Clarity Monk. Because the Great Clarity Monk is always out of the way and watching indifferently, so there is enough time to find the nodes blocked by the Heaven and Earth Valley space and break them in one fell swoop. Only Great Clarity Monks have this ability. At Law Manifestation Realm, he condenses 4 Supreme Dharma idol. He has stepped into the body fusion realm and integrated 4 Supreme Dharma idols into the fleshly body. What will be the battle strength? The third time, it was the unfathomable mystery that exposed the traces, which led to Yan Beachin's pursuit. In the Tumen battle, Danji also wanted to refine bloodline, broke back and suppressed Yan Beachin, but it ended in failure. Afterwards, Tanji escaped and Yan Beachin chased him away. Behind this, there must be intervention by the Great Clarity Monk. For the fourth time, Suzaimo entered Magic Power Vortex. The fan shot, broke the space tunnel, and the void flowed in. At that time, a little Buddha light emerged from the dark and cold void, covering him. Only the Great Clarity Monk can release the power of this Buddha sect. Although Suzaimo left in the end and did not see the final outcome of the World War I of Heaven and Earth Valley, but don't think about it, the Great Clarity Monk must be the biggest winner. Because of the relationship between Suzaimo and Great Clarity, the Great Clarity Monk once released Suzaimo in the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple. He also secretly broke the space blockade in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley. But all this is under the premise that he will not be exposed. Therefore, from beginning to end, the Great Clarity Monks have not shown up, and they will not show up to fight against the 6 great ferocious clans expert. His ultimate goal is to refine the bloodline of Heaven and Earth Valley. Rescuing Suzaimo can only be done by hand. Suzaimo sighed, with some emotion. Tanji comes from Profound Principal Palace, controls everything behind the scenes, and uses the Under the Heavens expert as a pawn. Arranges an astonishing situation. Someone's method is even better than him. The mantis stalks the cicada, canary behind. The best machine can only be regarded as a praying mantis. The Great Clarity Monk is the cardinal. The Great Clarity Monk is calm and calm, amazing innate talent, battle strength heaven-defying, and just returned. He plans to Under the Heavens expert. He has almost no weaknesses. The Great Clarity Monk is already so powerful, but he is still locked in a sarcophagus, and has been trapped for 40,000 years. What kind of existence is the person who locked him, and how terrifying? Suzaimo sighed in her heart, and tried hard to think about the scene of turbulence in the void. The first to lose contact was Dragon Clan True Body. Dragon Clan True Body finally jumped into Magic Power Vortex, the space tunnel was broken, and the impact he received was also the largest. He was swept away by the void and lost track. Suzaimo believes that even with the fleshly body of Dragon Clan True Body, it is difficult to swallow it even if it is a turbulent stream. But if there is no opportunity, Dragon Clan True Body will probably float forever in the void and cannot return to Heavenly Desolate Continent. At least for now, Suzaimo doesn't sense the existence of Dragon Clan True Body. Suzaimo called Dragon Clan True Body in her heart, but she didn't get any response. There are only 3 cases. First, Dragon Clan True Body has body dies and Dao disappears. Second, Dragon Clan True Body is still in a coma and naturally will not respond. Third, Dragon Clan True Body is still floating in the void. In either case, it is not optimistic. Suzaimo thought of Yiling again. Under the turbulence of the void, he was separated from Yiling. Yiling is also unknown. Suzaimo finally remembered the scene he had experienced before in a coma in the void. In the dark and cold void, there is no direction, no sense of space, no sense of time, only involuntarily wandering. It didn't take long for him to hear a chanting sound in his ears. And these verses are extremely familiar to him. It's the martial scripture he created. These verses established a wonderful inductive connection with him. They were passed in through a space node, and the Azure Lotus True Body moved subconsciously towards that direction. Before long, the rays of light in his eyes greatly rose. His body fell quickly, and the darkness around him was gone. 2 completely different environments have caused great impact on Azure Lotus True Body. In addition, Azure Lotus True Body was already injured, exhausted physically and mentally, and completely fainted. But Suzaimo knew that he had escaped from the turbulence of the void. He now wanted to know where he was. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1323 Chapter 1323 Young Girl. Just then, Suzaimo's ear suddenly heard a voice. Sister, hasn't that person woken up yet? The sound of a slightly immature boy seemed to be complaining. Not yet. Another sound came, quite pleasant, and sounded young, like a girl. Suzaimo opened his eyes. He was in a neither too big nor too small room, lying on a sandalwood bed, covered with a heavy quilt, and the light veil was gathered up. exuding a faint fragrance. On the wooden table beside the bed, there was a simple pot of orchids and a copper mirror. The jewelry in this room is clean and tidy. Although it is simple, there is a touch of elegance, but it looks like a girl's boudoir. The door was tightly closed, but with Suzaimo's eyesight, two figures were coming outside the door. The figure on the left is slightly shorter, but has broad shoulders and a wide body. The dragon walk, tiger steps are quite imposing. The silhouette on the right is slightly taller, with long hair, fluttering posture of lithe and graceful, charming, and I want to be the elder sister in the conversation. Sister, that person's origin is unknown. You have taken care of him for such a long time. You can be regarded as benevolent. I want to say, throw him out and let him survive, said the teenager on the left. Throwing him out now is no different than killing him. The girl shook her head and said, always wait for him to wake up before making plans. But sister, you are Danshan broken, and have to spend every day to take care of that person. I worry about your body. The young man stopped talking. It's nothing. The girl laughed and said, at this time, I started to practice martial Tao, and with some experience, my physical condition has improved. Sister, are you still practicing martial Tao? The teenager seemed to be frowned, and said, I heard someone outside said, Huang Wu, the great devil, teamed up with immemorial taboo and killed many people in the Central Territory, killing a lot of people. What can be the cultivation technique left by the devil? It is good. The girl did not refute it, just lightly saying, it's all rumors from outside, that the cultivator of the three great aristocratic families on the law manifestation list has not passed. Is anyone seeing it in person? But that's all. Suzaimo's heart moved. Three great aristocratic families? However, I heard that Huang Wu offended immortals, Buddhas and demons 3 Tao, and was besieged by 3 Tao. Sister, think about it, if it was not the great devil, he would be immortals, Buddhas and demons 3 can't tolerate it. The boy refused to give up, said again. The girl was silent. After a short pause, the young girl said, I can't be sure of other things. But Huang Wu stood up and Bu was born. This is what we have seen with our own eyes. This is the good work of good fortune under the heavens. Half of the martial scriptures pass under the heavens, so that under the heavens can be cultivated. Such great merit cannot be raised by anything. The young man still seemed to be indifferent and said, that's what it says, but how many people have condensed chi and blood gold core since Huang Wu preached? This is normal. Girly Road, cultivation is heaven-defying. Even those with spirit root can enter Tao of core. It is less than 10,000. Even more how? Martial Tao cultivation is even more difficult. Forget it. Don't argue about these things. The girl waved her hand and smiled, and said, I haven't had lunch yet. I'll clean it up and get you something to eat. With a squeak, the girl pushed open the door. The sisters and brothers stood at the door, seeing that Suzaimo had opened his eyes. His eyes were calm and he was looking at them. The teenager is not very old, about 10 or 23 years old. From a young age, he seems to have grown up and has a lot of style. The girl is about 1516 years old. She is not yet fully grown, but she is already slim. Her skin is beautiful, her appearance is beautiful, her eyes are deep, and her spiritual chi is compelling. Ah! The expression of the boy changed greatly, exclaimed, his body flickered, and he immediately stopped in front of the girl, expression alert, staring at Suzaimo without blinking. The girl saw Suzaimo waking up, and a look of surprise and joy appeared on her face, but she was much calmer than the teenager. Suzaimo lifted the quilt and slowly got up. The young man was heart-shivered with cold, and responded very quickly. He slaps a storage bag around his waist and touches a flying sword. The sword is engraved with a spirit pattern, but it is a low-grade spirit tool. The teenager squeezed spirit art with his left hand, and the right hand made flying sword, ready to go, reminding him in a low voice, elder sister, be careful. Suzaimo looks closely. The teenager's cultivation realm is foundation establishment realm. This series of reaction actions is also fast. The girl was motionless. Seeing the teenager being so alert, the girl smiled, just shook her head slightly, pushed the teenager away, and hugged a cup one fist in the other hand toward Suzumo, saying, "Please forgive me, my brother is just worried about me." Suzumo nodded, didn't speak, and looked at the girl carefully. At first, he was in the void and he heard someone chanting the martial Tao scriptures. It was no accident that this girl should be. It's also wrong. This little female cultivator is a martial Tao, and there is a space node nearby. Through this space node, it establishes a sense with Suzumo in the turbulent void. Suzumo was able to escape. Otherwise, if you miss this space node, Suzumo doesn't know when to wander. In other words, the girl in front of her, although it was an unintentional move, saved her life. Suzumo stared at the young girl, stunned. The teenager's face became extremely ugly. "Hey, what are you looking at? Believing or not, I'm angry and dig out your eyes." The teenager thought that Suzumo was plotting against the girl and he couldn't help screaming. Suzumo came back to his senses, and he couldn't help laughing when he heard the threat from the teenager. As a law manifestation Tao monarch, he can be said to be the first Tao monarch of Heavenly Desolate, but now he is threatened by a small foundation establishment cultivator. This is not to blame the boy in front of him. Today, Suzumo is in a special situation. Before entering the turbulent stream, the black-haired primordial spirit was affected by the life-cutting curse released by Wuxi primordial spirit self-destruction. To this day, this power has not dissipated, shrouding Suzumo's dark hair, the primordial spirit. So Suzumo can't use primordial spirit's power at all now. In other words, he could not release any consciousness, spell, or even heaven and earth Dharma idol. No one else could see through his reality, only when he was a mortal. Of course, this does not mean that he has no protection. With Suzumo's Azure Lotus true body, even if he doesn't move, he can't hurt him if he just comes to law manifestation Tao monarch. Even more how? With Azure Lotus true body melee, he can burst into amazing battle strength. Unlike the teenager's reaction, although the girl was stared at by Suzumo for a long time, she didn't have any dislike in her heart. For some reason, Xu is sixth sense, and the girl does not feel the malice in the heart of this azure-clothed man. Moreover, the eyes of this azure-clothed man are clear and bright. Although he is staring at her, it is different from many people who look at her, so that the girl unconsciously develops a sense of trust in him. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1324 1324 Beiming's brother, put away your spirit tool, don't be rude. The girl patted the boy's shoulder lightly, slamming it lightly. HMPH. The young man gnashed his teeth and fiercely stared at Suzumo. Although he didn't want to, he still obeyed the girl's order and slowly put away flying sword. However, the teenager still refuses to relax. His muscles are tight, and his alertness seems to jump up and shoot at any time. Today, Suzumo primordial spirit is imprisoned by the power of life-cutting curse, unable to mobilize magic power. Others seem to be immortal without a cultivation base. Therefore, it is not surprising that young girls can't see Suzumo's cultivation base. At this point, even if Body Fusion Great Expert comes, you can't see the depth of Suzumo. You saved me? Suzumo looked at the girl and asked out loud. The girl was nodded, revealing the color of memories, and said, I was cultivation that day. And suddenly there were dark clouds, lightning flashes and thunder, and a lightning came and penetrated an ancient tree. I saw you fell not far away. Presumably it was that thunderstorm stunned and brought you back. Suzumo nodded. What does Mr. call? The girl asked again. Suzumo groaned slightly and said, I'm surnamed Su. He still doesn't know where he is now. Coupled with the imprisonment of the primordial spirit, the battle strength is greatly reduced, and it is naturally impossible to confide his entirety. Of course, Suzumo guessed that with the knowledge of this young girl, even if he said his name, the young girl had never heard of it. Heavenly Desolate Continent, known as Huang Wu. But not many people know that Huang Wu's real name is Suzaimo. HMPH. The boy was coldly snorted and sarcastically said, "It's not a good person at first glance." The girl said nothing. When she wanted to come, this azure clothed man was in a different place and had just awakened. "What do you call?" Suzaimo asked. "My name is Biiming's." The girl laughed, but didn't hide it, took a picture of the sight boy, and said, "This is my younger brother, Biiming Ao, who is somewhat rude to Mr. Su." "Please don't blame me." "Elder sister, you don't know who this person is. Tell him what our names do." The boy calling Biiming Ao twisted his body and seemed a little reluctant. Biiming smiled, shook the head. "There is no need to conceal such a thing, nor can it be concealed." Biiming. Suzaimo slightly frowned, softly muttered, "This last name is not very common." Hearing this sentence, Biiming Ao shook his fists and seemed a little irritable. In Biiming's eyes, there was also a gloomy glance, slightly bowed. "This is where?" Suzaimo asked again. Biiming said, "This is Biiming Town. It's all my clansmen in the town." Biiming Town? Suzaimo expression confused, and asked, "Where is Biiming Town?" "Eastern region? Central territory?" Biiming shook the head, saying, "Biiming Town is in the heavenly desolate southern region." Southern region. Suzaimo was shocked. "I didn't expect to start the transmission formation on the animal's skin, and because Defan took the shot and broke the space tunnel, he actually came to the heavenly desolate southern region. He has never set foot in this area. He is extremely strange." Of course, he also knows something about southern region. For example, one of the Buddha sect's 6 temples, the Dipankara temple where Ming Zen is located, is the super sect in the southern region. Since parting with Ming Zen in the land of preaching the Tao, the two haven't seen each other again. Ming Zen has won the inheritance of Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva, and presumably the cultivation base will not be too far behind, and it should have stepped into the law manifestation realm. If he condenses his true body, there is every reason to participate in the law manifestation battle. Does Ming Zen completely see through fame and fortune, and doesn't even want to compete on the law manifestation list? Or is what happened to Ming Zen? The northern region is now ruled by the Great Ziking city and major sect forces. Central territory is completely dependent on the super sect. The southern region is different from the northern region and the central territory. The biggest power in the southern region is the legendary 3 great aristocratic families: Immortal sect 9 sects, Monster race 8 realm, 7 demon sects, Buddha sect 6 temples, 5 large heretic paths, 4 large side gates, and then there are 3 great aristocratic families. These 3 great aristocratic families are different from what Yuzi family and Chiwaba family Suzaimo has played in the northern region. These 3 great aristocratic families are truly descended from antiquity time inheritance, dominating the southern region. 10,000 ancient immortal. I do not know how many winds and waves have experienced. The most terrifying thing is that antiquity time and the southern region 3 great aristocratic families have all been born of sovereign. This is the most important reason for 3 great aristocratic families' inheritance of 10,000 years. The 3 big ancient aristocratic family are all surnames: Dongfeng aristocratic family, Nangong aristocratic family and Ximen aristocratic family. In the southern region, any Dao name honorifica does not have any of these 3 surnames. These 3 big last names of cultivator can go sideways in the southern region. Listen to Mr. Su, not in the southern region? Biiming's Kingchem curiously asked. "Ah." Suzaimo nodded. "Not in the southern region. How did you come here?" "You came to our Biiming town. What are you trying to do?" Biiming Ao immediately asked loudly. This time, Biiming's didn't stop either. After all, Suzaimo's origins are unknown, and she has been able to save Suzaimo back. She also didn't know whether Suzaimo was good or bad. If Suzaimo really tries to do otherwise, she must not leave Suzaimo on Biiming Town. This is a long story. Suzaimo smiled bitterly. If he really explained how he ran to the southern region, he would scare the young girl to death. HMPH said with a sneer. elder sister, what am I talking about? This man is sneaky and secretive, and it really is not a good person. Suzaimo was too lazy to refute. He turned his gaze and fell on Daning of Beimings, lightly frowned, and said, "Are you Danshin broken?" Just now, he heard the dialogue between the young girls and thought that only the setback of Beimings practiced would break up Danshin. Now it seems that Daning of Beimings was obviously shattered by external forces. Beimings did not answer, but asked, "Mr. Su also understands cultivation?" "Slightly understands some." Suzaimo nodded. Beimings pursed his lips and said, "There's nothing to hide. Danshin is broken, it's broken again at worst." In the eyes of beings, there is no loss of despair and despair that Danshin was destroyed. That unyielding gaze, even when Suzaimo saw it, he sighed with admiration. "Elder sister, rest assured, this hatred, I will help you return." Hearing this, Beimingao even temporarily gave up attacking Suzaimo, turned around, gritted his teeth, and hated. "Brother, don't worry about this." Beimings shook the head. "How can I ignore it?" Beimingao said indignantly. The elder sister finally stepped into Dao of Core and was ruined by that woman. This hatred is not shared. Suzaimo's heart moving. This Beimings, which is only 1516 years old, even stepped into Dao of Core and condensed gold core. Such innate talent is truly amazing. 2 more bursts. 3 more today. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1325. 1325 Beiming aristocratic family. I don't know how long Beimings has practiced martial Dao. Suzaimo sees that he has done something, and he has a bit of a look. He should have practiced martial Dao first. Transformation. The small accomplishment of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. The gold core was destroyed. The pain, despair, and confusion. Suzaimo had experienced it firsthand, and it was very bearable for him, and he had once been depressed with his will. It would be difficult for him to rekindle hope without seeing the 2 sentences left by Dao at the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley. The 1516 years old girl in front of her can manage it by herself, instead of being depressed and practicing martial Dao. How hard it is, and how much pain and suffering it is unimaginable. In this girl, Suzaimo saw the kind of struggle against fate, the unyielding of fate, the kind of self-improvement and bravery. This is the will of martial Dao. Suzaimo's heart suddenly moved to single thought, but quickly suppressed. "How long have I been lethargic?" Suzaimo groaned and asked. Beimings said, "It's been a year." "So long?" Suzaimo slightly frowned. "This means that 1 year has passed since the battle between Heaven and Earth Valley. I don't know what major event happened in true cultivation in this year." "Yan Bichen is still there." Suzaimo thought about it and asked, "I heard what you argued about the law manifestation standings, what the Great Devil, and what happened?" "Huang Wu Great Devil." Beiming outwitched his lips, which seems quite hateful, said, "This demon head is in the Central Territory to kill the ring, causing the 3 demons to besiege the siege. I heard that he was exiled to the void by the peerless expert of Immortal Sect." Dao disappears. "Oh." Suzaimo nodded. Beimings slightly frowned, looking at Suzaimo looking thoughtful. She always felt that this question from Mr. Su was a bit abrupt. She also thought that this Mr. Su might be a cultivator, or even a big cultivator, but they just hidden the cultivation base. They could not see it through. But when she saw that Suzaimo's face was yellow and sick, she was far from the cultivator's temperament, and she didn't have the coercion of the cultivator, so she no longer thought about it. At this time, Suzaimo's dark hair, the primordial spirit, was shrouded in the power of life-cutting curse. His condition did not look good. He was thin and thin, like a long sick and downcast scholar. At this moment, there was a trembling on the ground in the distance. Before long, a roar of hoarse hissing came from outside the door. Surrounded by monster chi, spirit power is soaring into the sky. Although Suzaimo could not use divinity consciousness to investigate, but just a glance, it was known that this is a group of cultivators, driving spiritual beasts. and the spirit demon broke into this Beiming town. It's them again. Beiming's expression changed, gritted his teeth. Beiming's expression calm, seems to have become accustomed to this scene. Although you can't see the outside through the high walls of the courtyard, Suzaimo has strong ears and can clearly hear the shouts in the town. They searched me more carefully, but don't blink your eyes and miss something ancient treasure. A loud voice sounded quite arrogant, saying, Beiming aristocratic family, the great family that was tied with our three great aristocratic families at that time. The foundation is very rich. Ha 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 ha. A laugh came from the crowd outside. Suzaimo's heart moved. I didn't expect this Beiming is so big. However, looking at this posture today, it seems that it has not fallen into this situation and was bullied into the head. But no one resisted. A large group of spiritual beasts and spirits are galloping in Beiming town. It's Dongfeng Xuan. Beiming heard the voice outside, passing deep resentment in his eyes, couldn't bear it, rushed out of the door, and moved towards the courtyard. Little brother Beiming's chased out quickly, dragged Beiming and shook the head. You rush now. What's the difference between sending death? It's his elder sister, breaking your gold core. I'm furious. Beiming clenched his fists. His eyes were lightly red. Beiming said, nothing. This is my grievance with Dongfeng. I will resolve it in the future. Just then, the cultivator came to the gate of the courtyard. Honglong. The high wall of the courtyard was smashed by a powerful force. The sand and stones splashed and collapsed. There were dozens of cultivators standing beside the billowing smoke. Most of them were Foundation establishment cultivators, and several of them were Gold Core Taoist, all riding spiritual beasts and looking down at the sister Beimings in the courtyard. Dongfeng Xuan, what do you want to do? Beiming loudly shouted, with his eyes wide open, but from a young age, he already has the momentum of out of the ordinary. Called Dongfeng Xuan is a young man in his 20s who has cultivated to Gold Core realm and rides on a monster beast. This monster beast has scarlet eyes, luxuriant hair, strong limbs, tall and mighty, and covered with sky-high baleful chi. But it is an ancient lost species evil spirit dog. This ancient lost species is already the spirit demon of Gold Core realm. Hearing Beiming screaming at Dongfeng Xuan, I can't help yelling at Beiming scarlet eyes staring at Beiming lowering his body, and moving. The corners of his mouth flowed from the thick saliva. Not to mention the opposite Gold Core Taoist. Just this evil dog is enough to easily kill Beiming's brother. In the face of this ancient lost species, Beiming, although afraid in his heart, did not take a half step back or turn his eyes, staring fiercely at the evil spirit dog. Even the defunct Beiming with Gold Core is fearless and stands side by side with Beiming. Hee. The evil dog under Dongfeng Xuan Pats sneered, dog stuff. Don't be impatient. Don't be impatient. Everyone can hear that the dog thing in Dongfeng Xuan's mouth is cursing Beiming. The cultivator behind Dongfeng Xuan laughed loudly. Isn't this the Beiming eldest young lady who competed with my sister for treasure? TSK. Gold Core was abolished by my sister. It's not easy to live. Dongfeng Xuan's eyes turned and fell on Beiming's. Eccentric said. Beiming's expression is calm and silent. Dongfeng Xuan, don't bully intolerably. Beiming clenched his fists, loudly said. I am bully intolerably. How can you? Dongfeng Xuan pouted. You little of mother's milk not yet dried little cub, can't even fight with my lord spirit demon. Are you still qualified to yell at me? Dongfeng Xuan, you wait. I step into Gold Core and I will compete with you. Beiming said word by word. Oh, Dongfeng Xuan laughed heartily. Actually declared war on me? Ha ha ha. Some cultivators from the Dongfeng aristocratic family also made a laugh. How long should I wait? Dongfeng Xuan faint smile asked. 10 years, 20 years, or 100 years? 3 years. Beiming said. After 3 years, It will be the aristocratic family great competition. When the time comes, I will compete with you. Dongfeng Xuan, feigning ignorance, asked, aristocratic family great competition is our three great aristocratic families. What is the relationship with your Beiming family? Oh, Dongfeng Xuan said suddenly, I almost forgot, you Beiming family, at antiquity time, are on par with our three great aristocratic families. It's a pity, now that you Beiming family, there are only a few hundred people left, alas. No one succeeds. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1326 Chapter 1326 Guardian's Secret. Dongfeng Xuan, if you're okay, just go. Beiming's lightly saying, how many times have you been to Beiming town over the years? Even if there is any treasure, it has long been taken away by your three great aristocratic families. That may not be, Dongfeng Xuan said, but I heard that your Beiming aristocratic family is guarding an amazing antiquity time secret. Maybe it is a huge treasure. Maybe it is a cultivation technique. Who knows what a peerless treasure? Beiming laughed at himself. If there was such a treasure, would the Beiming aristocratic family still be there? Dongfeng Xuan waved. Let me search. Don't miss any secret keys, or animal skins, treasure concealing map or anything like that. Take everything you've gotten old for. The cultivator of the Dongfeng aristocratic family swarmed in, searching unbridled in this courtyard. What stone bench, what teapot, what copper mirror, in Suzaimo's eyes, are the most common gadgets, all of which are packed into storage bags by these cultivators. No wonder, the layout in this courtyard and the house looks so simple. If it is a cultivator of three great aristocratic families, every so often, if you search for it, there is really nothing left. Suzaimo stood aside, watching coldly. The cultivator of the Dongfeng aristocratic family, seeing him as just a mortal, no one looked at him directly. No one paid attention to him at all. After cultivating the Dongfeng aristocratic family in the courtyard, they didn't find anything. They went under the leadership of Dongfeng Xuan. Suzaimo's eyes turned. Not far from the courtyard, on the long street of Beiming town, a handsome man standing out of the ordinary, gold core elm cultivation base, was looking at this side. Big Brother Nangong. Seeing this silhouette, Beiming Ao expression rejoiced, exclaimed, and wanted to rush forward, but was pulled by Beiming's arm. Beiming Ao expression was puzzled, but still asked, Big Brother Nangong, where have you been this year? Why haven't you come to see the elder sister? Did you know? The elder sister first saw a spirit tool and had paid for spirit stone, but was seen by Dongfeng. She wanted to steal this spirit tool. If the elder sister didn't give it, she broke the elder sister's gold core. It seems that this Nangong Taoist should be a member of the Nangong aristocratic family and has a great relationship with Beiming. Beiming Ao seemed to trust him extremely much. However, he was too young to understand many things. Suzaimo just listened to these words and found the anomaly. Beiming was smashed by gold core. For a whole year, the Nangong Taoist had not been here, which has already explained some problems. Moreover, Lookings looked at the Nangong Taoist's eyes. It was obviously aloof. The Nangong Taoist walked slowly and heard Beiming Ao's words, expression indifferent, nodded, and said, I heard. Xiexu, Dongfeng is the bloodline of Dongfeng aristocratic family, why do you compete with her? Nangong Taoist looked at Beiming, slowly said. Beiming's mouth slightly tilted, expression mocking. She had a bright mind and had expected this scene long ago. Beiming Ao stared at his eyes, saying incredulously, Big Brother Nangong, what are you talking about? It's Dongfeng, unreasonable, grab my elder sister. If she wants it, give it to her. Nangong Taoist lightly saying. Beiming Ao was stunned, as if it was the first time he had met the man in front of him. Beiming said, yes, she is the bloodline of the Dongfeng aristocratic family. She has a high status. If she wants it, I will give it to him, so why argue with her? A pause, Beings shook the head, said, but I don't want to give it. Hearing this sentence, Suzaimo was shocked. This scene seems to have met. This sentence seems familiar. You don't want to give? Nangong Daoist smiled and shook his head. What's the end? Your gold core was abolished and has since become a waste. What do you fight with Dongfeng? Nangong Yu Beiming yelled, said, what are you talking about? You don't like elder sister? What do you mean by saying these words? Hee. Nangong Yu smiled and said, you really think that I am close to your elder sister and I like her? I just want to get the secret from your Beiming aristocratic family from you. In other words, as your sister, even if you marry my Nangong family, it's just a puppet. These words are even more hurtful than the long spear. Beiming's figure shook a bit, but still pursed his lips to stabilize the figure. You. Beiming was furious. Blood surged, and gnashing teeth rushed up. So he wanted to find Nangong Yu desperately. Beiming dragged him dead. That's right. Nangong Yu laughed. Xiaox, although you are already a waste, I can still give you a promise. Nangong Yu raised his head slightly and proudly said, as long as you tell me the secrets that your Beiming aristocratic family is guarding, I will allow you to marry into my Nangong family as a puppet. At least I can protect your sisters and brothers from too many humiliation. And, in my Nangong family, you can get some cultivation resources and some cultivation techniques cheats. Roll. Beiming opened his lips lightly and spit out a word coldly. Nangong Yu shook his head and chuckled, and said, Beiming, you have to think carefully. Your Beiming aristocratic family has fallen into this place. You are also a wasteful person. I am a pity for your sister and brother. I only give you this opportunity. Don't regret it. Nangong Yu Beiming couldn't help yelling, you are just a bloodline next to the Nangong aristocratic family. What can you do to be arrogant? Three great aristocratic families, with huge power and numerous bloodline, with 100 million 10,000 people. Among them, the bloodline is the most honorable, and the line is much worse. Nangong Yu, as a sideline of the Nangong aristocratic family, does not rank well in the family. Unless he is heaven chosen, the unholy wickedness of 10,000, will he be able to integrate into the lineage? Nangong Yu is also not angry, saying, it is because I am a sideline, that I want the secret guarded by your Beiming aristocratic family. I got this secret, and naturally made great achievements, can be integrated into the line, and your sister and brother can also get my asylum. Nangong Yu spread out both hands, saying, we are two of its best, why not do it? Roll. Beiming spoke slowly and neatly. Seems to say one more word to Nangong Yu, she feels sick. Oh. Nangong Yu shook the head, sighing. It's so embarrassing. I'd like to see, how long can your sister and brother hold up? Nangong Yu, pointing to the surrounding dilapidated walls and the trampled messy courtyard, said, there will be many days like you. Hee. Nangong Yu's eyes turned and fell on Suzaimo naturally. Nangong Yu slightly frowned. Somehow, the eyes of this as your clothes cultivator made his heart throbbing unfathomable mystery. But soon, he realized that the Azure Clothes cultivator was just a mortal, and suddenly laughed and turned away. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1327 Chapter 1327, Reincarnation. From start to finish, Suzaimo didn't take any action, but just stood idly by. Originally, the idea that he had just suppressed again rose again. In fact, just before Bugs, he felt the rare will of martial Dao, and Suzaimo moved his apprenticeship. But he thought for a moment that he was special. He offended many super sects and swire ferocious clan. If he appeared in the real cultivation world, he would be hunted down. He can't guarantee it by himself. If he accepts a disciple, he will probably cause a terrible disaster to disciple. In fact, with Suzaimo's ability, he has long been eligible for admission. Over the years, he has not made such a move, and he is worried that he will cause trouble for the disaster and implicate the disaster. But now, the many experiences that happened in Beiming made him have a wonderful feeling, and finally confirmed his apprenticeship. Beiming was like him who used to be Pingyang Town, and he watched coldly, watching all this, as if he was dying. This feeling is quite strange, like a hard-to-describe fate. More importantly, Biaiming's cultivated martial Dao before he was rescued from the void and chaos, which is equivalent to saving his life. Biaiming's picked him up, just like he picked up Dai back then, stepped into cultivation and got a chance. Even the experience of beings was similar to him. All this, yin and yang are wrong, like cause and effect, like reincarnation, like mysteriously and inexorably long predestined. Suzaimo is now suffering from life-cutting curse, and how to resolve it is also clueless, so he might as well stay in this Biaiming town temporarily. "Sister, are you okay?" Biaiming Ao asked. Although from the beginning to the end, Biaiming's didn't show any sadness, but Nan Gongnu's words were really hurting. "Nothing." Biaiming's laughed. Seeing the smile of elder sister, Biaiming Ao was relieved. "Elder sister, rest assured, I still have 3 years of cultivation. I will do a good cultivation. Dongfen Xuan, Dongfen Common and Gongnu, I will not let go of any of them." Biaiming Ao shook his fist and swore heavily. "Well, brother, I believe you." Biaiming's nodded. "Sister, I have to hurry up and go to the clan Great Hall to hurry up cultivation. During this time, I may return less. Can you do it yourself?" Biaiming Ao asked again. "It's okay, don't worry about me." Biaiming said, "You don't have to come back to see me during this time of cultivation. This is Biaiming town and there is no major event. It is nothing more than 3 great aristocratic families." Biaiming Ao nodded. Immediately he seemed to think of something, looked towards Suzaimo, not far away, frozen, scolded, "That man, aren't you leaving?" Biaiming saw that Suzaimo was thin, with a pale face, and looked really weak. He felt weak, and said, "Brother, go to cultivation. I will take care of Mr. Su." Biaiming Ao hesitated, nodded, and said, "That's all right. If something goes wrong, elder sister, you go to the clan Great Hall and call me." "Ah." Biaiming nodded. Biaiming Ao gave fiercely a stern glance at Suzaimo before turning away and disappearing soon. Biaiming watched Biaiming Ao leave, then turned slowly, watching the mess in the courtyard, silent. His eyes gradually turned red. Finally, Beings crouched slowly, arms around, crying bitterly. When this girl was bullied by the Dongfeng aristocratic family, she didn't show timidity. After suffering the ridicule of Nan Gongnu, he suffered a great grievance and did not cry. But when the Dongfeng aristocratic family, Nan Gongnu and younger brother left, she still burst into tears and let go of her grievances. All the emotions were released. After all, she is only 10 and 5 years old and has suffered too much. Suzaimo just stood aside and didn't step forward to comfort him. However, in his eyes, there was a touch of admiration. I don't know how long, the crying stopped. Biaiming stretched out his sleeves, wiped away the tears on his face, stood up, and saw Suzaimo looking at her. His face flushed. "Sorry, let Mr. laugh," Biaiming said. She felt wronged in her heart and did not hold back, but forgot that Suzaimo was still there. Suzaimo slightly smiled, saying, "Anyway, what can I do for Mr. Su? If it's close, I can take Mr. Su back." Biaiming asked. Suzaimo shook the head. "If it is convenient, I plan to stay here for a while. I wonder if you—" "I'm fine," Biaiming said. "There are some vacancies in this place, but there may be something like today happening in the future. I am afraid it will disturb Mr. It's nothing." Suzaimo waved his hand and said, "I don't care." Biaiming slightly frowned. If this Mr. Su is mortal, he also knows some things in the true cultivation world. Moreover, he had no fear of what happened today. If you change to ordinary mortals, not to mention the other, seeing those terrifying spiritual beasts, I am afraid that they will be scared to death. This Mr. Su seems to be fine. But to say that this person is a cultivator is even less like it. It's a strange person. Biaiming flashed a puzzle in his mind, and didn't think too much. Somehow, she always has an unfathomable mystery trust in this azure clothes cultivator, and seems to believe that this person will never hurt her. "What's going on with their Biaiming aristocratic family?" Suzaimo asked. Biaiming thought about it and did not hide it, saying, "Antiquity time, originally there were 4 aristocratic family in the southern region, namely Dongfeng, Nangong, Ximen, and Beiming, only later. The Beiming aristocratic family gradually faded away, and never rose again. Antiquity time. The Beiming aristocratic family is also on par with the three great aristocratic families. It also has 100 million 10,000 clansmen. Unfortunately, only this small town is left. Beimings laughed at himself, saying, even so, the three great aristocratic families would not let Beiming town go. And they came to search from time to time, looking for the secret guarded by the Beiming aristocratic family. Suzaimo tried to ask. Beimings said, it is rumored that our family has been guarding a shocking secret from generation to generation, but I have no idea at all, and no one has told us that. The same is true of other clansmen. Over the years, the three great aristocratic families have snatched the treasure and cultivation technique, secret technique of the Beiming aristocratic family. Even the Beiming town has been digging for 3 feet, and no secret has been found. After a short pause, Beimings said, three great aristocratic families keep us, the Klingsmen of Beiming, just hope that we can discover the so-called secret in us. If there is any earth-shaking secret, it has been discovered for a long time, since 10,000 years. How can it be hidden for so long? Suzaimo nodded. However, this rumor is not entirely good for the Beiming aristocratic family. Without this rumor, I am afraid that the Beiming aristocratic family would have been destroyed long ago, and there would be no clansmen left. Everyone may wish to guess what the secret of the Beiming aristocratic family guards. I have left a clue in the previous article, and it is quite easy to guess. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1328. Chapter 1328 Preaching. Mr. Su, you have just woke up and are not in good shape. Let's take a rest first. I'll clean up here. Beimings pointed at the courtyard. Suzaimo nodded, and did not humble. He had just woke up and was planning to examine his physical condition. Back in the room, Suzaimo looked in the sea of consciousness, frowned. The power of life-cutting curse was mostly cut off by the Azure Lotus sword. But this curse is so vicious that it is still shrouded in dark primordial spirit. Divine consciousness cannot be used at all. Not to mention go to Insights Heaven and Earth, practice cultivation technique, cultivation base. This means that if this power of curse cannot be eliminated, Suzaimo's cultivation base will always stay at law manifestation realm great perfection. What's worse, he can't use magic power at all, and he can't release any primordial spirit secret technique at all. With the power of the black primordial spirit, it is difficult to get rid of this power of curse, and you have to resort to external forces. Suzaimo looked at the Good Fortune Lotus platform, sitting on the dark primordial spirit, looking thoughtful. At this moment, due to the power of life-cutting curse, Good Fortune Lotus platform is completely isolated from the black hair primordial spirit, and the glow from the lotus hole cannot pierce the power of life-cutting curse. If the Good Fortune Lotus platform can be restored to its former state and become the real Good Fortune Azure Lotus, the power of Azure Lotus is great rises, and it will certainly eliminate the life-cutting curse. Just how difficult is it to bring Good Fortune Azure Lotus back to life? This is probably many times more difficult than removing the power of life-cutting curse. This is possible unless Immemorial Divine Spring is available. Today, only the Dragon Bones Valley has Immemorial Divine Spring, known to Suzaimo. But Azure Lotus True Body simply can't get in. In the past year of the battle between Heaven and Earth Valley, Dragon Clan must have heard the news long ago. I don't know what Dragon Clan would know when Dragon Clan True Body is an avatar of his Suzaimo. Red-haired Ghost and some elder of Dragon Clan are good for Dragon Clan True Body. Today, Dragon Clan True Body is exiled into the void, and without knowing where he is going, Suzaimo feels a bit ashamed of Dragon Clan and Red-haired Ghost. Thinking of Red-haired Ghost, Suzaimo's mind flashed again. After Yuan Bold Ancestor's death, the red-haired ghost did not return to Dragon Bones Valley, and no one knew where he was going. Suzaimo suppressed a lot of thoughts and began to close her eyes and tried to communicate the world to get rid of the power of life-cutting curse. Time passed, and it was already late at night. Suzaimo opened his eyes slowly, grinned bitterly, and shook his head slightly. Or not. Which race? Great expert primordial spirit self-destruction. This curse urged is indeed terrifying. He can save his life, which is already 10,000 fortunate. If Dragon Clan True Body does not have the great desolate monster king's secret scripture, even if you practice a powerful primordial spirit and reverse scale, you can hardly stop life-cutting curse. Who? Call. Just then, there was a sound of fist agitation in the courtyard. Suzumo stepped out of the door and saw a bright moonlight. A girl was repeatedly practicing 9 different movements. She was smart and astonished. I don't know how long the drill took. The girl's cheeks were permeated with fine beads of sweat. Her expression was serious, and she did not find Suzumo aside. Suzumo looked at the full moon above his head, suddenly astonished, as if returning to the night many years ago. This is also the moonlight. Under the blossoming tree, a woman gave him a chance to take him into cultivation. Mr. Su. At this moment, a sound was heard in the courtyard, but it was Biimings who saw Suzumo, stopped and breathed slightly. Suzumo nodded, saying, "This is Martial Dao." "Yes," Biimings said. Huang Wu stood up. Bu Wu Kang Sheng. This Martial Dao can be cultivated even without Spirit Root. I wonder if Mr. Spirit Root has been tested? Tested? No. Suzumo shook his head. It doesn't matter. Biimings laughed, saying, "If Mr. Su wants to cultivate, try to practice Martial Dao. I have been practicing for about a year, and my consciousness has gradually grown, and I have gained little." Seeing Suzumo's expression indifferent, Biimings didn't seem to be interested. After thinking about it, he said, "Even if Mr. Su doesn't want to step into the true cultivation world and practice Martial Dao, it is good to keep fit." "Actually, I understand some of this Martial Dao." Suzumo slightly smiled. "Ah, sir, understand?" Biimings asked in surprise. "Ah." Suzumo nodded. "You're doing something wrong." Biimings frowned, looking at Suzumo with some suspicion, said, "This is the Dao law action passed by Huang Wu. I have already learned it in my heart. How can there be an error?" Suzumo didn't say much. Just in front of Biimings, walked through the 9 actions of Martial Dao first transformation. "What? Is it different?" Biimings was still a little puzzled. "The actions of 2 people are almost the same. Just a few nuances. There are some differences. 9 transformations of Martial Dao. Each transformation has only 9 actions. These 9 actions are refined after countless years of deduction, and no mistakes are tolerated." Suzumo groaned. "It only looks like a slight difference, but the difference is the smallest, and the result is 1,000 miles. Biimings was still dubious. After all, she was a cultivator and practiced Gold Core Realm. Whoever changes it, being guided by a mortal without a little cultivation base, will have some doubts. When she wanted to come, how could you understand Huang Wu's thoughts as a mortal person, but not Huang Wu Dao Monarch? Biimings said, "Mr. Su, I don't seem to have any problems with cultivation. In the past year, my strength has gradually grown. Although I can't reach 9 cows, the power of 5 cows is there." Suzumo lightly saying, "According to your cultivation speed, in 3 years, you can practice the first transformation of Martial Dao, the 3rd transformation or the 4th transformation. Aristocratic family great competition. You still have to suffer bullying, not to mention revenge." Biimings was silent. She knew that Suzumo was right. According to her cultivation speed, it takes at least 10 years to cultivate to Qi and Blood Gold Core. Suzumo also said, "And if you practice this way, you may be able to consolidate Qi and Blood Gold Core in the future, but the achievements are also limited. Don't want to practice stepping on battle and covering the astral, unbreakable Vajra or even power of dragons and elephants. With Bing's innate talent, even if you explore the practice yourself, you can practice Martial Dao 6th transformation, Qi and Blood Gold Core. In this way, she has a chance to condense primordial spirit and step into nascent soul realm." But Suzumo knows that Martial Dao 6th transformation is not the end. After Martial Dao 3 changes, is the true essence of martial scripture. that is to shed the mortal body and exchange the bones, suppress the heaven-defying method of the same order. Today, the foundation of Biamings has problems, and its future achievements will be limited. Biamings listened to Suzaimo's rhetoric, and she could not help but shake her heart. Hesitating a little, she followed the action that Suzaimo just practiced, and made the first move. Suzaimo shook his head slightly, extended his toes, and kicked more than 10 times on Biaming's body. Biamings clearly saw Suzaimo kicking over, but for some reason, he couldn't avoid it at all. There was a sting in his body between the light and the flint. Her movements changed subconsciously. This action has just been finalized, and her within the body suddenly swells hot, as if inside the body burns, and essence origin melts into the flesh. Just a moment, she was sweating profusely. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1329 Chapter 1329 For 1 year. How could this be? Biaming's heart startled. It's just that this action is much better than the effect of 9 exercises she repeatedly practiced. Is 9 transformations of martial Tao really, as Mr. Su said, a movement is as small as 1,000 miles? If every action can have such amazing effects, maybe she can cultivate through martial Tao second transformation, 5 Qi towards the origin, in 1 or 2 months. Maybe after 3 years, it is really possible for her to cultivate Qi and Blood Gold Core and step back into Tao of Core. Thinking of the faces of Dongfeng Xuan, Dongfeng Common and Gongyu and the others, Biaming's eyes glanced at a bit of cold light. At a young age, the spirit of killing had already been revealed. Suzaimo secretly nodded, and said, "You just remember the action." Ah! Biaming's nodded, practiced again in front of Suzaimo. Suzaimo stretched out his feet again, kicked 3 times in a row, and landed on Biaming's with lightning. The latter couldn't react at all. There was a tingling in his body. Biaming's inhaled slightly, but clenched his teeth, without saying a word. She knew that Suzaimo was helping her correct her movements. At first time, this movement, Biaming's was wrong about a dozen times. Suzaimo just walked through it again. There are only 3 of Biaming's faults. Such memories and innate talent are quite rare. But Suzaimo's expression was bland and did not praise encouragement. If you want to practice martial Tao, Biaming's has to experience many difficult obstacles that you can't imagine. This is just the first step. After Biaming's mastered the first movement, Suzaimo walked through the second movement. Biaming's continued to practice. Over the night, Suzaimo has taught all 9 moves of martial Tao first transformation to Biaming's. Although 9 transformations of martial Tao, it has been spread under the heavens. But does anyone teach confusion? This is exactly 2 effects. Even more how? The preacher and the one who created the martial Tao. With Suzaimo's cultivation realm, eyesight insight, let alone teach Biaming's. Even if it is past Tao monarch Tao law, it is more than enough. If Suzaimo is open a sect and establish a school, he will never be weaker than Heavenly Desolate Continent's 108 high sects. After Suzaimo taught martial Tao first transformation to Biaming's, he stopped showing up and stayed behind for a long time, thinking about ways to crack the life-cutting curse. In a flash, a month passed. On this day, Biaming's knocked on the door and whispered, "Mr. Su." Suzaimo pushed out the door. His gaze turned around on Biaming's body, lightly nodded, and said, "Yes, martial Tao first transformation has been trained to great perfection." Biaming's also laughed, saying, "All of this, but also thanks to Mr. Su for teaching." Biaming's was very clear, if there is no Suzaimo, let alone a month, even a year, he may not be able to cultivate martial Tao first transformation to great perfection. I'll walk you through martial Tao second transformation. You look carefully. Suzaimo came to the courtyard and practiced the 9 actions of martial Tao second step and 5 Qi towards the origin in turn. Biaming's didn't look away, and he didn't want to miss any details. The root of martial Tao is to constantly open up its own potential. Human within the body is a huge treasure with unlimited potential. The human body is 5 dirty, and it can be called the 5 great gods' storehouse. The tempering 5 is dirty, you can get 5 hidden spirits, and 7 tips. Corpse. Suzaimo imparted as much as possible to Beiming's the essence profound truth of martial Dao second transformation. Beiming's didn't understand anything. Suzaimo 3 spoke 2 words, which made her feel enchanted and suddenly realized Beiming's can clearly feel that his body, every day, is undergoing obvious changes. That was a change to shed the mortal body and exchange the bones. After 2 months, 5 chi towards the origin great perfection, her eyesight, ear strength, smell, all kinds of induction, even exceeded her time at Gold Core Realm. This situation is too scary. This is Martial Dao second transformation. Another 3 months have passed. Martial Dao third transformation, copper skin and iron bones great perfection. At this point, the fleshly body of beings was even stronger than when she was at Gold Core Realm. It can be described as impervious to sword or spear, neither water nor fire can approach. After 4 months, Martial Dao fourth transformation, stretches as one wishes great perfection. After the Martial Dao third transformation, after the fourth transformation great perfection, the fleshly body of Beiming's was already rigid and flexible, with agile figure and strength that can even be compared with the pure blood ominous beast of the same order. 9 transformations of Martial Dao has almost exploited the potential of Beiming's fleshly body to the extreme. Time flies. Suzaimo has been in Beiming town for a year. For the past year, he spent most of his time in the house keeping his eyes closed, trying to communicate the world and get rid of life-cutting curse. But no progress. Beiming's cultivation base is advanced by leaps and bounds. In just 1 year, she has practiced Martial Dao fifth transformation. Cutting marrow has changed her blood, and she is only 1 step away from the 6th transformation Chi and Blood Gold Core. Mr. Su, Martial Dao fifth transformation. I have practiced the realm of blood as lead and mercury. Can I try to condense Chi and Blood Gold Core now? Beiming's expression rejoicing. This year, she has changed so much. Others may not feel it, but she knows that she has been shedding the mortal body and exchanged the bones in just 1 year. Although Chi and Blood Gold Core has not been condensed yet, Beiming's believes that with her current battle strength, even some Gold Core Taoist can win. Blood as lead and mercury? The flames have not yet arrived. Suzaimo shook his head and said, if you are bystander, practice as blood as lead and mercury, even if it is okay, but you cannot. You must continue to practice, blood as lead and mercury, just cutting marrow. Blood exchange great accomplishment. The sign of great perfection is blood as tide. Since Suzaimo has a willingness to accept the apprentice, naturally, he has to lay the perfect foundation for beings. There must be no vagueness. Blood as tide. Beiming's was shocked. She was a Gold Core Taoist and knew what a blood as tide was. But is that possible? Not to mention the 3 great aristocratic families, even the whole true cultivation world. I haven't heard how many people can cultivate to the blood as tide realm. Blood as tide, that's the limit of bloodline strength. Can I do it? Beiming's heart also gave birth to a little doubt. Do not. Suzaimo shook his head and said, blood as tide is not the limit of bloodline. Blood as tide is not the limit. Beiming's heart startled. Just then, there was a shout outside the door. Sister, sister, I am back. A slightly excited voice came. Immediately afterwards, a quite handsome boy broke into the courtyard. His spirit power was turbulent and extremely strong. After seeing Beiming's, he ran over excitedly. Sister, I have stepped into Dao of Core. Now it is Gold Core Taoist. Beiming, this is just 3 years old. At this age, innate talent is really amazing. But in Suzaimo's view, getting into the Gold Core realm prematurely is not necessarily a good thing for Beiming. Dao of Core is no trivial matter. Not the sooner you step in, the better. Because, stepping into Dao of Core may produce Gold Core phenomenon. Before stepping into Dao of Core, the more accumulated, the greater the possibility of generating Gold Core phenomenon, and the greater the formidable power of natural phenomenon. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1330. Chapter 1330 By the Sea. Okay. Beiming gently patted Beiming's shoulder, and said, stepping into the gold core so soon, it's better than my sister. Hee hee, more than that. Biai said mysteriously, sister, please stay away. I will show you. Biai was unknown, so take a few steps back. Biai raised his small face and urged spirit power. Behind him, a deep ocean emerged, exuding extreme cold. The temperature in the entire courtyard plummeted. Gold core phenomenon, Biai exclaimed. Biai nodded, proudly said, sister, I have cultivated this inheriting natural phenomenon of our family, Sea of Northern Ocean. This time at the aristocratic family great competition, I will definitely amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. For elder sister revenge. Brother, you don't care about 10 million, Biai quickly said. Then Dongfeng Xuan and Dongfeng have cultivated gold core phenomenon, and the cultivation base is higher than your 3-2 small realm. You must not underestimate the enemy. Sister, don't worry, there are still 2 years, my cultivation base will definitely take another step. When the time comes and see. Biai coldly snorted. Later, Biai seemed to notice something, looked at Biai and said in confusion, elder sister, you seem to have changed a lot. When practicing martial Dao, there is no spirit power at all, and no cultivation realm can be seen. In the eyes of Biai was still a mortal without spiritual chi, but the kind of breath revealed inadvertently on his body, even his gold core Taoist, feels some oppression. In the past year, I practiced martial Dao, and I also learned a lot. Both sisters and brothers are devoted to cultivation. It has not been seen for a year, Biai has not concealed it, sharing joy with the younger brother. Sister, are you still practicing martial Dao? Biai slightly frowned, saying, for me to see, martial Dao is completely deceiving. Sister, you don't have to waste time on it. Nonsense. Biai was a little displeased, saying, in the past year, I have practiced martial Dao 5th transformation, and cutting marrow has changed his blood. Biai twitched his lips, it seems quite disdain, saying, sister, I feel that training martial Dao, there is no way out. You think, even if you can consolidate Qi and blood gold core, you will not derive gold core phenomenon, achievement limited. As for the stepping on battle and covering the astral of martial Dao 7th transformation, the unbreakable Vajra of 8th transformation, or even the power of dragons and elephants of 9th transformation, I guess it is exactly the Huangwu devil who thought it out. Simply impossible cultivation success. Some things of Biai are not wrong. Cultivation of martial Dao does not lead to gold core phenomenon, because gold core phenomenon is the ultimate of the spirit technique. When you step into Dao of core, the moment when your spirit power and heaven and earth sympathize, you will derive gold core phenomenon. Cultivate martial Dao, there is no spiritual chi spirit power at all. Naturally there will be no gold core phenomenon. Biai was silent and no longer argues with Biai. Well, why are you still here? Biai glanced and saw Suzaimo not far away, can't help but frowned. Biai, with a small face, walked slowly in front of Suzaimo, exuding the coercion of the gold core realm, slowly suppressing the past, and said in a deep voice, who are you? What are you trying to do in Biai town? Suzaimo just bowed slightly, looking at the boy with interest. Although he couldn't use divide consciousness, Azure Lotus true body was still there, and the gold core realm coercion emanating from this boy was completely a joke to him. Brother, don't be rude. Biai walked quickly, stopped in front of Biai, and said, you go back to the clan Great Hall to practice. You don't care about things here. Although young and vigorous, Biai was very obedient to Biai and never dared to rebel against Biai. HMPH, you are lucky. Biai said, if you let me know, you have a plot against my Biai aristocratic family, even if my sister is protecting you, I will punish you fiercely. After that, Biai shook his sleeves and left proudly. Mr. Su, my younger brother is still young, and he is still a child. Biai bowed to Suzaimo and said, I'm here to apologize to my brother. Suzaimo laughed, naturally will not lower oneself to somebody's level with Beimingao. He had a delicate mind and saw Beiming's frown slightly. He seemed to have something in mind, and asked, "Why, do you think Martial Dao can't cultivate gold core phenomenon, and is a bit lost?" Beimings was silent for a while, still nodded. In her thoughts, even if she condensed chi and blood gold core, she would still be defeated in the face of Dongfeng's cultivation of gold core phenomenon. Gold core phenomenon is just the ultimate of the spirit technique, not invincible. Su Zimo lightly saying, as long as the power is strong enough, you can break it at will. Soul single man subduing 10, if you can practice stepping on battle and covering the astral, unbreakable Vajra, just relying on the flesh and blood is enough to suppress the greatmost gold core phenomenon. If you can practice power of dragons and elephants, you are the first Taoist. In this case, only Su Zimo dares to say. Only Su Zimo is eligible. Beiming's eyes gradually glowed. Su Zimo also said, in addition, Martial Dao does not have gold core phenomenon, but Martial Dao has a bloodline phenomenon. The extreme of bloodline is the bloodline phenomenon. Bloodline phenomenon. Beimings softly muttered. Not long after, Beimings breathes deeply, exhilarating. Mr. Su, I understood. Many thanks for teaching. Su Zimo nodded. Suddenly, Su Zimo expression changed, and it seemed to feel something. Mr. Su. Beimings noticed the strangeness of Su Zimo, and tentatively asked. Nothing, you go to practice. Su Zimo waved his hand, spreading Beiming's way, and there was a touch of joy in his eyes. Just now, he even felt the existence of Dragon Clan True Body again. Dragon Clan True Body woke up slowly, feeling the wooden bed underneath, opening his eyes and looking at the roof. This is not a vanity. There will never be any wooden roof in the turbulence. Dragon Clan True Body didn't speak, and didn't get up in a hurry. First, he felt the condition of the body. I have to say that the fleshly body and bloodline of Dragon Clan True Body is really powerful, and the healing power is amazing. Even in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, I suffered so much damage, still nothing. My body is still healed, and there are no scars left. Azure Lotus True Body also suffers from life-cutting curse, and Dragon Clan True Body does not have this trouble at all. In Heaven and Earth Valley, the spirit tortoise in Sea of Consciousness has completely suppressed the power of life-cutting curse. Dragon Clan True Body moved his ears and sniffed again. In his ear, a sound of sea waves beating against the reef shore was faintly heard. Moreover, there was a smell of sea water under the nose. Where is this? Did you teleport me to the beach? Dragon Clan True Body slowly got up from the bed, was about to get up and leave, to see where he was. His eyes turned, cannot help but heart startled. There was even a person sitting in the room, and he was unaware. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1331 Chapter 1331 Divine Phoenix Island. This is a wonderful woman with eyes like water, black hair like a waterfall, wearing a red robe, sitting in the room, motionless, looking at Dragon Clan True Body. Su Zimo's eyes froze, and almost immediately recognized him as Dai. But soon, he realized that although this woman was beautiful, her temperament was far from Dai. Dai's powerful, confident, arrogant aura is like Junlin under the heavens. It's impossible, no one can match it. However, Su Zimo divine consciousness swept over this wonderful young woman, still heart-startled. Body fusion realm. This young-looking woman turned out to be a body fusion great expert. It is conceivable that in his Kuma, if a body fusion great expert is not good for him, he is now a corpse. However, Su Zimo can be sure that he has never seen the woman. In the eyes of this wonderful woman, Su Zimo felt no hostility. On the contrary, the young girl looked at him with a strange look. It seemed to be examining, seemed a little curious, and seemed to have some unusual taste. You're awake. Mailing woman slowly spoke. Who are you? Where is this? Su Zimo solemnly asked and did not lay down the alert. 1 year has passed since the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley. He has been fighting against the major sect forces of immortals, Buddhas and demons, and he is the enemy of 6 great ferocious clans. No matter where he is, he is not safe. After all, there is no sect force on the heavenly desolate continent dare to risk him against the major super sects, or even to confront him with Swire ferocious clan. You don't have to worry about the danger. No one can hurt you here, mailing woman lightly saying. Suzaimo startled. After a short pause, the young woman slowly said, "This is Divine Phoenix Island." Here Divine Phoenix Island in 3 words. Suzaimo is shocked. Just now, he thought of many possibilities, but he never thought that he was far away from heavenly desolate continent, and came to Divine Phoenix Island on the southern sea far beyond the millions and millions of li. Divine Phoenix Island, superpower, one of 2 islands. Another island, named Penglai Island, is on the eastern sea. Even for the great teleportation talisman, it was difficult to teleport Suzaimo from heavenly desolate continent over such a long distance to Divine Phoenix Island. This is only possible with the ancient teleportation great formation. Of course, what made Suzaimo so shaken was not only because he was teleported to Divine Phoenix Island, but also because from the time he stepped into cultivation, Divine Phoenix Island had 1,000 and 10,000 relationships with him. His right hand is Divine Phoenix Bone. There is a rumor in the true cultivation world that on the Divine Phoenix Island, an undying Divine Phoenix was dropped with a Divine Phoenix Bone. Therefore, on the junior ancient battlefield, many cultivators once thought that he was a descendant of Divine Phoenix Island. In addition, Divine Phoenix Island was created by Blade Sovereign. According to legend, at the antiquity time, Blade Sovereign went far away from heavenly desolate and headed for the southern sea, which caused the situation of Sword Dao alone on heavenly desolate continent today. Before Blade Sovereign left, he left inheritance at heavenly desolate, the Blade Mountain Spirit Sea in the ancient battlefield. And Suzaimo has been awarded Ding High Volume. Later, Yan Bichen also taught him the Tide Volume, which means that he got the complete inheritance of Blade Sovereign. I didn't expect that he would one day really set foot on this land. What is fellow Taoist? Muling asked. Suzaimo's heart moved. The young girl didn't even know him, which means that the news of the battle between Heaven and Earth Valley may not have reached the Divine Phoenix Island. After all, Divine Phoenix Island is far from the southern sea, separated from heavenly desolate continent by millions and millions of li. It is reasonable to disappear. At the same time, Suzaimo felt a little weird from the title of a wonderful girl. This woman is body fusion great expert and he is just law manifestation Dao monarch. Normally, the names between fellow Taoist are the same as the cultivation realm, or they are called between the generations. The woman's attitude towards him was strange. Suzaimo groaned a little and said, "Longmo." Immediately afterwards, Suzaimo asked, "I don't know what fellow Taoist is calling." "I'm Mo Ying, a servant of Divine Phoenix Island." The woman answered. "The servant?" Suzaimo froze. Mo Ying explained, "Divine Phoenix Island will have a sword killer person in every life, who will be guarded by Dragon Soul Blade. Whoever can control the Dragon Soul Blade will be the master." Dragon Soul Blade? Suzaimo's expression is even more confusing. Mo Ying explained patiently, "Dragon Soul Blade is antiquity time, Blade Sovereign himself suppress and kill a dragon ancestor, take its keel, supplement it with deep sea cold iron, and forge into dragon ancestor soul forging. This handle Dragon Soul Blade. It's the innate magical treasure, the supreme treasure that Blade Sovereign has left for Divine Phoenix Island. Suppress and kill dragon ancestor, take its bone, draw its soul, and cast it into a knife." Suzaimo dumbfounded. Such a means is really appalling and worthy of Blade Sovereign. Suzaimo thought about it and asked, "So, it's going to be difficult to take control of Dragon Soul Blade?" Mo Ying nodded, said, "Only those who have a Divine Phoenix Bone can surrender Dragon Soul Blade." Suzaimo's expression slightly changed. Mo Ying said, "It is no secret that you have a Divine Phoenix Bone on your body. Without the existence of the Divine Phoenix Bone, the island's expert cannot detect your breath, and it will be even more impossible to force you out of the turbulent stream. Save it. Suzaimo was shocked. It was no accident that he teleported to Divine Phoenix Island, but because of the existence of the Divine Phoenix Bone. The expert on Divine Phoenix Island noticed the anomaly, and rescued him from the turbulent stream. Do you mean, I might be in charge of Dragon Soul Blade? Suzaimo asked again. It is possible, Mo Ying said. However, your cultivation realm is too low. It is just a law manifestation realm. It is difficult to surrender to the Dragon Soul Blade. In the innate magic tool, there is the soul of Dragon Ancestor. It is extremely violent. It is impossible for an ordinary cultivator to even get close! After a short pause, Mo Ying spoke and said, however, you are the senior's successor. If you step into the body fusion realm, you may still be in charge of Dragon Soul Blade. Suzaimo's heart moved and she heard a few extra words. That senior? Suzaimo stared at Mo Ying and slowly asked, who do you mean? I do not know. Mo Ying shook her head, a touch of respect appeared in her eyes, and recalled, I only know that she was a woman in a scarlet robe. Hearing this, Suzaimo had no doubt in his mind. Dai has been to Divine Phoenix Island. He was seriously injured at the time, and Dai had been away for some time. To this day, the trace of Dai has gradually become clear. She visited the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley, suppressed the bloody face, and stole Worryless Flower. She has also been to Divine Phoenix Island, and I don't know who suppressed it, and took away the Divine Phoenix Bone. And these two supreme treasures are the two gifts that Dai gave to Suzaimo. They played a vital role in his cultivation journey. I have never seen any woman as strong as her, arrogant, incomparable. The experts at Divine Phoenix Island were all alarmed, but no one could stop her. Mo Ying's voice became more excited. Suzaimo even saw an inexplicable fanaticism, a crazy worship in her eyes. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1332 1332 Great Expert Tenfeng. Mo Ying was just 3 words and 2 words. In Suzaimo's mind, flashed with blood color appeared under the heavens, sweeping Divine Phoenix Island, the scene of heroic deterrence. Suzaimo is silent. At the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley, although Dai also made a brief appearance, the red-haired ghost was still terrified at the mention of Dai. Mo Ying bowed his head slightly, his face slightly red, and yanked the red robe on his body, saying, since that day, I also like to wear red robes. I'm far worse than that senior. Suzaimo was a little surprised. Even Dai doesn't know who he is or what his name is. This Mo Ying has completely fallen. Looking at this situation, if Dai asks her to die, she will not hesitate. However, Suzaimo was still a little confused. Theoretically, Dai came to Divine Phoenix Island and took away the Divine Phoenix Bone. He also had a fight with the island's expert. The people at Divine Phoenix Island hated him. Although Supreme Treasure was also snatched by Dai, Old Monk Yuan and red-haired ghost looked at Suzaimo differently, which is understandable, because Dai came to buried Dragon Valley and found that the existence of Bloodface is equivalent to helping Old Monk Yuan and red-haired ghost indirectly solve a huge scourge. But why is Divine Phoenix Island? Does Divine Phoenix Island also have a bloody face? Suzaimo tried to ask. After the woman in the blood robe came down, you can find any hidden troubles on this island and help solve it. No. Mo Ying shook her head, a little confused, wondering why Suzaimo asked so. Mo Ying said, when Senior comes, he will directly take away the Divine Phoenix Bone, but the expert on the island is naturally not allowed, and the two sides are fighting. As a result, the island expert was disastrous. For this result, Suzaimo was no surprise. Mo Ying added, the senior said that this Divine Phoenix Bone does not belong to Divine Phoenix Island, but is a relic of her friend. Her friend? Suzaimo was a little confused. Mo Ying said, actually, there was a bone left from Divine Phoenix on Divine Phoenix Island. However, about 200 years ago, Another undying divine phoenix fell on the island. More than 200 years ago, Suzaimo looking thoughtful. He should also be found outside Pinyon Town more than 200 years ago. I don't know if the two have any relationship. When this divine phoenix fell on the island, he was seriously injured and was dying. He burned himself and started nirvana. According to legend, the Divine Phoenix and Divine Phoenix families have the ability of nirvana. Once successful, you can come back to life and battle strength becomes even stronger. Of course, if nirvana fails, it is natural that body dies and Tao disappears, leaving only one thing left. Divine Phoenix will leave a drop of Divine Phoenix blood essence. Divine Phoenix will leave a bone, which is Divine Phoenix bone. Mo Ying continued, unfortunately, this Divine Phoenix nirvana failed, and in the ashes, there is only one Divine Phoenix bone. This bone is the Divine Phoenix bone taken by the senior. Suzaimo took a breath. Hearing here, many things have become clear. If Dai is right, the so-called friend in her mouth should be the falling undying Divine Phoenix. And this Divine Phoenix nirvana, the remaining bone is the Divine Phoenix bone on Suzaimo's right hand now. Divine Phoenix Island is not hostile to him, partly because of the power of Dai, and partly because this Divine Phoenix bone does not belong to Divine Phoenix Island. Mo Ying said, actually, Divine Phoenix Island has been waiting for you. The expert on the island knows that the senior's heir, the person with the Divine Phoenix bone, will definitely come here. Suzaimo thought about it and said, as you said, there was a Divine Phoenix bone before Divine Phoenix Island? Ah, Mo Ying nodded, said, however, this Divine Phoenix bone already has a master, but it is the great expert Tenfeng on the island. Another body fusion great expert, and, it's the body fusion great expert with Divine Phoenix bone. Mo Ying said, however, in these years, great expert Tenfeng has failed to surrender to Dragon Soul Blade. Suzaimo slightly frowned. Even the body fusion great expert cannot surrender this Dragon Soul Blade. It seems that this knife is really a bit of a doorway. You take a break first, Mo Ying said. I will take you to see the Island Lord when you are better. To save you from the chaos of the void, it is the Island Lord to take the shot himself. Suzaimo nodded, saying, I'm fine now. I just went to meet Divine Phoenix Island Lord and thank you in person. Just then, Suzaimo frowned, his eyes turned, and fell at the door of the room. Somehow, he couldn't hear any sound, but his spiritual awareness waved, as if someone was approaching, right at the door. And Mo Ying, sitting opposite Suzaimo at this moment, was closer to the door, but was unaware. What happened? Seeing that Suzaimo expression was different, Mo Ying subconsciously moved towards the door and looked out. Dong dong. The knock sounded. Who? Mo Ying stood up and asked. It's me. A man's voice sounded warm, soft and magnetic. Mo Ying got up, opened the door of the room, and fainted slightly toward the comer, saying, I have seen Great Expert Tenfeng. Great Expert Tenfeng, on Divine Phoenix Island. Another person with a Dive Phoenix bone. Suzaimo's eyes fell on the Great Expert Tenfeng. The man looked only in his 30s, dressed in a white shirt, quite elegant, mild expression, and moved towards Suzaimo. The eyes of two people touched in midair. Great Expert Tenfeng slightly nodded, friendly to Suzaimo laughed. Suzaimo also stood up and said to the Great Expert Tenfeng, cup one fist in the other hand, under Longmo. When you first arrived in Gaidao, you have seen Great Expert Tenfeng. What expensive island is not expensive? You have a Divine Phoenix bone. Who is my Divine Phoenix Island person? Great Expert Tenfeng laughed. When you come to the island, you don't have to be polite, just use Divine Phoenix Island as your own home. Suzaimo also laughed. Great Expert Tenfeng groaned slightly and suddenly asked, I have a presumptuous request underneath. I don't know Longmo brother, can you take out your Divine Phoenix bone and let me have a look? Suzaimo slightly frowned, a little hesitant, but still stretched out his right hand, saying, my right hand bone is Divine Phoenix bone. There is no need to hide this. Great Expert Tenfeng's eyes brightened. clicking one's tongue in wonder. It's amazing. Great expert Tenfeng admired. Didn't expect. There is such a way in the world. You can continue to divide the phoenix bone on the bloodline of human race's bones. This is really a divine ability. Great expert Tenfeng turned the palm of his hand, holding a piece of fiery bone, saying, "Long Mo brother, look at my divine phoenix bone." Although this piece of divine phoenix bone is a thing of great expert Tenfeng, it is not connected to his bloodline. It can only be regarded as a supreme treasure on him. Great expert Tenfeng seemed quite interested, and asked, "I don't know where the senior is, can I have the pleasure to meet?" "Today is only 2 more, let's go to bed earlier." Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1333 Chapter 1333 8 Linglong. In the eyes of great expert Tenfeng, Suzaimo also saw that kind of worship from the heart, with a little expectation. But, for some reason, Suzaimo's mind was a little strange. Suzaimo shook her head. "She left long ago." "Leave? Didn't she come back all these years?" Great expert Tenfeng asked again. Mo Ying next to him also had some expectations. Suzaimo shook his head. Great expert Tenfeng's expression was disappointed and said with regret, "I was not on the island that day. I went to sea to practice and did not see the senior." Just hearing the cultivator narration on the island made me admire admirably. Didn't expect. It's a pity not to have a chance to see senior's style. Great expert Tenfeng turned his eyes, glanced over Suzaimo, turned the topic, said with a smile, "If I saw right, Long Mo brother is not a human race anymore, right? Normally, the bloodline of Dragon Clan true body will be hidden, silent and dormant, flowing slowly, and will not leak the slightest monster chi at all. However, this great expert Tenfeng does have good eyesight and still sees abnormalities." Suzaimo was nodded and didn't hide it. Divine Phoenix Island is one of the 2 islands. It is a superpower in the real cultivation world, juxtaposed with Immortal Sect 9 sects, 7 demon sects, and Buddha Sect 6 temples. There are many experts on the island, and this is definitely something to hide. Great expert Tenfeng laughed, saying, "Long Mo brother, don't have to worry. Divine Phoenix Island is not like Immortals, Buddhas and demons, those sects. It is intolerable to monster demon. Divine Phoenix Island has 100 rivers and contains 10,000 families. The cultivators on this island are not all human races, but there are 1000 absolutely monster races, birds, beasts, and sea monsters. All living things are equal." "Oh?" Suzaimo was surprised. "You know, of the immortal, demon, Buddha 3 sects, monster race can exist in the sect, with only one status, is to be supported by human race, as a mount or spiritual beasts. Without any sect, monster race will be accepted as a successor. Cut down monsters, eliminate demons, is the mission and responsibility of many people in the right way. That's why, many sect forces at the beginning, under the banner of cut down monsters, eliminate demons, unbridled against Suzaimo. Even many sects disregarded their faces, and sent a cultivator 1 or 2 great realm higher than Suzaimo. At any cost, they should also be killed. Suzaimo really didn't expect. In the real cultivation world, there is such a force that can have such tolerance for 10,000 families. Great expert Tenfeng's body tilted slightly, facing Suzaimo's mysteriously whispered, "Don't hide Long Mo brother, although I was originally a human race, but now half of my body is not human race bloodline." Ha ha. Suzaimo too looked at each other and the relationship seemed to be getting closer. This great expert Tenfeng 8 faces Linglong. Although it is the body fusion great expert, there is no slight shelf, there is a kind of ability to let people put off their guard and be willing to trust him. Just, can't tell why. The impression of this great expert Tenfeng on Suzaimo is not as good as Mo Ying, who is silent next to him. It seems that Mo Ying is more real. Of course, when Suzaimo first arrived at Divine Phoenix Island, he was unfamiliar with his life, and it is common sense to have some precautions about life on the island. Long Mo brother, How are you recovering? Great Expert Tenfeng asked again. Suzaimo laughed. It's all right. Great Expert Tenfeng laughed heartily, saying, that's right, I'll take the initiative, take the Long Mo brother to this divine Phoenix Island, take you to see the scenery on this island, and introduce the local customs and customs. How? Originally, Suzaimo wanted to meet Divine Phoenix Island Lord, but now, seeing that Great Expert Tenfeng is so enthusiastic, he is not good at rejecting it, so he nodded. It's okay to go around Divine Phoenix Island and get a good idea of Divine Phoenix Island. After that, it's not too late to meet Divine Phoenix Island Lord. Long Mo brother, please. Great Expert Tenfeng pushed open the door and made an invitation gesture. Dare, Heavenly Phoenix Senior please. Suzaimo humbled. Great Expert Tenfeng no longer gave in. He left the room one step before, but he didn't see how to lift his breath. His body fluttered, and he had already come into the air. Suzaimo and Mo Ying are close behind. After leaving the room, a moist and salty assaults the senses. This is the smell of seawater. The roar of the ears is more clear. When he reached midair, Suzaimo looked up. His eyes cannot help showing a shock. They are suspended above a huge island, which covers an area of 1,000 miles and has a huge area. But such a vast island looks extremely small on the endless sea surface surging forward with great momentum. Suzaimo has seen the Spirit Sea and realized it in the Spirit Sea. I have also seen the 1,000-year Blood Sea, and encountered a fatal killing intent in it. But cultivation so far, he is the first time he has seen the real sea, which is much bigger and bigger than any Spirit Sea or 1,000-year Blood Sea. The waves billowed and roared. The deep turquoise sea rises, and 1,000 layers of huge waves roll in. Under the sea, I don't know how many monster demon are hiding underneath, and what terrifying threats are hiding. Not to mention these, just the momentum of the sea is enough to shock the soul. Looking at the ocean, Suzaimo's mind flashed a ray of light, and he had a new understanding of tidal volume and ding high volume. Mo Ying noticed this, secretly nodded. This is a state of epiphany. If it lasts longer, it will have unimaginable benefits for cultivation. There are many cultivators, all in the state of epiphany, breaking through realm, even crossing great realm. Long Mo brother, look over there. At this moment, Great Expert Tenfeng touched Suzaimo lightly, pointing to the distance, said with a smile, there are all the guards of Divine Phoenix Island. There are not only human races, but also some monster races. Suzaimo was awakened from the state of epiphany by the touch of Great Expert Tenfeng. Mo Ying frowned, a little sorry. She doesn't think that Great Expert Tenfeng is intentional, but epiphany is rare. Now Suzaimo is awakened and wants to fall into epiphany again without knowing when. Suzaimo's expression is unchanged. In fact, his state of epiphany is very shallow, and his perception is limited. Even without being interrupted by Great Expert Tenfeng, he cannot break through law manifestation realm into body fusion. Following the eyes of Great Expert Tenfeng, Suzaimo saw a group of cultivators riding giant seabirds, patrolling around Divine Phoenix Island. Each cultivation realm of cultivator reaches nascent soul realm. Great Expert Tenfeng took Suzaimo to move forward, and seemed to be unaware of the scene that just happened, and continued to introduce the customs on Divine Phoenix Island. Many Divine Phoenix Island guards approached three people and saw Great Expert Tenfeng. They all expressed respect, jumped from the seabirds, and bowed saluted. You can feel that Great Expert Tenfeng's prestige on Divine Phoenix Island is extremely high. At this moment, Great Expert Tenfeng seemed to say unintentionally, Mo Ying, it's all right, you go first, I'll stay with the Long Mo brother. Mo Ying hesitated, then shook his head and said, anyway, I'm the sword knife of Divine Phoenix Island. It's okay. Just go with two people. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1334 Chapter 1334 Divine Phoenix Island Lord. Great Expert Tenfeng said, Speaking of the servant of the sword, I wonder if Long Mo brother has heard of Dragon Soul Blade. I just heard it, Suzaimo said. Great expert Tenfeng pointed to a towering circular building not far away, and said, "That's the Temple of Dragon Spirit. Dragon Soul Blade is suppressed inside. Long Mo brother, you have the Divine Phoenix Bone, and it is possible to control Dragon Soul Blade. Now that you're here, it's better to try it in the past." On Divine Phoenix Island, only 2 people have a Divine Phoenix Bone. Only with Divine Phoenix Bone is it possible to surrender Dragon Soul Blade. That is to say, in a certain way, Suzaima can be regarded as the opponent of Great Expert Tenfeng. Nowadays, Great Expert Tenfeng has not shown the slightest hostility, but has taken the initiative to invite, which seems quite generous. "Want to see Island Lord first?" Mo Ying slightly frowned. Great Expert Tenfeng slightly smiled, saying, "The two are not in conflict. I can send someone to sue the Island Lord and meet you at the Dragon Soul Temple. Maybe the time comes. Long Mo brother is really likely to be in charge of Dragon Soul Blade. The Island Lord is here to testify." Joy, go and tell the Island Lord, and say that I and Long Mo brother went to the Dragon Soul Temple and asked the Island Lord to move. Great Expert Tenfeng waved and directed a Divine Phoenix Island Guard not far away. "As you bid." The Divine Phoenix Island Guard without the slightest hesitation left immediately. Great Expert Tenfeng, Long Mo Young Master's cultivation realm. It's just law manifestation realm. Even if there is a Dive Phoenix Bone, it's hard to control Dragon Soul Blade. Mo Ying said, "I recommend waiting for Long Mo Young Master to step into the body fusion realm before trying again. Try not to worry. 10,000 is done." Great Expert Tenfeng reluctantly blocked Mo Ying's proposal and blocked it. But Mo Ying wants to argue again. After all, Dragon Soul Blade is extremely terrifying. If you can't bear it, you will face great danger and even be hit hard. Just as Heavenly Phoenix Senior said, "I was just thinking about seeing it." Suzaimo faint smile answered. Mo Ying sighed, and expressed a little worry. Great Expert Tenfeng laughed, saying, "Long Mo brother is really happy. Go." Great Expert Tenfeng should go first. The figure becomes a stream of light, and moved towards the Dragon Spirit Hall galloping away. Suzaimo and Mo Ying are close behind. Looking at the back of Great Expert Tenfeng, Suzaimo looking thoughtful. At the gate of the Dragon Soul Hall, there are 2 guards guarding it, one tall and one short. The cultivation realm are all law manifestation realm. Meet Heavenly Phoenix Senior brother. 2 guards bowed saluted, respectful expression. Jingxing, Jingming, stand up, don't be polite. Great Expert Tenfeng slightly nodded, saying, "Is your 2 brother on duty today?" "Exactly." The name on the left is Jingsheng, saying, "Heavenly Phoenix Senior brother, would you like to try to surrender Dragon Soul Blade again?" This is the major event on the island. At this time, there were many cultivators on the island. When they saw the Great Expert Tenfeng 3 people coming to the Dragon Spirit Hall, they all gradually came together. "Not me. It's Long Mo brother." Great Expert Tenfeng pointed at Suzaimo and said, "The Long Mo brother also has a Divine Phoenix Bone, and this is his attempt." The eyes of 2 Dao Monarch, Jingming and Jingsheng, fell on Suzaimo's body, and a little hostility soon appeared on his face, and expression was rejected. He, just law manifestation realm, want to take over Dragon Soul Blade? I wonder if you are ignorant or believe oneself infallible. Do you think you can surrender to Dragon Soul Blade if you have a Dive Phoenix Bone? I can only say that you are too naive. Jingming and Jingsheng, 2 law manifestation Dao Monarch, did not conceal their inner thoughts, and made no effort to hide their fringe irony and scorching satire. Suzaimo laughed and said nothing. The 2 law manifestation Dao Monarch have no city, just say what they think. It is a true disposition. In Suzaimo's eyes, there is not much threat. "You 2 shut up." Mo Ying frowned, lightly shouted. Although facing the body fusion Great Expert, Jingming and Jingsheng, the 2 law manifestation Dao Monarch, still have no fear. Jing Sheng was a little hesitant and said, he is an outsider who just came to Divine Phoenix Island and tried to run Dragon Soul Blade. What did he want to do? He also wanted to climb to Heavenly Phoenix Senior Brother's head. Not rude. Great Expert Tan Feng also reprimanded two people and said, I invited the Long Mo brother to come, you two need not say more. He's not an outsider. Just then, a distant sound sounded. By the time everyone heard the news, the comer had already arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Spirit Hall. This man was wearing a blue robe with blue sea waves on his face. He looked middle-aged and exuded coercion. Meet the Island Lord. Mo Ying, Great Expert Tan Feng and the others bowed, saluted and responded in unison. Divine Phoenix Island Lord. When Suzaimo expression was right, he also quickly saluted. Shen said, Long Mo, Sea Island Lord. Many thanks Island Lord for his life-saving grace. Divine Phoenix Island Lord nodded, glanced over Jingming and Gingxing's body, and looked towards the rest of the cultivator that came around. Loudly, Long Mo has Divine Phoenix bone on his body. He is my Divine Phoenix Island person. No one can regard them as outsiders. The words of Divine Phoenix Island Lord are considered to have recognized Suzaimo. Great Expert Tan Feng didn't say anything from beginning to end, just smiling nodded. It seemed to agree with Divine Phoenix Island Lord's statement. Let's go. Now that you've arrived at Dragon Soul Temple, just go in and see. Divine Phoenix Island Lord gave Suzaimo a glance, warned repeatedly, if you can't bear it, 10 million can't be reluctant to return in time. At least there will be no major mistakes. Suzaimo nodded. The doors of the Dragon Spirit Hall opened in response. The amazing baleful chi assaults the senses, and many of the cultivators of Divine Phoenix Island were slightly discolored. This is Dragon Ancestor Baleful Chi in Dragon Soul Blade. Formidable power is great. If you are too close, this baleful chi is enough to obliterate Law Manifestation Dao Monarch. Suzaimo's expression is as usual. The atmosphere was a little familiar and made him feel very kind. The Dragon Clan bloodline inside his body was a little bit agitated. Suzaimo laughed. Originally, he had some doubts about this Dragon Soul Blade. But now, he really wanted to try. Not to mention the strength of this Dragon Soul Blade. Taking control of Dragon Soul Blade will get a loyal following from a body fusion great expert, which is definitely worth trying. After a short pause, the Divine Phoenix Island Lord should go first, and then many cultivators flood in. Moving along corridor, it didn't take long for me to see my eyes open. A huge secret room is ahead. On the four walls of the back room, a thick iron chain is inlaid, at least has 100 on it. The other end of the chain is locked on a long knife. This long knife is white and snowy. You can clearly see that there is a section of Dragon Clan's spine in the blade. The body of this long knife surrounds a path of Dragon Chi, almost shape transformation. Dragon Soul Blade. The Dragon Soul Blade was suppressed by 100 chains on this place. You can see the terrifying of this long knife. Zheng. Feeling that someone recently, the blade of Dragon Soul Blade was trembling and shivering, and a sudden and violent blade chi burst out, moving towards all around spreading. These blade chi are chopped on the chains and emit a series of fire stars. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1335 Chapter 1335 Lead Dragon Soul Blade. Many cultivators have just stopped in shape as soon as they enter the Great Hall. Going one step further, you will have to bear the mighty blade chi of Dragon Soul Blade. Dragon Soul Blade is extremely overbearing. Although it is imprisoned here, any creature who stepped into it will be attacked by it crazy. No matter how high the cultivation base is, even body fusion great expert and half ancestor are no exception. Long Mo, you go. Divine Phoenix Island Lord slightly nodded, indicating that Suzaimo can step forward. Suzaimo nodded, started moving towards Dragon Soul Blade. Jingming looked around and asked, everyone guess how far this Long Mo can go? I estimate that Long Mo can't bear Dragon Soul Blade at most 5 feet away. Well, 5 feet is the limit. Law Manifestation Dao Monarch is within 5 feet. That is, courting death. However, Long Mo has a divine phoenix bone, and it is estimated that it can be closer to 30 feet of divine phoenix bone. If you want to move forward, it is impossible. Yes, when Heavenly Phoenix Senior Brother was at Law Manifestation Realm, it only stopped at 30 feet. Kunxu whispered. Suzaimo has stepped into the attack range of Dragon Soul Blade. However, many blade kiss fell on the fleshly body of Dragon Clan True Body, and even his steps failed to stop half a step. Suzaimo turned his back to Kunxu, and the smile in his eyes grew. If it is any other innate supreme treasure, even the great expert Tanfeng who owns the Dive Phoenix Bone cannot surrender it, and Suzaimo has a high probability. But this Dragon Soul Blade is different. The blade of Dragon Soul Blade is based on the bones of Dragon Ancestor and the soul of Dragon Ancestor. In Dragon Bones Valley, when Suzaimo accepted baptism and awakened the innate divine ability, Dragon Ancestor felt the taboo bloodline on him, and he had already acknowledged allegiance. Even Din's ability, Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar, was taught to Suzaimo. Can Dragon Ancestor in Dragon Soul Blade resist the taboo breath? 5 feet. In a blink of an eye, Suzaimo was already within 5 feet. But he did not have the slightest tendency to stop. To be precise, his steps are exactly the same from beginning to end, as if they have been accurately measured, and even the speed is consistent, as if walking in a leisurely court. In the eyes of outsiders, those violent blade chi were cut off on Dragon Clan True Body, without any lethality, turned into a path of chi of the ancestral dragon, and poured into Suzaimo's within the body. 4 feet, 30 feet. In an instant, Suzaimo and Dragon Soul Blade were only 30 feet away. Jingming and Jingxing expressed slightly changed. The sound of discussion in the crowd gradually dwindled, and they were staring intently towards the silhouette towards Dragon Soul Blade. Only Great Expert Tanfeng is smiling and expression is easy. He knew that Law Manifestation Dao Monarch wanted to take over Dragon Soul Blade, and simply couldn't. Tu Jiang. 1 foot. Banzhang. Suzaimo is within easy reach of Dragon Soul Blade. This. Mo Ying's eyes were greatly rises, with a little expectation in her eyes. Divine Phoenix Island Lord squinted his eyes as if waiting for something. There is still a smile on the face of Great Expert Tanfeng. It just seemed that the smile became a little stiff. Suzaimo looked at the Dragon Soul Blade not far away, slowly extended his right hand, and caught the handle of the Dragon Soul Blade. The moment Suzaimo held the handle of the Dragon Soul Blade, there was a loud and majestic dragon's roar in the Dragon Soul Blade. Immediately afterwards, a powerful chi of the ancestral dragon blasted Suzaimo's flesh wildly through the handle. Collapse. 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 The chains on 4 walls broke, and countless gravels rolled down, instantly submerging Suzaimo's figure, and it was awesome. The powerful and horrible blade chi condenses a long knife and soars into the sky, like a dragon ancestor. Hong Long. The whole secret room was chopped in half by this long knife. Group repair is shocked. Everyone retreat. This Long Mo has fallen, and was chopped by a Dragon Soul Blade. Jingming exclaimed. The group repairs retreated. Still on the spot, only Divine Phoenix Island Lord, Great Expert Tanfeng and Mo Ying. 3 people Cultivation Realm shouted. Divine Phoenix Island Lord is even a half-ancestor expert, seeing the situation in the back room more seriously. The eyes of the 3 people all stared tightly at the front room. Kunxu realized something, and quickly stopped, and eyes opened wide. The dust was gone. A silhouette gradually appeared in front of everyone. This Long Mo isn't dead? Jingming was a little confused. Looking at the posture just now, it is simply destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth. At the center of the storm, is Long Mo still alive? Great Expert Tanfeng narrowed his eyes. His gaze fell on Suzaimo's right hand. There, holding a long knife, the white blade and keel are clearly visible. Dragon Soul Blade. This Long Mo is successful. Divine Phoenix Island Lord breathed a sigh of relief. Mo Ying also completely reassured and expressed joy. How can it be? Jingming screamed, pointing at the Dragon Soul Blade in Suzaimo's hands, saying incoherently, This Dragon Soul Blade, impossible. Yule Manifestation Realm, impossible. Kung-Su is also eyes opened wide, stunned. It has been 10,000 years since the previous life was held by Dragon Soul Blade. Didn't expect this life, and finally someone regained control of Dragon Soul Blade. And this person is not the great expert Tenfeng in Kung-Su's heart, but an outsider. The gloom in the eyes of great expert Tenfeng is fleeting. This scene was really beyond his expectations. He even had the feeling of lifting a stone and hitting his own feet. Suzaimo turned around, holding Dragon Soul Blade in his hand, smiled lightly, and said, "I still have to thank many thanks Heavenly Phoenix Senior for your kind invitation, so I can take the lead of Dragon Soul Blade." Heavenly Phoenix twitched the corner of her mouth and smiled. Divine Phoenix Island Lord slightly nodded. Yang said, "Dragon Soul Blade, now that I have the owner, I can announce one thing. Longmo, that is Divine Phoenix Island Lord." Divine Phoenix Island Lord was interrupted by Great Expert Tenfeng before he finished speaking. Great Expert Tenfeng Shin said, "Actually, I came here and wanted to try it out. Can I surrender Dragon Soul Blade? I hope the Island Lord gives me a chance." "Not bad." Jingming immediately said, "Heavenly Phoenix Senior Brother hasn't tried yet. If Heavenly Phoenix Senior Brother can also surrender Dragon Soul Blade, this knife deserves to belong to Heavenly Phoenix Senior Brother." "Exactly." Many cultivator nodded echoed. Great Expert Tenfeng spent so long on Divine Phoenix Island. He has a solid foundation and high prestige. Naturally, it is not comparable to an outsider like Suzaimo. "This is out of order," Mo Ying flatly stated. "Who can control Dragon Soul Blade? Who is the young master of Divine Phoenix Island? No one else is qualified." Hearing this, Suzaimo was shocked. "I didn't expect to take charge of Dragon Soul Blade." "In charge of Dragon Soul Blade is Divine Phoenix Island young master." No wonder the cultivator on Divine Phoenix Island reacted so much. He is an outsider who has just arrived at Divine Phoenix Island and has become a Divine Phoenix Island young master. "I am afraid that most people will be dissatisfied." This Divine Phoenix Island Lord was hard-faced and looked towards Suzaimo. Suzaimo laughed, walked towards Great Expert Tenfeng, and passed Dragon Soul Blade backhand, saying, "It doesn't matter, of course Senior Feng can try." "So good." Divine Phoenix Island Lord nodded, saying, "This is fair. If you two can surrender to Dragon Soul Blade, then find another way to compete." 2 more bursts, 3 more. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1336. Chapter 1336. The victory has been divided. Great Expert Tenfeng took a deep breath and reached out to take over Dragon Soul Blade. Over the years, even though he has tried to surrender Dragon Soul Blade many times, he still dares not care. Originally, Dragon Soul Blade was quiet in Suzaimo's palm, but was taken over by Great Expert Tenfeng, and suddenly gave out a path of violent blade chi. Chi of the ancestral dragon permeated. The blade trembled wildly. Great Expert Tenfeng expression slightly changed, lightly shouted, "Quiet me!" His turned over the palm exposed his bones of Divine Phoenix and spurred magic power. Divine Phoenix bone instantly became red and transparent, as if burnt by fire. Great Expert Tenfeng took a picture of Dragon Soul Blade, moving towards right hand, holding a Divine Phoenix bone. The Divine Phoenix bone suddenly burst into flames, emitting hot temperatures, as if it could burn 10,000 objects and land on the Dragon Soul Blade. The scent of fire was familiar to Suzaimo, exactly the same as the Divine Phoenix bone of his right hand. Suffering from the flame of this Divine Phoenix, the Dragon Soul Blade trembled. It seemed to be greatly stimulated, and a loud and angry dragon's roar broke out. Blade chi becomes more powerful. Chi of the ancestral dragon is violent. Long Y is wanton. Except for Divine Phoenix Island Lord, Mo Ying, and Suzaimo, the cultivator expression of the onlookers changed greatly, and they all retreated. lest they be involved. Are you going to fail again? Jing Ming's eyes darkened. Jing Sheng also sighed in his heart, showing regret. Not only them, but in the minds of most cultivators of Divine Phoenix Island, although great expert Ten Feng failed to control Dragon Soul Blade, they were already the young masters in their hearts. Over the years, great expert Ten Feng has always been on Divine Phoenix Island and has fought for 4 parties for Divine Phoenix Island. He has made countless credits and has high prestige. Great expert Ten Feng cultivation so far, no defeat in the same level, higher level challenge, let alone. Although the Divine Phoenix Island Lord is half ancestor, if the two of them fight a life or death, it will be unpredictable. It is no fluke that great expert Ten Feng has such prestige on Divine Phoenix Island. So, seeing that great expert Ten Feng is about to fail, and is defeated to an outsider, many Divine Phoenix Island cultivators are a little bit unhappy. Suzaimo's expression is calm. If you want to rely on the Divine Phoenix Bone, surrender to Dragon Soul Blade. It is extremely difficult, because Dragon Clan's bloodline is not weaker than the Divine Phoenix family. Suzaimo allows Dragon Soul Blade to acknowledge allegiance, not by Divine Phoenix Bone. It is because Dragon Soul Blade senses the breath of Dragon Phoenix in Suzaimo within the body. Although it is not obvious, it is one of Swire's 3 great taboos. Although it was only the first contact with great expert Ten Feng, Suzaimo was faintly hidden in great expert Ten Feng, and felt a terrifying power. This great expert Ten Feng is not easy. In the Temple of Dragon Spirit, the trembling of Dragon Soul Blade has become more and more fierce, and it seems that it may be free from the hands of great expert Ten Feng at any time. HMPH. Great expert Ten Feng coldly snorted. There was a flash of decisiveness in his eyes. He bit his tongue, and spit out a scarlet blood. This blood, just scattered, filled with a burning aura. This breath is not weaker than the temperature emitted by Divine Phoenix Bone. Sting. This blood fell on the Divine Phoenix Bone and evaporated instantly. Amidst the mist, a heartbreaking breath permeated, as if there was something terrifying, and it was waking up. The onlooking cultivator suddenly changed color, and there was a dread in his eyes. Under this aura, they have an impulse to worship. It's not just the human race. The other races present, whether ancient lost species or pure blood ominous beast, all show the color of terror. This is the fear from deep in bloodline. Suzaimo narrowed his eyes, heart shivered with cold. Just when the blood of great expert Ten Feng was fused with the Dive Phoenix Bone, his bloodline within the body became agitated. The dragon blood is boiling, and the Divine Phoenix Bone is also hot. This situation has never happened before. What's even more weird is that the original Dragon Soul Blade was still struggling, but when I felt this aura, he suddenly choked and calmed down. Even Dragon Soul Blade seems to be shocked by this aura. Great expert Ten Feng. But soon, Dragon Soul Blade shuddered again. Zheng. Immediately afterwards, Dragon Soul Blade was full of dragon chi, and a dragon ancestor phantom condensed, soaring out of the sky. A dragon's roar broke out, wearing a golden cracked stone, and the Wizen Palace. Great expert Ten Feng was shaken, expression changed. 2 violent breath collisions. Great expert Ten Feng's left Divine Phoenix Bone flew away. Without the power of Divine Phoenix Bone, Dragon Soul Blade completely releases its formidable power. Blade chi is pervasive and extreme, as if it can cut off the void. Great expert Ten Feng held the tiger's mouth of Dragon Soul Blade, tearing instantly. Blood flowed like a note. The severe pain stimulated his nerves. But great expert Ten Feng still clenched his teeth and refused to let go. Because of the pain, the 5 senses were distorted, all crowded together. Divine Phoenix Island Lord frowned, and groaned. Heavenly Phoenix, let go. Great expert Ten Feng said nothing, still holding Dragon Soul Blade. He refused to give up. Blade chi is violent, moving along the wrist of great expert Ten Feng, moving towards the top. Under the attention of Kung Su, a path of wounds soon appeared on the arm of great expert Ten Feng, and a stream of blood was scattered. In this way, the entire arm of Great Expert Tenfeng will be twisted into pieces. Boom! Divine Phoenix Island Lord flicked the sleeve of the robe, bursting out a mighty force, hitting the palm of Great Expert Tenfeng. Great Expert Tenfeng with the loose palm, Dragon Soul Blade broke free, turned into a white cold light, and instantly returned to Suzaimo. Hey! Dragon Soul Blade pierced straight down into the ground in front of Suzaimo, the blade trembling. No one knows what happened in the middle, why the Dragon Soul Blade, which had been quiet, suddenly got rid of the control of Great Expert Tenfeng. Even Suzaimo didn't understand. But now, it's clear who wins and who loses. This time, even the cultivator on the sidelines was silent. On the other side, Great Expert Tenfeng was motionless. His face was a bit ugly, his arms were hanging down, and he was drenched with blood, a little bit embarrassed. Of course, for body fusion Great Expert, such injuries can't be considered anything. Even if the arm is broken, it can grow back. But today's blow is too big for him. With his city, at this time, he couldn't hide his unwillingness and loss. In the field, I am afraid that no one knows better than him why he was defeated. Just one step behind. It's a little worse. Great Expert Tenfeng bowed slightly, concealing a gloom from the depths of his eyes. Suzaimo said to the Great Expert Tenfeng, slightly smiled, cup one fist in the other hand, Senior Feng, let it go. Great Expert Tenfeng also lifts the head and smiles. Divine Phoenix Island Lord proclaimed, this is the end, there is no controversy. Longmo Island Lord. At this moment, Jing Ming could not bear it, stood up, and said in a deep voice, the position of young master is not trivial. The origin of this Longmo is unknown. Please also ask Island Lord 3 to think. Island Lord, please listen to me. Jing Sheng also bowed down. Divine Phoenix Island young master is the facade of my Divine Phoenix Island. The battle strength must not be weak. Otherwise, I will be laughed at by outsiders. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1337 Chapter 1337, Forbearance. Divine Phoenix Island Lord frowned and asked, what do you want to say? Jing Shengshen said, I suggest that Heavenly Phoenix Senior Brother fight with Longmo. The winner is my young master of Divine Phoenix Island. Not bad. Jing Ming also echoed, Heavenly Phoenix Senior Brother has been on Divine Phoenix Island for so long, so it will be fair to Heavenly Phoenix Senior Brother. Hee. Mo Ying sneered, said, it's a joke. Longmo is just a law manifestation realm. Heavenly Phoenix is a body fusion great expert. Two people fight. How can it be fair? Furthermore, Divine Phoenix Island young master doesn't have anyone's battle strength. Anyone can be the one. Jing Ming saw that Mo Ying was angry and was a little scared, but he still braced oneself and argued, it can't be too weak. Anyone can suppress Divine Phoenix Island Lord. Divine Phoenix Island is not a joke. Jing Sheng's eyes turned, and he thought, Mo Ying Elder said that it is not unreasonable. The cultivation base of two people is different. This battle is indeed unfair. That being the case, I will have a discussion with Longmo fellow Taoist. If Longmo fellow Taoist can't even beat me, then... Jing Sheng laughed and didn't keep talking. The meaning was obvious. Hearing this, Suzaimo grinned at Jing Sheng. Somehow, seeing Suzaimo's smile, Jing Sheng's heart was throbbing for no reason, and his hair was all up. This feeling, as if being obsessed with something extremely terrifying ominous beast, it will be a disaster at any time. Jing Sheng swallowed a bit, and he felt uneasy, adding, of course, even if I lose, I can't prove anything. My battle strength is already average. When the time comes, you can wait for Longmo fellow Taoist to step into the body fusion realm and discuss with Heavenly Phoenix Senior Brother. This suggestion can be described as one move, two gains. As an outsider, Suzaimo has no foundational prestige on Divine Phoenix Island. If he loses to Jing Sheng, he will naturally be unconvinced. It doesn't matter if Suzaimo wins. For a fair fight, you have to wait for Suzaimo to step into body fusion. In other words, the young master can only be put on hold temporarily. Suzaimo's eyes fell on the great expert Tenfeng. I have to say that great expert Tenfeng can really hold his breath. From the beginning to the end, he did not express his views, and seemed completely out of the way. The attitude of great expert Tenfeng is very interesting, without approval, but not rejection. Divine Phoenix Island Lord calmly, without a word. Suzaimo also laughed without saying a word. In his eyes, Jingming and Jingxing are two, just like two clowns. Suzaimo is not afraid even if they follow their proposal. How many body fusion great experts died in his hands during the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley? No matter how strong the battle strength of this great expert Tenfeng is, no matter how wicked it is at best comparable to Ferocious Clan Great Expert. With Dragon Clan True Body's whole cards, Ferocious Clan Great Expert can also kill. Divine Phoenix Island Lord turned his eyes, looked towards the Great Expert Tenfeng next to him, and asked, Heavenly Phoenix, what do you say? It's all up to the Island Lord. Great Expert Tenfeng said with a smile. Divine Phoenix Island Lord nodded, looked towards Jingsheng and Jingming, expressionless said, you two's suggestions are really good. Right. Jingming smiled and said, I feel pretty good. The smile on Great Expert Tenfeng's face became a little stiff. He could hear the depressed anger in Divine Phoenix Island Lord's tone. Blade Sovereign has orders. Whoever controls Dragon Soul Blade is the Divine Phoenix Island Young Master. Divine Phoenix Island Lord expression gradually cooled down, slowly said, you two are really prosperous. Are you going to overturn the rules left by Blade Sovereign? Jingming and Jingxing also realized that they were wrong. In one's heart trembled. Jingming quickly said, Island Lord is angry. I didn't mean that. You two are so bold. Divine Phoenix Island Lord suddenly loudly shouted. Thump. Jingming and Jingsheng were so scared that they fell to their knees and looked pale. The power of the Island Lord, the wrath of Half-Ancestor, this coercion, two people simply couldn't bear it, almost scared the soul flew away and scattered. The piss flowed. Suzaimo is silent. This scene is really beyond his expectations. He thought that even if he had a Divine Phoenix bone, but it was an outsider, it would be difficult to get Divine Phoenix Island's approval in a short time. I didn't expect he was in charge of Dragon Soul Blade, and Divine Phoenix Island Lord stood on his side without any hesitation. You two are just law manifestation realm, and you want to disobey the order of Blade Sovereign. You have no respect for Divine Phoenix Island Young Master. I don't think you need a cultivation base. Divine Phoenix Island Lord coldly said. Island Lord breathe anger. Please Island Lord go around us once. Jingming and Jingsheng were frightened, kept nodding, begging for mercy. The other onlookers of the cultivator were also unbearable. They wanted to ask for love, but they didn't dare meet the young master. Just then, there was a sound beside. Kung Xiuyan's reputation was frightened, and he couldn't help expression. Even Suzaimo's eyes flashed with surprise. Everyone didn't expect the first person to say meet the young master turned out to be Great Expert Tenfeng. What does this mean? Great Expert Tenfeng also bowed his head. At this point, Great Expert Tenfeng came to Suzaimo, bowed slightly, and arched, here in Heavenly Phoenix, meet young master, but in the future, but driven, die in the next 10,000. Suzaimo responded extremely quickly and was also smiled, saying, Heavenly Phoenix Senior is polite, don't be polite. But at the same time, Suzaimo was secretly shocked. This Heavenly Phoenix is a character terrifying more than he thought. In fact, when Great Expert Tenfeng questioned Dai's whereabouts, he aroused Suzaimo's alertness. When he said that when Dai had left, Great Expert Tenfeng, although showing disappointment and regret, felt relieved. Of course, this is just Suzaimo's feeling, and it is impossible to make sure. Then, another thing made Suzaimo's wariness of Great Expert Tenfeng aggravate. His epiphany was interrupted by Great Expert Tenfeng seemingly inadvertently. If this move is unintentional, that's all. If intentional, after that, Great expert Tanfeng wanted Mo Ying to leave. Mo Ying did not agree. This move seems to be nothing, but it is worth pondering if it is connected with what happened next. Later, Great expert Tanfeng is going to take Su Zimo to Dragon Spirit Hall. Surrender to Dragon Soul Blade, which is 10,000 points dangerous. A slight difference may cause serious damage. Great expert Tanfeng can't help not know this, but what he said was out of good intentions. This suggestion was blocked by Mo Ying. However, Su Zimo also wanted to see Dragon Soul Blade, and promised to push the boat down, and there was a scene just now. The reason why Su Zimo feels Great expert Tanfeng is somewhat terrifying. It is because, from beginning to end, Great expert Tanfeng showed no hostility towards him. On the surface, what he did was completely out of good intentions. After all, everything just found is just a speculation by Su Zimo. There is no evidence at all. Today, Great expert Tanfeng actively bows his head and worships him as young master. If it was the Great expert Tanfeng's sincerity, it was Su Zimo's heart. If there is another plot, this person will be too bearable. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1338 Chapter 1338 Divine Phoenix Island Young Master. In fact, just a moment ago, Su Zimo even moved a killing intent against Great expert Tanfeng. If Great expert Tanfeng offered to fight him, it would prove that his speculations are true. In the Battle of Slaughter, he will make a logical move. Even if he doesn't kill Great expert Tanfeng, he will abolish it. Unfortunately, Great expert Tanfeng didn't express his position. He just stood behind and let Jingming and Jingxing, two cultivators, come forward. He didn't say a word from beginning to end. Nowadays, when other cultivators are hesitant, Great expert Tanfeng is the first one to stand up and take the lead to worship him as a young master. So even if Su Zimo felt that Great expert Tanfeng had another plot, there was no evidence. All of this is just his guess and feeling. If you change to a normal cultivator and see Great expert Tanfeng take the lead to worship him as a young master, I am afraid that I will be grateful and give unlimited trust to Great expert Tanfeng. But Su Zimo came all the way in the real cultivation world, experienced too much bloody rain and foul winds, and saw too many intrigues and plots. He believed in his feelings. Therefore, he is always wary of Great expert Tanfeng. Moreover, Great expert Tanfeng actively lowered his head. Su Zimo would not relax at all, but heavier and heavier. What are you still doing? Don't meet young master yet. Great expert Tanfeng turned around and looked at many Divine Phoenix Island cultivators not far away, reminding loudly, "Meet the young master." Many cultivators responded, saluted. Mo Ying expression rejoiced and smiled, arching at Su Zimo, "Meet the young master." Heavenly Phoenix, you are fine. Divine Phoenix Island Lord slightly nodded, praising the action of Great expert Tanfeng. Originally, a fierce conflict was likely to erupt on Divine Phoenix Island, and it might even have evolved into an internal fight. Today, Great expert Tanfeng's initiative to bow his head is tantamount to resolving this conflict. Island Lord, Heavenly Phoenix has a presumptuous request. Great expert Tanfeng kneeled down, said, "Heavenly Phoenix, you don't have to be so. Nothing to say." Avoiding a battle, Divine Phoenix Island Lord was happy in his heart, and quickly waved his sleeves to help the Great expert Tanfeng. Great expert Tanfeng Shin said, "Although Jingming and Jingxing made a big mistake, they were careless." "You want to plead for them too?" Divine Phoenix Island Lord slightly frowned. "Do not." Great expert Tanfeng said sincerely, "I know, the Island Lord just said to abolish their cultivation base, and it's just irritation. I want to accept punishment for two people. Please ask the Island Lord to give grace and give them two reforms. Opportunity. They practiced at Law Manifestation Realm for thousands of years. It was too difficult. Jingming and Jingxing were moved to tears and moved to tears. They cried incessantly at the Great expert Tanfeng and Divine Phoenix Island Lord. Su Zimo is silent. I have to say that it is not a fluke that Great expert Tanfeng has such prestige on Divine Phoenix Island. Inside, Great expert Tanfeng played a trick. He did not plead directly. let Divine Phoenix Island Lord let Jingming and Jingxing go. Instead, he proposed to accept punishment instead of Jingming and Jingxing. What is Great Expert Tan Feng's identity? Body fusion Great Expert with Divine Phoenix Bone. Moreover, even if it is not a young master, its status on Divine Phoenix Island is extremely high, which is difficult for others to reach. Great Expert Tan Feng put forward this proposal. Divine Phoenix Island Lord cannot be punished heavily. Sure enough, Divine Phoenix Island Lord took a deep look at Great Expert Tan Feng and said, "In that case, go to the Southern Sea and go to the wall." "Many thanks, Island Lord." Great Expert Tan Feng slightly smiled. "This punishment is already negligible." Divine Phoenix Island Lord turned his head and looked towards Mo Ying, and said, "The accommodation and palace of the young master. I will give you the trivial matter of life." "Yes." Mo Ying nodded. Mo Ying is the servant of the sword. Whoever controls Dragon Soul Blade is her master. Divine Phoenix Island Lord turned away. "Young master, I have to go to the Southern Sea to the end of the earth. I can't be driven by the young master for the time being. Please ask the young master not to blame." Great Expert Tan Feng apologized. "No wonder." Suzaimo faint smile. At this moment, the voice of Divine Phoenix Island Lord sounded outside the Dragon Spirit Hall. "Divine Phoenix Island princes obey orders. Dragon Soul Blade already has a master, namely Long Mo, and Divine Phoenix Island young master. Divine Phoenix Island princes, in the future, follow the orders of the young master, and you must not disobey." It wasn't loud, but it spread across every corner of Divine Phoenix Island. Every creature on Divine Phoenix Island knows one thing: the Divine Phoenix Island young master has been established, not the Great Expert Tan Feng they are familiar with, but a cultivator called Long Mo. Boiling on Divine Phoenix Island, Suzaimo suddenly felt an unreal feeling. After passing through the void and escaping from the dead, he came to this Divine Phoenix Island and became a young master of Divine Phoenix Island. He also added a body fusion Great Expert as a servant. Even more terrifying, he is a Divine Phoenix Island young master who can mobilize the power of an island. This is an under one person, above 10,000 people. Of course, so far, Divine Phoenix Island should not know his true identity. This matter must be concealed, and it will spread to Divine Phoenix Island sooner or later. If he knew it, he was hunted down by Immortal, Demon, Buddha 3 sects, and Huang Wu Dao monarch, who was wicked with Swire ferocious clan, and I don't know how he would feel. Abolish his young master? These things are hard to say. Anyway, if you can't do anything to prevent it, you might as well sit back and enjoy it. At least for now, becoming a Divine Phoenix Island young master is not a bad thing. And, on Divine Phoenix Island, Suzaimo had a chance to practice Tide Volume and Ding High Volume. If you realize something, you may find an opportunity to step into body fusion. When the time comes, even if Divine Phoenix Island cannot tolerate him, he can still protect himself and leave this place. Young master, let's go. Mo Ying said, I'll take you to see your residence palace, and just go out, and let the cultivator on the island meet. Ah, Suzaimo nodded, leaving alongside Mo Ying. In the Temple of Dragon Spirit, Jingming and Jingxing, two cultivators avoided a catastrophe, gradually calmed down, came to the Great Expert Tan Feng, and worshipped deeply, saying, Heavenly Phoenix Senior Brother, for this kindness, we must remember in your heart. Get up, it's all trivial. Great Expert Tan Feng slightly smiled. Then, his eyes fell on the back of Suzaimo in the distance. His eyes narrowed gradually. His eyes were deep, and he wondered what he was thinking. Under Mo Ying, Suzaimo made another round on Divine Phoenix Island. At this time, most of the cultivator on Divine Phoenix Island already knew him. Many cultivators looked at his gaze and expressed deep curiosity. Some beautiful sea girls turned with beautiful eyes, waves of light, standing in the distance pointing at Suzaimo, smiling secretly, and cheeks were red. What are those cultivators doing? Suzaimo pointed to the sea not far away, curiously asked. Over there, Some reefs emerged from the sea, with some cultivators sitting on them, with their 2 knives on their knees, looking at the sea, wondering what they were doing. "They are feeling," Mo Ying explained. At that time, Blade Sovereign realized the seaside and created 2 Tide volumes and Ding Hai volumes of the Knife Path secret art. These cultivators also wanted to follow Blade Sovereign's footsteps of the year to realize that state of mind. Number 3 years later. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1339. Chapter 1339 Yanbok, enlightened by the sea. Suzaimo secretly nodded. "When I came to Divine Phoenix Island, I saw the surging forward with great momentum of the sea and felt the immense power between heaven and earth. It really helped to understand Blade's sovereign inheritance." In the next few days, Suzaimo turned around on Divine Phoenix Island and went to Divine Phoenix Island's Knife-Path Inheritance Palace to observe Blade Sovereign's stay in the inheritance of Divine Phoenix Island. I have to say that the first generation Blade Sovereign does have a big mind, and treats Heavenly Desolate Continent and the cultivator on Divine Phoenix Island equally. The Tidal Volume and Ding Hai Volume on Divine Phoenix Island are exactly similar to what Suzaimo has learned. The inheritance of Blade Sovereign in Blade Mountain Spirit Sea is not hidden. After that, Suzaimo also came to the beach and found a reef and sat up. The place he chose, behind his palace, was extremely clean, and there were no other cultivators on the beach, and no one would disturb him. Suzaimo sits on the reefs by the sea every day, watching the clouds and clouds. The tides are ebb and flow, the waves are turbulent, and I feel the change of found mystery in them. At first, he waved his sword extremely frequently. Every day all has to cut thousands of knives, even 1,000 knives. But over time, Suzaimo wielded the knife less and less. But in the end, every time you swing the knife, there will be a long interval. But this blade was cut out, and the outbreak of the sword was becoming more and more terrifying. In the first 4 styles of Ding Hai volume, the sword intention has approached the great perfection. However, Suzaimo is still clueless in the final form. This style is the essence of Ding Hai volume. This day, heavy rain and thunder and lightning. On the sea, the waves are choppy and the roaring is constant, as if the end of the world is coming to destroy everything. Suzaimo was waving a knife at the beach, and when he looked into the sky, he suddenly saw a flatboat floating in the distance above the sea. This leaf flatboat is like a tiny dust. In this howling wind and torrential rain, in front of the raging ocean, it may be swallowed at any time. Above the flatboat, there is a fisherman, with an azure hawk on his head, wearing a green coat, shaking in the waves. It seems that it will fall into the sea at any time. Suzaimo divine consciousness swept away and couldn't help but lightly frowned. This fisherman is just a mortal. There are many fishermen on Divine Phoenix Island. I didn't know how long I was struggling in the waves, and the fisherman was here until now, wandering here and being seen by Suzaimo. Suzaimo gets up and rescues the fisherman. At this moment, when I saw the page of the flatboat, the fisherman suddenly took out a huge fishing net and moved towards the rough sea. Suzaimo's pupils shrink sharply. Originally, it was still the stormy sea, and the roaring sea burst out, and suddenly it calmed down. All storms calmed down in an instant. The sea surface was exceptionally calm, as if frozen, without any waves. Even the sky has cleared, and 10,000 miles of floating clouds, green sea, blue sky, flutter together. This scene is too scary. With Suzaimo's power, this is not possible. This is already changing the great power of the world. The so-called connecting to heaven penetrating the earth, omnipotent, presumably does not go so far. And this humble fisherman just scattered a fishing net, so that the whole sea was quiet, and forced to change the weather of heaven and earth. Suzaimo expression moved, looking thoughtful. Ding Hai. Ding Hai. Suzaimo softly muttered. This fisherman seems to be fishing nets, but what is released does indeed define the seer-like mood. This is true, master. Suzaimo was shocked. This expert's cultivation base, even he can't see through. Suzaimo moved, came to the beach, and bowed deeply to the fisherman on the boat, saying, Longmo, Sea Senior. These days, I see that you are enlightened by the sea. The boy has a good understanding. The fisherman lifts the head, glanced at Suzaimo, laughed heartily, and laughed heartily. This fisherman is shaved and unshaven, and is no different from those fishermen mortals on Divine Phoenix Island. Suzaimo didn't expect. I have been watched for so long that I didn't even notice it. Unfortunately, it's impossible to understand the Dinghai style by the sea. The fisherman shook his head. Also, please enlighten me. Suzaimo bowed again, expressing respect. The fisherman said, if you want to fix the sea, you have to go into the sea and experience the vast power of the deep sea. What can you feel when you see the ebb and flow of the sea? If you want to set the sea, you have to go into the sea first. Suzaimo softly muttered, and realized these words are simple, but Suzaimo feels it seems to contain the grand Tao truth that is simplified. The more he ponders, the more he can appreciate the infinite profound mystery. By the time Suzaimo came back to his senses, the fisherman had been riding a flatboat, singing a fishing song, and wandering into the depths of the sea, almost disappearing. Don't know the senior name? Suzaimo yelled quickly. Yanbok. After a while, the fisherman's voice fluttered. In a blink of an eye, the fisherman had disappeared into the smoke of 1,000 miles. What happened just now seems to be just a dream. It was just howling wind and torrential rain, the lightning flashed and thundered, and now it is 10,000 miles clear, calm and tranquil. Mo Ying, just the fisherman. Do you recognize? Suzaimo turned around and said to Mo Ying. Since he took charge of Dragon Soul Blade, Mo Ying has always been with him, almost inseparable. He realizes by the sea every day, and Mo Ying is close behind. What fisherman? Mo Ying froze for a moment, expression blanked. Suzaimo pointed in the direction where the fisherman had just appeared, and said, did you not see the fisherman just now? He also said a few words to me. No, there are always two of me and young master here. Mo Ying shook his head and said, even more how? This sea territory is a forbidden area behind the young master palace, and the cultivator on Divine Phoenix Island can't just set foot. At this time, it was Suzaimo's turn to take hold. He can be sure that he will never read wrong. And Mo Ying, as a body fusion great expert, can never be mistaken. In other words, this Yanbok's method has reached an unpredictable level, even beyond Suzaimo's understanding. Great. Suzaimo secretly thought, turned to Mo Ying and said, I'm going to go to the sea, you don't have to follow. Having said that, Suzaimo leapt forward and jumped into the deep sea with the Dragon Soul Blade, moved towards the bottom of the sea stealth. If it is replaced by another cultivator, even if it is Law Manifestation Tao Monarch, in the deep sea, the power will inevitably be suppressed, and there will be some incompatibility. Suzaimo didn't feel that way. Dragon Clan is good at water, making waves and breaking the sea. After entering the sea, Dragon Clan True Body did not feel any discomfort, and the speed did not decrease. Mo Ying originally chased Suzaimo into the deep sea, but in the sea, her body speed was greatly affected. Initially, she could also see the silhouette of Suzaimo. The deeper she dived, the greater the pressure on the seawater. Before long, she had completely lost Suzaimo. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1340 Chapter 1340 Trouble High Sects Southern Region, Beiming Town. At the antiquity time, the Beiming aristocratic family was originally side by side with the three great aristocratic families, but it can change over time. The area of the Beiming aristocratic family has been eaten by the three great aristocratic families. Today, only this town is left, surrounded by three great aristocratic families. The clansmen of Beiming family, it is impossible to leave the dominion of three great aristocratic families. The Beiming aristocratic family has long been in name. If the three great aristocratic families were not interested in the legend of the Beiming aristocratic family, the so-called guardian's secret, the Beiming aristocratic family is long gone. Although separated by millions and millions of li, the side of Azure Lotus True Body still sensed the situation of Dragon Clan True Body. So rest assured, today, The only thing Suzaimo is worried about is Yeeling. They were blown away by the turbulent void, and Azure Lotus True Body and Dragon Clan True Body were teleported to a different place, separated by millions and millions of li. I don't know what Yeeling is doing now, and whether it is still floating in the turbulent void. Just then, Suzaimo's heart moved. Her eyes penetrated the window and door, and fell on the girl in the courtyard. It is now 1.5 years since Suzaimo preached. During this time, Beimings can be described as shedding the mortal body and exchanged the bones. Cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds, and 1 month ago, he has already practiced blood as Tide Realm. Normally, if you practice bloodline to blood as lead and mercury, you can try to consolidate chi and blood gold core. But Suzaimo has extremely high requirements for beings. He taught Beimings exactly at the highest level. Therefore, Suzaimo did not make beings eager to consolidate chi and blood gold core, but continued to cultivate bloodline. With a solid foundation, the future of Beimings will be broader and the achievements will be unlimited. It is much easier to practice blood as tide and condense chi and blood gold core. It can be described as where water flows, a canal is formed, and let it be. In just 1 month, Beimings hit the threshold of chi and blood gold core. Just now, Suzaimo clearly felt that the breath of Beimings had changed. Originally, beings practiced to the blood as tide state, and his chi and blood were turbulent. Even if he did not move, others could not ignore it. Blood energy is so powerful. Beimings stood there, exactly like a pure blood ominous beast. Fortunately, no one came during this time, and Beimingao did not return. Otherwise, seeing Beimings like this, I'm afraid to startle my chin. But now, chi and blood of beings within the body suddenly and quickly converge. It seems that all of them are condensed into a moment. Beimings's breath became restrained again. Now, the quiet-looking girl seems to be back. However, people with good eyesight can still see that young girls today are much more powerful than Beimings, who was soaring with chi and blood a month ago. Martial Dao 6th transformation, chi and blood gold core, is done. In the courtyard, Beimings felt the condition of within the body, expressed joy, turned around, and wanted to immediately and find Suzaimo to share the joy. She had just turned around, but saw Suzaimo already standing not far away, looking at her with a smile. Mr. Su, I have formed chi and blood gold core. Beimings said hi Ziz. Suzaimo slightly nodded, saying, very good, keep practicing. Don't be lazy. Multi-Mr. Xi. Beimings worshipped Suzaimo deeply, and said, if there is no sir, I am still hovering around Martial Dao first transformation. Every drink has a certain number. Suzaimo said, I give you this opportunity, and also cause and effect. Beimings was confused. Her beautiful eyes, staring at the azure-clothed man in front of her, blinked a little, her eyes full of confusion. If this azure-clothed man is not a cultivator, why would Xming not believe it? But if this azure-clothed man is a cultivator, he does not have the slightest cultivator smell. His face is yellow and sick. Anyone who sees him will only be regarded as a weak and slumped scholar. Beimings asked Suzaimo. The latter did not say in detail, just casually said a word, hurt, and passed by. For more than a year, Beimings' condition is getting better and better. However, Suzaimo's situation has not improved, and Beimings has some concerns. Although he has only been with Suzaimo for more than a year, Beimings has developed an inexplicable trust and dependence on Suzaimo. Beimings was afraid that one day Suzaimo would leave her. Mr. Su, your injury? Beimings cautiously asked, expressing concern. Don't worry. Suzaimo shook his head. At this moment, Suzaimo frowned, looking across the courtyard, as if through the heavy void, and fell outside Beiming town. Your trouble is coming. Suzaimo lightly saying, what? Beimings was still unaware. Even if Suzaimo primordial spirit was imprisoned, his ears and eyesight were still there, and immediately I saw the situation outside Beiming town. After a while, Bing's expression moved, and I heard a change. His face was slightly heavy, turned around and looked at the door. A stinging monster beast first appeared at the gate. This is a Gold Blood Realm's blue-blooded leopard. The ancient lost species, bloodline mutated, is dark green, extremely fast, swift, and hunting creatures for fun, extremely cruel. On the body of Jade Leopard, a handsome out-of-the-ordinary cultivator, Gold Core Realm, is riding Nangongyu. Compared with Dongfeng's Yuan, Nangonyu's mind is deeper. In recent years, in order to explore the secrets of the Beiming aristocratic family, he kept approaching Beiming's. Although Nangongyu is just a sideline of the Nangong aristocratic family, it is a stronger status than Beiming's. Therefore, Nangongyu willingly lowered himself and pursued Beiming's, but also attracted the envy of many Beiming clansmen. Even Beiming raised his hands in favor. If they can form a Dao companion with Nangongyu, at least beings can get rid of the dilemma of being bullied by other aristocratic family. It's a pity that after the conflict between Beiming and Dongfeng, Nangongyu finally showed his true colors. He didn't dare go too close to Beiming for fear of offending Dongfeng. But the bloodline of Dongfeng aristocratic family, his status is far above him. Even more how? Beiming's gold core was shattered and turned into a waste. Even if it looks beautiful, it is only 100 years of life essence, and its beauty is easy to grow old. After decades, Nangongyu is still handsome, but Being's was already old. So it was only a year ago that Nangongyu came over to show off with Beiming's. Despite the decline of the Beiming aristocratic family, Beiming's deep in one's heart is still extremely proud, and has not given him any good looks at all. Sir, I've come to see you. Nangongyu was riding on the back of the leopard, looking down at Beiming's, smiling slightly. When practicing martial Dao, there is no spiritual chi. Therefore, Nangongyu does not see the cultivation realm of Beiming's. Even more how? Beiming's practiced to martial Dao 6th transformation. Chi and blood was restrained, condensed into a gold core, quietly dormant within the body. When not urged, her horror chi and blood will never show up. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1341 Chapter 1341 Killing. Don't call me that, listen to disgusting. Beiming's glanced at Nangongyu, coldly said, Slut, don't give face to have no shame. Behind Nangongyu, there are also 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, all of whom are slaves of Nangongyu. One of the slaves scolded fiercely at Beiming's. Beiming's turned his eyes and fell on the slave, without saying a word. Nangongyu slightly smiled, and wasn't annoyed, saying, Xue, I call you like this, just to remember the old feelings, and I want to give you a chance. You are a smart person, and you should understand that I am running out of patience. Although Nangongyu was laughing, there was a hint of coldness in his tone. There is nothing old between us. Beiming's waved his hand and said, if nothing else, you go. Go? Nangongyu expression gradually became cold, and said, Beiming's, if you haven't told the secret of your Beiming aristocratic family, I have many ways to deal with you. You are already a wasteful man. Although I despise you, these slaves who follow me are very fond of you. This idea is extremely shady. Even Suzaimo narrowed his eyes when he heard, killing intent flashed. But he didn't plan to take a shot. It's like when Dai greeted him. Unless Beiming's was an irresistible force, he will not intervene, but will let Beiming's handle it himself. Hee. The glance of a domestic slave walked recklessly on Beiming's body, and said with a wicked smile, Little missy, how about going back with me? I promise I will hurt you. Another domestic slave also said with a smile, Old who, don't eat alone, and our brother. Beiming's didn't say a word, his eyes flickered over the 3 domestic slaves. Nangongyu lightly saying, Beiming's, if I take you away and reward the slaves around me, no one will dare stop your Beiming aristocratic family. No one can save you. Tell me the secret. This is your last chance. For the entire Beiming town, the highest cultivation realm is just nascent soul realm. Although the cultivation base is 1 level higher than Nangongyu, although Nangongyu is only a sideline of the Nangong aristocratic family, The clansman of the Biaiming family is still afraid to stop Nangongyu. Biaiming's expressionless, slowly said, Nangongyu, I also give you one last chance. You turn now and leave, and I can let you go. What did you say? Nangongyu seemed to have heard a joke from Tanda, and was extremely angry, saying, you are a wasteful man, and you want to let me go? Oh, Nangongyu suddenly said, I remember. What shit do you seem to practice martial Dao? Why, for more than a year, you martial Dao great accomplishment, dare to threaten me? Slut, I think you are act recklessly, dare to challenge my young master. Young master, let's go and take this slut. The three domestic slaves stood up one after another, harboring malicious intentions, staring at Biaiming's sneer again and again, only to wait for Nangongyu's order. I just gave Nangongyu a chance. Biaiming's looked coldly, looking at the three slaves not far away, and slowly said, as for you three, no one can get away today. Biaiming's was the bloodline of the Biaiming aristocratic family. Even if the Biaiming family is gone, she still has her own pride. Otherwise, she would not have a conflict with Dongfeng because of a treasure. Even more how, for more than a year, beings practiced martial Dao, and the temperament became more resolute and hard to shake. Martial Dao, what you want is goodwill. These three domestic slaves spoke unobtrusively to her, and Biaiming's had already moved the killing intent, and did not intend to let them leave. Do you still threaten us? A domestic slave showed a fierce look, and his palm was photographed on a storage bag. Just after taking out flying sword, I felt that sword flash, and a silhouette came over. The speed is too fast. This person couldn't react at all. Boom. Biaiming's stepped forward, came to the house slave, extended the hand, clenched into a fist, and hit the house slave's chest with one punch. No clever moves. This fist is straightforward. But the domestic slave couldn't resist, and the whole person flew out like a sharp arrow, hitting the wall of the courtyard. The slave stared at his eyes. His face was full of incredible color. His chest had been sunken deeply, and he slowly slipped off the wall. He was out of breath. Biaiming's punched with a hand, and smashed the bones of his chest. A spider-like crack appeared on the wall behind this man. The power of this fist, so scary. Hiss. The other two domestic slaves, seeing this scene, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although they were Foundation Establishment cultivator, they were shocked to see such a terror. It was so a little lost. Biaiming's had already come to another house slave, stretched out his white and delicate palm, patted it with his backhand, and landed on the top of the head. Kaka. The slave's neck broke instantly. This person's head was actually pressed into the chest by the palm of Biaiming's, and died on the spot. Slut. You. The last domestic slave was scared ashen-faced, and the words in his mouth were unclear. Biaiming's came to this person and said lightly, you can go too. You can have a companion along the Yellow Springs Road. Pa. Biaiming's extend the hand, fan the man's big mouth. The man's head made a dozen turns around his neck before he could stop and was dead. With a plop, the body fell to the ground. The whole process is only 3 breaths. 3 Foundation Establishment cultivator, already on the spot. Suzaimo secretly nodded. Biaiming's was quiet, looking like a weak and tender girl. But if you start, it will be decisive and decisive, clean and neat. Raw. Until then, Nangongyu did not react. The leopard snarled under him, and made a roar of threats at Biaiming's, but did not dare to come forward easily. As a monster race, he is most sensitive to danger. Only before X shot, although there was no real outbreak of chi and blood, it still revealed some. On Biaiming's, the blood leopard smelled a dangerous breath. This feeling is more terrifying than facing a pure blood ominous beast. Therefore, despite being a gold core elm, this blood leopard is still afraid to act blindly without thinking. When Nangongyu reacted, the 3 slaves were already dead, and even if he tried to rescue, it was too late. Biaiming's, how dare you? Nangongyu's face was gloomy, exuding the breath of gold core elm. Icily said, you dare to kill my slave. I think you really don't want to live. Killing your domestic slave is just the beginning. Biaming's eyes fell on the body of the green-blooded leopard, lightly saying, "This beast growls at me. I don't like it very much." The words didn't end. Biaming's shot out. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1342 Chapter 1342 Broken Sword. Roar. The blue-blooded leopard felt the crisis, and when Nangongyu ordered it, all four limbs suddenly experienced a strength emission, erupted chi and blood, and moved towards and dodged. As the ancient lost species, the phoenix leopard is the most dependent force, which is speed. However, although it's fast, Biaming's body is faster. Call. The chi and blood of Biaming's within the body also permeated. She didn't even push the chi and blood to the limit, but just operated slightly. She burst into amazing power, and in the blink of an eye, chased before the blood leopard. Biaming's was standing close to the leopard, and looked extremely thin, less than the limb height of the leopard. But green-blooded leopard felt a fierce assaults the senses, as if it was not facing a human race girl, but a pure-blood ominous beast. The blue-blooded leopard opened its bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, exposing its fangs, flashing cold light, and moved towards Biaming's fiercely bite. Biaming's expression remains the same. Stretch out both hands, and hold the jaws of the blood leopard tightly before the blood mouth of the blood leopard bites. You know, like this lost species ominous beast, the bite force is the strongest. But the leopard tried his best, but still couldn't bite. On the contrary, under the pull of Biaming's, his blood mouth has become more and more open, and there is a tendency to tear. Woo-woo. The phoenix leopard expressed pain. The fierceness of its original power had long disappeared, and there was a cry of pleading in the throat. "Slut, you dare!" Nangongyu was furious. She slaps her palm on the storage bag, sacrifices a flying sword directly, and injects spirit power into it. The sword body flashes four auras of light. The sword body rays of light greatly rises. This flying sword is a top-grade spirit tool. As a sideline bloodline of the Nangong aristocratic family, it is quite rare to have a top-grade spirit tool. At the moment when Nangongyu took out flying sword, Biaming's carried his arms. Sting. Blood splashed. Spill the void. The ancient lost species of the Gold Core realm, the blooded leopard, was actually split into 2.5 by Biaming's with his bare hands and his upper and lower jaws. A bang! The bloody leopard's body fell to the ground, stirred up the billowing dust, and was dead, leaving only a huge body still twitching unconsciously. Where did Nangongyu expect this scene? She was almost overturned and fell out. He couldn't imagine it. Biaming's, a man who had been dethroned with gold core, could reach such a level of strength, tearing the ancient lost species in half. Even in the real cultivation world, some of the heaven-chosen monsters of Super Sect, known for their body refining, aren't they? Nangongyu slammed her finger lightly. Sword light flashes. This top-grade flying sword has been stabbed in front of Biaming's in an instant, sharp and fast, amazing speed. Biaming's didn't move, didn't even try to dodge. Nangongyu's eyes lightened. As long as this top-grade flying sword hit Biaming's, he believes that even if Biaming's has 10 lives, it is not enough for her to die. Suddenly, just before flying sword and Biaming's cheeks were less than 3 inches away, Biaming's suddenly shot. There is no extra movement, just hold out the white and delicate palm and grab this top-grade flying sword. Seeing this scene, Nangongyu couldn't help laughing heartily. Ha ha, you are really asking for trouble. Top-grade flying sword, is it a body of flesh that can resist? Even more how? You are just a waste. Nangongyu suddenly couldn't say any more. He found in horror that he had completely lost control of this top-grade flying sword. The spirit power of the sword has been shaken by Biaming's. Even more frightening is that Biaming's held his sharp blade with his bare hands and fists, but there was no trace of blood in his palm. What is this? The top-grade spirit tool was taken with bare hands, but it was unscathed. Hell! The blood on Nangongyu's face faded, and looking at Beiming's expression was startled. He suddenly realized that he couldn't see through Beiming's. He didn't know what kind of existence he was facing. Even such a single thought flashed in his mind. Beiming's in front of me, isn't it a powerful cultivator sees the body? At this moment, his gaze swept away, and he accidentally saw not far away, the azure-clothed man standing at the door of the house. Could not help but heart shivered with cold. Could it be that this change in beings has something to do with this person? If he read correctly, this person was here 1.5 years ago, and he hasn't left today. However, Nan Gongyu couldn't see the depth of this azure-clothed man. In his perception, the azure-clothed man was sick and thin, and looked like a downcast scholar without threat. Kaka. Just as Nan Gongyu was thinking wildly, he heard a crisp sound in his ear, and his heart followed it. He looked subconsciously, cannot help but scare the soul flew away and scattered. His top-grade flying sword was actually broken from the middle by beings with both hands. What is this power? Beiming's expressionless looked at Nan Gongyu, throwing broken sword on the ground, and walking. Nan Gongyu retreated subconsciously, expression frightened. You. What are you doing? Nan Gongyu's voice trembled with a tremor. I gave you a chance. Beiming's lightly saying. Nan Gongyu only then remembered what Beiming's had said to him, but he sniffed and didn't take it seriously. Sir, Nan Gongyu is about to speak. I saw Beiming's frowned, but I didn't like it. Nan Gongyu in one's heart trembled, quickly changed his voice, and said, Beiming fellow Taoist. I know it's wrong. As long as you let me go, I will never bother you again in the future. Beiming's didn't say a word, just looked at Nan Gongyu coldly. Nan Gongyu took a deep breath, gradually calmed down. Shin said, Beiming fellow Taoist, you killed me, it is not good for you. Although I am a bloodline next to the Nangong aristocratic family, don't forget, my father is an ancient soul true monarch, and I am close to many clansmen of the Nangong aristocratic family. If I die, you will certainly not be able to survive. As for your younger brother, you will definitely be implicated. Beiming's looked down. Nan Gongyu's remarks are considered to be her weakness. If she had only one person, at worst would suppress and kill Nan Gongyu, and be happy in enmity. But she still has Beiming. Nan Gongyu, you go. After a long time, Beiming slowly said, I hope you can fulfill your promise and don't come to me again. I can tell you that there is no secret in my Beiming family, and you don't have to worry about it anymore. Nan Gongyu breathed a sigh of relief, before she felt a cold sweat. Just now, he really was alive. Farewell. Nan Gongyu didn't dare to stay here, afraid that beings would change his mind, and hurriedly turned away. Suzaimo stood aside, never speaking, and not intending to shoot. In his mind, he couldn't help thinking of the night when he was helpless and let go of the scene of Zudenion. Beiming's, like him, has a lasting distress. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1343 Chapter 1343 Dark and Windy Night. Boom. The gate of Nangong Mansion was kicked open and broken into 2.5. A group of escorts were alarmed and rushed in, yelling loudly. But when I saw people, these guards were all expression startled, and said subconsciously, Jade young master. It was Nan Gongyu who didn't break in. At this moment, Nan Gongyu's face was gloomy. His handsome face was covered with killing intent, and his mouth was repeatedly cursed. Many guards looked at each other in blank dismay, naturally dare not stop. Nan Gongyu crossed the corridor and headed straight for the backyard. Not long after, he came to a room, took a deep breath, raised his hand and buckled the door. Coming. A low voice sounded inside the room. Nan Gongyu pushed in. The room was extremely spacious. Right in the middle, sitting on a cultivator, with a long beard hanging down on his chest, with majestic eyes. This cultivator is the owner of this mansion, Nangong Sheng. Even the sidelines of the Nangong aristocratic family have an extremely honorable position in the southern region. It is natural to own such a residence. Even more how? Nangong Sheng is still a nascent soul true monarch. What is it that makes you so restless? Nangong Sheng indifferently asked. Dad. Didn't you let me approach Beimings before, looking for an opportunity to inquire about the secret guarded by the Beiming aristocratic family? Nan Gongyu said. Ah. Nan Gongsheng nodded, said, however, the girl Beimings were offended Dongfen, has been abolished. Gold core, reduced to a disused person. You cannot go too close to him. That's right, we just brought 3 domestic slaves to Beiming town, and wanted to give Beimings some more color. What a surprise. Nan Gongyu paused, expressing resentment, and gritted his teeth, that beings were actually shot and killed my 3 slaves of Foundation Establishment realm. Also, my spiritual beasts mount by blood, and she was torn in half by her. Nan Gongsheng frowned. Nan Gongyu continued, it's more than that. Even the top-grade flying sword that my father gave me was broken by this slut with bare hands. This time, even Nan Gongsheng was slightly discolored. Can you break the top-grade spirit tool with your bare hands? What is this power? He is nascent soul true monarch, but with his fleshly body, I'm afraid I can't do this. Gold core is abolished, and such power can burst out, isn't it? There was a rays of light in Nan Gongsheng's eyes, looking thoughtful. Nan Gongyu asked, what does Dad mean? Probably because of the secret guarded by the Beiming aristocratic family, Beimings can rise again. Nan Gongsheng reasoned. Nan Gongyu couldn't believe it, saying, I heard that for more than a year, Beings has been practicing martial Dao. Is it a relationship of martial Dao? Impossible. Nan Gongsheng shook his head and said, was as the open seer who cultivated martial Dao, who has cultivated this power. Even more how? This is just over a year. Unless it is the resurrection of Huang Wu Dao monarch, who can cultivate martial Dao to this point. Hee. Nan Gongsheng sneered slightly. At this moment, as your clothes silhouette emerged from Nan Gongyu's mind, saying, Dad, Beimings, a year ago, there was an eccentric person. It doesn't look like Beiming town, nor is it a cultivator. It's sick. This time I went to Beiming town. This person hasn't left yet. Child always thinks that this person is strange. It's okay, I'll go to Beiming town myself. Nan Gongsheng coldly said, what weird people will be killed? Dad, then be careful. Nan Gongyu was uneasy and urged. Nan Gongsheng slightly smiled, saying, don't worry, I don't believe it. The old man is nascent soul true monarch, and he can't get a little missy movie. Just wait for me at home, I will bring that girl back and let you handle it. Many thanks! Nan Gongyu is overjoyed. Beiming town. Beimings looked at the corpses in the courtyard, and for a long time he didn't say a word. After turning around, she turned around, looking at Suzaimo, and whispered, Mr. Su, otherwise you can go out and avoid it first. I am worried that Nan Gongyu will make a comeback and hurt Mr. Why are you letting him go if you are worried? Suzaimo asked. Beimings smiled bitterly, shook the head. She has no choice. If you suppress and kill Nan Gongyu, the father of Nan Gongyu will inevitably come to Beiming town. When the time comes, it will be a disaster for her and Beiming. If Nan Gongyu is let go, there is at least one more chance. Just bet Nan Gongyu keeps his promise and won't come to her again. It's okay, you don't have to worry about me. Suzaimo slightly smiled, then turned back to the room, sat cross-legged, eyes closed. The night was getting darker, dark and windy night. The whole courtyard is very quiet. Suddenly, Suzaimo opened his eyes, as if a lightning flashed in the darkness. It's really unsightly, Suzaimo softly muttered. He can't use the primordial spirit, but the 5 senses of eyesight and ears are still very sensitive. Beyond 1,000 li's movements can be controlled. In the next room, Beimings was still keeping his eyes closed and unaware. Suzaimo, however, has noticed that there are 3 nascent soul true monarchs driving flying sword in the jungle of several hundred li outside Beiming town. Suzaimo glanced at Beimings. Beimings has just condensed chi and blood gold core, and it is still bodil rather than well against nascent soul true monarch. Even more how? Still 3. Suzaimo leapt from the bed, moving like a feather, falling silently. Although he cannot use magic power and divide consciousness, This Azure Lotus true body cannot be underestimated. Suzaima walked through the courtyard, leapt forward, and did not startle anyone, and moved towards Beiming town with a big stride. Lord, there are more than 100 miles, which is Beiming town. Among the 3 nascent soul true monarchs, in addition to Nangong Sheng, the remaining 2 are slaves of the Nangong aristocratic family, and they have all grown to nascent soul realm. An old slave said, Lord, in fact, you don't have to follow along to deal with a little missy. You can't make such a sensation. We shot it and brought him back. No problem. Nangong Sheng said, I was very eager to move, and I just came out and walked. And, listening to you, there is something weird as your clothed man around Beiming's. I'm going to see. Nangong Sheng. 3 people were driving flying sword, and they walked and talked. What? At this moment, an old slave frowned, pointed to the distance and said, this middle of the night, there is actually an azure clothed man standing there. I don't know what to run out of. As soon as the old slave finished speaking, he realized something. Azure clothed man? Nangong Sheng also seemed to feel it, looking around. I saw in the distance, there is a person azure clothed man, standing there, with a pale face, looking sick, without a breath of breath power, like a mortal who has never been cured. This azure clothed man is exactly the same as described by Nangong Yu. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1344. Chapter 1344 Murder Night. Nangong Sheng. 3 people are getting closer to the azure clothed man. 3 people stared at the azure clothed man intently, exuding powerful coercion, and seemed to want to see this person through. The azure-clothed man was stared at by 3 nascent soul true monarchs. There was no change between expressions, and there was no distress. It was very calm. Be careful. This guy is really weird. Nangong Sheng secretly sound transmission. Both old slaves lived a few hundred years old and were cautious. Nangong Sheng, how dare you call fellow Taoist? Nangong Sheng immediately reported the name of the Nangong aristocratic family. In this southern region, the name of 3 great aristocratic families is more useful than any Dao name. Nangong Sheng couldn't figure out the origin of this azure-clothed man, nor did he act blindly. Without thinking, who am I? It doesn't matter. Azure-clothed man shook the head. What are you doing here? An old slave solemnly asked. Azure-clothed man slightly smiled. I'm waiting for you. Wait for us? This old slave is frowned. Azure-clothed man is Suzaimo coming from Beiming town. Suzaimo looked up slightly, looked at the sky, put away a smile, lightly saying, it's not early, I'll show you on the road. After saying this, the 3 people at Nangong Sheng felt a cold chill instantly, covering them. 3 people only felt that their eyes were shaking, the silhouette was shaking, and a tragic atmosphere was assaults the senses. Too fast. Azure Lotus true body didn't use its full strength. Just by the explosion of fleshly body, Nangong Sheng 3 people couldn't react. Among them, the 2 old slaves reacted more slowly. Nangong Sheng immediately pulled back and the 2 old slaves took a half step. Suzaimo came to one of the old slaves, flipped his hands, and patted the old slave's head, instantly shattering his skull, and the primordial spirit was gone. The old slave didn't say a word, and the body fell from the air. Another old slave was sullen and furious, and his palm was photographed on a storage bag. Just after taking flying sword out, Suzaimo had already come to him. Suzaimo suppress and kill one person, turn around and rush to the other. There was no stagnation in the whole process, such as flowing clouds. Everyone didn't expect, and it was just a thin, sick student who was morbidly stricken. In a blink of an eye, he killed with a thunderbolt of 10,000. Suzaimo had no extra movements, extended the hand, and gently touched the old lady's brows. This old slave, watching Suzaimo's fingers stretch out, couldn't escape. His eyes flashed fiercely. Since it's all dead, it's better to change your life. Regardless of the finger that Suzaimo clicked on, the old slave ran divine consciousness, took out flying sword, and moved towards Suzaimo's eyebrows. Suzaimo's fingers arrived first and landed on the slave's brows. Old slave's forehead, apparently a blood hole. Blood flow like a note. Primordial spirit disappeared instantly. Body dies and Tao disappears. The old slave's flying sword has also struck Suzaimo's eyebrows. However, Suzaimo didn't even blink his eyes, and let the slave's flying sword stab it. When this flying sword poked on Suzaimo's face, and there was a crisp sound, like Jinj fighting. Flying sword fall. Nan Gongsheng's eyes fluttered. You know, this flying sword is a middle-grade true monarch magic tool, which is extremely sharp. Now, let alone hurt this. As your clothes cultivator, there is no trace left on this person's skin. What fleshly body is this? How can it be? In Nan Gongsheng's mind, there was a lot of confusion, and countless questions emerged. His cultivation realm, his physical strength, battle strength, chi and blood, are much stronger than the two old slaves. But even so, he did not dare to fight with this as your clothes cultivator at this time. Nan Gongsheng turned around and fled without turning his head. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise behind him. The whole ground shuddered. Nan Gongsheng looked back subconsciously, and couldn't help changing his color. I saw that as your clothes cultivator stood on one foot, and a large pit appeared on the ground. Nan Gongsheng had no time to think about it. His eyebrows flickered, a black shadow burst out, and moved towards Suzaimo. Fiercely hit him. Nan Gongsheng nibbled the tip of his tongue, spit out a blood essence, and sprinkled on the shadow. This blood essence was spit out, and his expression suddenly fell down. He can't care much. This black shadow was contaminated by the blood essence of Nan Gongsheng, rose against the wind, and swelled in an instant, becoming a tall half-headed dung. On the body of this great tripod, there are 4 Tao law patterns. This is one top-grade true monarch magic tool. Among the 3 great aristocratic families, the Nangong aristocratic family pays more attention to the refiner and alchemy, and the weapons of the aristocratic family clansmen are mostly tripods and furnaces. This stating came over. Suzaimo expression remained unchanged, extended the hand palm, moved towards this stating pressed in the past. Boom! Dating collided with Suzaimo's palm. Suzaimo's body is still. Although this big tripod is a top-grade true monarch magic tool, the power that erupted is simply negligible for Suzaimo. I saw Suzaimo stretch out the other palm, right in front of him, 2 hands holding the big tripod. Strength emission. This big tripod was pinched by Suzaimo's 2 hands at a speed visible by naked eye. Suzaimo's palm then flew and rubbed up, down, left, and right. It was just a half-8 ding-ding, but in a flash, Suzaimo was kneaded into a big iron ball. This big tripod is a top-grade true monarch magic tool. But Azure Lotus true body is a 6th grade good fortune Azure Lotus, supplemented by many divine weapons, comparable to the innate Tao monarch magic tool. Among the two, there are 2 great realms. Nan Gongsheng looked pale and his scalp exploded. His 2 legs were weak and he wanted to escape, but he couldn't move anymore. Suzaimo grinned at him and threw the big iron ball backhand. Hey! The wind is whistling. A shadow is coming. Boom! Nan Gongsheng couldn't react at all. He was hit hard on the chest by this big iron ball. Suddenly, his bones broke, and the internal organs were smashed. This fleshly body is already dead. A rays of light escaped from the top of the head of Nan Gongsheng. Primordial spirit. Normally, the primordial spirit of nascent soul realm is extremely fragile. Once detached from the fleshly body, it is difficult to survive even if it is not dangerous. But at this time, Nan Gongsheng had no way back. As soon as his primordial spirit left, he found a shadow over him. His primordial spirit has fallen into Suzaimo's palm. The azure-clothed man with yellow cheeks was looking at him with remain calm and composed while handling pressing affairs, his mouth slightly tilted, and a faint smile. Expression was mocking. You, who are you? Nan Gongsheng primordial spirit loudly roared. The sound is shaking. My name is Suzaimo. Suzaimo slightly smiled. Nangongsheng for a while. The name was so strange that he had never heard of it. Afterwards, just listening to this as your clothed man continued. Down name, Huang Wu. Nangongsheng's eyes widened gradually, endlessly shocked, filled with every inch of primordial spirit. Immediately after, a path of fissure emerged from Nangongsheng's primordial spirit. The rays of light dimmed, the life internal chi passed away, and instantly disappeared. Nascent soul true monarch's primordial spirit, originally cowardly, when he heard the word Huang Wu, Nangongsheng was scared to death. Third more. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1345. Chapter 1345. Is it him? Suzaimo stared at Nangongsheng, who was scared to death, and gave a stun. My down name, is it so scary? Suzaimo laughed at himself. You know, after the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, Huang Wu Dao monarch has almost become a taboo. The cultivator on Heavenly Desolate Continent is all talk about color change. That battle was too terrible. Although Huang Wu Dao monarch was eventually exiled by half-ancestor, there were too many body fusion great experts who died in Heaven and Earth Valley. In these years, except for the catastrophe 10,000 years ago in the northern region, there was no war. This battle is on equal terms. Without the presence of the ferocious clan expert, and without the advent of half-ancestor, all the experts of super sect would be suppressed by Huang Wu. Although the three great aristocratic families were not involved, many news came over, and the true cultivation world of the southern region was still greatly shaken. Nangongsheng is a personal character near Beiming town, but he is nothing but nascent soul true monarch. He was frightened by Suzaimo's methods. He was almost frightened, and suddenly heard the word Huang Wu. Suddenly the soul flew away and scattered. Body dies and Dao disappears. Suzaimo took the storage bag of three people and shoved it into his arms. His primordial spirit was imprisoned, he could not use magic power, and it was inconvenient to destroy the corpse. He carried the bodies of three people and threw it into the nearest jungle. At this time, the night was dark. In the jungle, birds and beasts run rampantly, and the roaring sounds come and go, and every corner there is a jungle slaughter. The bodies of the three nascent soul true monarchs were thrown in, or they would be eaten by the monster beast before long. After doing this, Suzaimo Bates palms, turned away, and returned to Beiming town. Beiming's was still in the breathing technique in the room, and he didn't notice anything from beginning to end. She's still not clear. Just now, someone helped her resolve a life and death catastrophe. Suzaimo indifferently smiled, returned to the room, eyes closed. He didn't plan to tell Beiming's about this. The three nascent soul true monarchs, in Suzaimo's eyes, are as tiny as ants, and this matter is just a hand. Second day early in the morning, Beings prepared breakfast and delivered it to Suzaimo's room. Suzaimo took out the three storage bags from last night and handed them to Beiming's, saying, "You can take it, I can't use it." This is. Beiming's took three storage bags and glanced over it, heart shivered with cold. This is the storage bag of nascent soul true monarch? Beiming's asked tentatively. Right, Suzaimo said. Beiming's asked again, where did Mr. Su come from? I went out last night to pick it up, Suzaimo casually said. Beiming's pursed his lips and didn't keep asking. In fact, these three storage bags have a small and unique logo, which is difficult to notice unless you look closely. But Beiming's was clansman of the Beiming family. After all, this kind of mark is naturally very familiar. If she is right, all three logos on the storage bag come from the Nangong aristocratic family. This is the storage bag of Nangong aristocratic family, three nascent soul true monarch. Although Suzaimo said blandly, Beings felt a blood in that bland tone. Beiming's was very clever and didn't keep asking. She put these three storage bags into her storage bag. Nascent soul true monarch's storage bag has a divine consciousness ban. She doesn't have enough cultivation realm to erase it. You have to wait for her to practice primordial spirit. It's more than a year. and it's the aristocratic family great competition. Suzaimo asked casually. Ah. Beimings nodded. Suzaimo looked up, looked at Beimings, and asked, do you want revenge? Beimings bowed slightly. After a long silence, she slowly said, I think. Suzaima could see that the girl's brows were a little sad. The Beiming aristocratic family has long since faded away. Compared with the Dongfeng aristocratic family, it seems like the ants are facing a divine elephant. Beimings and Dongfeng are also very different. Dongfeng aloof and remote, just like a princess, and she was just a humble mortal struggling in the dust. Even though she has cultivated Qi and blood gold core, her battle strength is far better than before, but she cannot escape her current destiny. Her life and death are still between the thoughts of the Dongfeng aristocratic family. Cultivate, you have cultivated to Qi and blood gold core. 10 million. Don't slack off. Suzaimo laughed, saying, the last 3 changes of 9 transformations of martial Tao are the essence of martial scripture. If you can practice to the last change, you can suppress 3 in the aristocratic family great competition 1 year later. Great choir of the great generation of aristocratic families. Beimings was heavily nodded. In fact, she was still bitter in her heart. Even though her battle strength heaven-defying, it is impossible to offend heaven chosen of 3 great aristocratic families. She was fine, at worst died. But she was worried about the younger brother and the Beiming family. In her heart, there are still many restraints and fetters. Yesterday, Nan Gongyu was released because of various fears. People in Jianghu, involuntarily, how easy it is to want goodwill and revenge. Suzaimo can naturally see the worry in Being's heart. But he didn't say much. Over the years, he has always been dormant here, staying in the spotlight, hardly ever making a shot or revealing his identity. He just wanted to give Beimings enough time and room for growth. Once his identity is revealed, there will be endless troubles. When the time comes, he takes care of himself. I am afraid that he does not have the time and energy to preach Beimings. But Suzaimo was dormant and did not prove that he would not move. Today's Suzaimo is like a fake true dragon, silent. Everything is calm and tranquil. Once the true dragon opened his eyes, it was sheepo shocking. Aristocratic family great competition. Suzaimo squinted his eyes and softly muttered. 10 days later, Nangong Mansion. In the conference hall, Nangongyu sat right in the middle, expressing horror. A few blood suits piled up around his feet, and there was a hint of terror in his eyes. Several old men sat at the bottom of their hands, looking dull. So, Lord, the 3 of them are dead? An old man frowned. Nangongyu nodded, pointing to the blood coat next to his feet, said, nothing wrong. Before Dad left, he was wearing this robe. An old man expression puzzled. I've seen it in the jungle. The highest cultivation base, the spirit demon of Gold Core Realm. How could Lord die there? Is there any powerful monster demon hidden in it, and suppress and kill Lord? Said another old man. Impossible. Nangongyu shook his head and gritted his teeth. How can there be such a coincidence? My dad went to Beiming Town, and something happened. What do you mean by expert town? An old man frowns, saying, today, the Beiming family cultivation base is the highest, which is their patriarch, a nascent soul true monarch. There is not much life essence left. The battle strength is not as good as me. How can it be Lord's opponent? Not him. Nangongyu shook his head, and a Sikazua silhouette flashed in his mind. Heart shivered with cold, softly muttered, is it him? Eternal Sacred King. Chapter 1346. Chapter 1346. Uncle Ling. Who? There was an old man asking immediately. Nangongyu slowly shook his head and said, I don't know. I only know that this person is wearing azure clothes, his face is yellow, as if he is not cured, and there is no spirit power magic power, just like mortals. This person is not the Beiming family clansman. He only appeared suddenly in Beiming Town about a year ago. An old man wondered, without spirit power, wouldn't you practice martial Dao? Impossible. Nangongyu said, martial Dao can't be as weak as he is when he tempers his fleshly body. Moreover, even after practicing martial Dao and breaking through the gold core realm, you must also practice the primordial spirit without magic power fluctuation. Take care of him so much. An old man was hot-tempered and stood up, loudly said, let's take someone over and grab all the people in Beiming town. The trial of each and everyone is over. No one came out. At worst killed all those in Beiming town. Nan Gongyu expression slightly changed, and whispered, third uncle, don't be impulsive. How? The old man frowned, loudly said, although this lineage is a sideline of the Nangong family, it is not something that the group of Beiming town can provoke. Your dad body dies and Dao disappears. How can you not report when the Blood Sea is in deep hatred? Nan Gongyu shook the head, said, third uncle, calm down first and think carefully. In this mansion, the strongest battle strength is my father. If my father is already dead, we will act blindly without thinking, only die in vain. This old man complexion changed. The highest in this lineage, cultivation realm, is nascent soul true monarch. If the person who suppress and kill Nan Gongsheng is still in Beiming town, then they killed in the past. I am afraid that it is just about one's own destruction. At this point, the old man secretly rejoiced, fearing for a while. What do you do then? Does this matter? Another old man was angry. It would be much easier if we could invite an expert from the family. Another old man pondered, then said, Nangong aristocratic family with many bloodlines next to it. There are 1,000 sidelines like Nangongyu, but there is only one in the lineage. Therefore, although the surnames are both Nangong, the status of the distant line and the line is very different, and the gap strength is also different as heaven and earth. For example, in the clansmen of the Nangong aristocratic family, the cultivation realm is the highest, but it is just nascent soul realm or void return realm. If there is a clansman of bloodline, who can practice at law manifestation realm, there will be a chance to integrate into the line. The bloodline of the three great aristocratic families has many experts, such as law manifestation Dao monarch, body fusion great expert, and even the existence of old ancestor of great ascension. Three great aristocratic families, which are on par with the super sects of immortals, Buddhas and demons, are no fluke. Therefore, the bloodline of the 1,000 sidelines, Nangongyu, is completely insignificant and inconspicuous. Even if they go to the family line and tell about this, they may not be able to invite experts from bloodline to get out of the mountain. Nangongyu thought for a long time and said, let's put this aside for a while. I heard that in more than a year, Uncle Ling will return from the Central Territory and take clansmen to Ximen Villa to participate in this aristocratic family great competition. Uncle Ling, what is Uncle Ling? An old man frowned. Nangong Yushin said, he is the bloodline of our Nangong aristocratic family. When he was young, he was sent to the Central Territory cultivation. Phenomenalist is considered heaven chosen of Nangong family not just in name only, but also in reality. Do you have a relationship with this person? Several old man's eyes brightened. To take clansmen to participate in the aristocratic family great competition, the cultivation base must be at least void return realm. Taoist of void return, these years, none of them have been born. Nangong Yu shook his head and said, how can there be any friendship? My dad and I just have a relationship with him. When he comes back, we personally visit the door to try one's luck. So good. Several old man nodded. Time is passing fast. In a flash, the aristocratic family great competition in the southern region is approaching. Southern region, three great aristocratic families, few clansmen go to the gold core phenomenon list. But among the three great aristocratic families, there is also a grand event comparable to the gold core phenomenon list, which is the 100-year aristocratic family great competition. The three great aristocratic families will dispatch the younger generation of disciplines for two major competitions. The first part is the contest between Foundation Establishment Cultivator. The second section is the battle for Gold Core Taoist. The highlight is, of course, the battle between Gold Core Taoist. At that time, the heaven chosen of the three great aristocratic families will show up to compete for the aristocratic family great competition, fight for rich rewards, and become famous in the southern region. Although this kind of battle is not as powerful as gold core phenomenon, it also has many powerful natural phenomena that are extremely fierce. In every life, there will be one or two top evildoers, geniuses. On this day, in the air of the Nangong aristocratic family's territory, there are three Dao silhouettes, stepping on auspicious clouds, a man and a woman, walking slowly, talking and laughing. The man was wearing a blue robe, Xiuxiuanang, pointing at the mountains and rivers in the distance, talking eloquently, and flying. One of the women's white clothes was lightly, agile and dusty. Her appearance was very beautiful, she raised her hands and raised her feet, and she had a great sex attitude, and she pouted and smiled from time to time. Another young girl is also slim and very lively, chirp chirp twitter twitter, dancing and very excited. Smoke, look over there. The blue-robed man pointed at a compound in the distance and said, "That's my house over there." There are still a few days before the aristocratic family great competition. Let's rest. The first. Wow, so big. The lively girl murmured secretly when she saw the wide yard in the distance. This courtyard is almost like a grotto heaven and blessed land. There are mountains and rivers in the courtyard, and many slaves, a spiritual garden and a beast circle are all available. In the eyes of the white-clothed woman called Smoke, there was also a shock, exclaiming, "The power of the three great aristocratic families in the southern region is really huge and unshakable." Just this courtyard, you can see it. Actually, at the antiquity time, the southern region has four aristocratic family. But then, the last ancient aristocratic family went down and never rose again. Blue-robed man said casually. After a pause, the blue-robed man turned his head and smiled. Xuan, are you tired? Rest early today." The lively girl squinted at the blue-robed man, seeming to have seen his mind, and pouted, "Why? Do you want me to disturb you?" The blue-robed man was said to be central thinking, quickly lightly coughed, to cover up embarrassment. The white-clothed woman also made a flick, and her cheeks were lightly red. The blue-robed man said, "Junior sister, where is this? I invite you here to the southern region. I am also here to let you relax. Maybe you can feel any opportunity. You can break through to Void Return Realm and catch up with my realm. Even more how? To catch up with the aristocratic family great competition in the southern region. I will take the clansmen of the Nangong aristocratic family to participate. When the time comes, there will be a lot of excitement." Okay. Lively girl clapping her hands, expression excited. The white-clothed girl is relatively quiet, just smiling slightly. Not long after, three people came over the mansion. "What?" The lively girl looked down and said, "What are those people doing?" "They seem to be the members of your Nangong family." Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1347. Chapter 1347 is coming back. At the gate of this mansion, several cultivators are standing, looking up at the blue-robed man. Three people, expressing respect, and expecting something in his eyes. These people are Nangongyu and the others who came from afar. In addition to Nangongyu, the remaining three old men are Nascent Soul True Monarch, and his uncle. Nangongyu met Uncle Ling. Before the blue-robed man came, Nangongyu worshipped deeply and shouted, "Uncle Ling!" above Xiangyun. The lively girl laughed and said, "Senior brother Nangong, you are quite old in this generation." Blue-robed man looked at Nangongyu, frowned below. He can see that this Nangongyu is a bloodline beside the Nangong aristocratic family. However, he did not remember any encounters with this person. "Do we know each other?" The blue-robed man and two women came down from Xiangyun and looked at Nangongyu, who was bowing in front of him, and indifferently asked. "He does have proud capital. He is Taoist of Void Return, and what Nangongyu is just gold core Taoist. He is the ancestor of the Nangong aristocratic family. If he changed to the usual, he would not care about a gold core Taoist beside bloodline. But now that the beauty is on the side, he is not good enough to act too indifferently, so he asks symbolically. A Nangongyu expression forced a smile and said, "Many years ago, I once had a relationship with Uncle Ling. Uncle Ling may not remember me. I really don't remember. Blue-robed man nodded. Pucci, a lively girl next to her, laughed out loud. White-clothed woman glanced at her. Later, the lively girl seemed to realize that she was not polite, so she held back her smile and continued to listen. Nan Gongyu gave a ha-ha, and the old man of several nascent soul realm also expressed expression of restraint, smiling awkwardly aside. Are you looking for me? Blue-robed man asked. Yes, something. Nan Gongyu quickly said. The young nephew's father may have been harmed by the people in Beiming town. The young nephew wants to find Uncle Ling, preside over the nephew for justice, and revenge the snow. Me? Blue-robed man frowned. For sure. Nan Gongyu quickly changed his voice and said, it must have been done by someone in Beiming town. The blue-robed man was lacking in interest, and said, Beiming family has no clansmen left. Why should you risk your father to be killed by the danger of the extermination? This. Nan Gongyu hesitated for a while and was asked. The blue-robed man continued. In addition, the three great aristocratic families have been suppressing the Beiming family over the years. I remember that the Beiming family has no more experts, so it can kill you, father. Kill me, father. It should be an outsider. Nan Gongyu quickly said, this man is quite mysterious, can't see the cultivation realm, always wears azure clothes, and seems to be ill, like a downcast scholar. Hearing the words azure clothes, white-clothed woman slightly startled, seemed to think of something, bowed slightly, expression was a bit bleak. Ham, what happened to you? Blue-robed man noticed the strangeness of white-clothed woman, sound transmission asked. It's nothing. The white-clothed woman shook her head slightly and said, this person mentioned azure clothes, and I thought of ancestral Uncle Master. He also loves to wear azure clothes, but unfortunately. White-clothed woman sighed. Don't be sad. Blue-robed man divine consciousness sound transmission, softly, ancestral Uncle Master, he heaven helps the worthy, exiled to the void, maybe not yet dead. In the end, he didn't even believe himself, and his tone gradually weakened. I only heard Nan Gongyu continue to say, please also ask Uncle Ling to come forward and take revenge for me, for this kindness and affection. Nan Gongyu must keep in mind and repay the death. In fact, it is only one of Nan Gongyu's purposes to ask this Uncle Ling to take revenge. His more important purpose is to use this to get closer to this, and to increase the opportunities for integration into the relationship in the future. The lively girl next to her couldn't help but said, if I were you, someone killed my father, I will avenge myself. I'm not enough cultivation base now, I will work hard to cultivation. One day, sooner or later, I will avenge my father. Nan Gongyu smiled, her face flushed, and her heart was upset. However, he did not know the identity of the girl, and did not dare to refute the argument. The blue-robed man shrugged slightly and waved his hand, like she said, if you want revenge, go for it yourself, don't come to me, I'm not interested. With that said, the blue-robed man took two women on the side and moved towards the mansion. He is really not interested. If any other clansman came to him for help, he would go. I'm afraid he would be exhausted. Every day all could not be spared. Even more how? He was accompanied by a beautiful lady. How could anyone care about such things? In addition, in a few days, it will be the aristocratic family great competition. He has to take the clansmen of the Nangong aristocratic family to participate. He doesn't want to waste any attention on these insignificant things. Nangongyu expression anxious. Seeing that the blue-robed man was about to enter the mansion, the opportunity was fleeting. He quickly witted in an emergency and suddenly said, Uncle Ling, my father died. Probably because he discovered the secret of the Beiming aristocratic family. Blue-robed man figure stopped, frowned. The news is interesting. Secret? What secret? The lively girl lighted up, flashing the fire of 8 diagrams, and asked quickly. Blue-robed man secretly sound transmission said, in the legend, the ancient family guarded a big secret. but no one has discovered it for years. No one has found it for so many years. It is probably fake. The lively girl was slightly disappointed, twisted his lips. Not good. However, since ancient times, most cultivators of the three great aristocratic families are willing to believe this legend. Blue-robed man said. When Nan Gongyu saw the blue-robed man stop, he was silent, and realized that he had hit the key. He braced oneself, and continued, "My dad must have discovered this secret before he was killed." This is of course nonsense by Nan Gongyu, but logically, it makes sense. Moreover, the secret of the Biiming family is also involved, and the blue-robed man is also a little excited. Would you like to see it? The lively girl is secretly instigating. She didn't care about revenge, but she was curious about the secret, and her heart was very itchy. Han, how do you say? Blue-robed man turned, looking at the side white-clothed woman, asked softly. I'm casual. White-clothed woman said with a slight smile, here you are master. Seeing your intentions, I'll watch a lively side. Let's go see. The blue-robed man made a decision, and said, anyway, there are only a few days before the aristocratic family great competition. Go to Biiming town to see what secrets can be. Nan Gongyu was overjoyed. The old men behind him were also smiling. In any case, their relationship with this Uncle Ling has been closer. Slut, drive you crazy. Nan Gongyu looked into the direction of Biiming town, slightly gritted his teeth, said with a sneer, Biimings, wait for me. I'm Nan Gongyu back. Some readers said that new characters have appeared again. The three blue-robed men are not new characters, they have been written a long time ago. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1348. Chapter 1348. Eldest Disciple. Biiming Town. Sister, don't worry, I'm still Gold Core early stage, but I awakened Gold Core phenomenon. This time the aristocratic family great competition will definitely amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Biiming Ao said confidently. Cultivation is not easy. 2 years ago, Biiming Ao was Gold Core early stage, and Gold Core phenomenon was condensed. But in 2 years, he still failed to break through. Biiming slightly smiled, helped Biiming Ao to organize his collar, and warned repeatedly, brother, aristocratic family great competition. Don't despise any enemy, be careful 10,000 points, and take your own safety as the most important thing. In 3 years, Biiming Ao has grown into a 5-year-old, and is almost catching up with Biiming's. Biiming's, also 18 years old, has become more and more refined and refined. Sister, don't worry. Biiming Ao raised his fist and Shin said, with my battle strength, even if I can't defeat the opponent, I can retreat. After a short pause, Biiming Ao's eyes flashed a bitter color, and then said, sister, don't worry, I will find Dongfeng, and take revenge on you. No, no. Biiming shook the head, said, I will take care of this. Biiming Ao startled. He didn't understand how the gold core was broken, and the elder sister who had become a wasteful elder sister, how to deal with it by himself. For the past 3 years, he has spent almost all day in the clan Great Hall, cultivation with many peers in the town, but did not return very much. 3 years have passed, and no small changes have taken place in him. The strangest thing is that Biiming Ao faintly felt that this elder sister of her also seems to have made some changes, hard to describe. Sister, there are 3 days to go to the aristocratic family great competition. I have to go to the great ancestor Great Hall. Old patriarch has to tell us something. Biiming Ao got up and left. Go. Biiming slightly nodded, laughed. Biiming Ao turned away. After leaving, he also deliberately glanced at Suzaimo, coldly snorted. For 3 years, Suzaimo has not left. Biiming Ao's attitude towards him also changed a bit. At least, it wasn't as hostile as initially. Mr. Su, is your injury better? Biiming came to Suzaimo and asked with concern. Over the years, her cultivation base has grown, her spirit is getting better, and chi and blood are flourishing. But Suzaimo always looked the same. His face was yellow, and he didn't get better. Biiming's was also worried. Suzaimo smiled helplessly. The power of this life-cutting curse is extremely difficult, and for 3 years, he has been unable to dispel it. Which race can be one of the 9 great ferocious clans? And it does have his horror. Between heaven and earth, there are many spiritual objects. What heavenly materials and earthly treasures can cure Mister's illness? Asked Biiming's again. Maybe you need Immemorial Divine Spring. Suzaimo said casually. Immemorial Divine Spring? Biiming's expression dazed. Never heard of it. Suzaimo laughed. He just said casually, naturally did not hope to get any news from Biiming's. After a while, Bing's bowed his head slightly, and whispered, Mr. Su, I've let you down. I haven't been able to cultivate success for the last time. Suzaimo smiled. His eyes gradually softened. You have cultivated well. Suzaimo nodded. Biiming's expression was a bit stunned, and surprised and happy. For the past 3 years, Suzaimo has been extremely strict with her and has never said such a compliment. Suzaimo said, in 3 years, I can practice the martial Dao 8th transformation. I really did not read you wrong. The last change of martial Dao, it is difficult to cultivate success, as difficult as heavenly ascension, may need some opportunities, may require some pressure that doesn't blame you. Today's beings has practiced martial Dao 8th transformation. Unbreakable Vajra. Suzaimo said, even if there is no cultivation success martial Dao, the last change, just based on your current battle strength is enough. Biiming's shook his fist slightly and looked at his hands. She has yet to cultivation with the real gold core realm heaven chosen. Therefore, she also does not know what kind of realm her battle strength can achieve. Practice martial Dao without gold core phenomenon. Is it true that with this fleshly body, it can really be tough with many ancient natural phenomena? After a while, Bings suddenly lifted the head and looked at Suzaimo in front of him. The expression was a bit complicated. After 3 years together, even if she is confused, Suzaimo's background is quite extraordinary. It is definitely a cultivator. Otherwise, how could an ordinary mortal have such profound insights into martial Dao? Even more, how? Biiming's was smart. She vaguely speculated that the Mr. Su might be in a special position and not easily exposed. Therefore, she has not pursued for 3 years. But today, she decided to do one thing. Mr. Su, for 3 years, I was born again because of your ministry. Biiming's eyes were firm. He knelt down slowly, and raised his head. Biiming is not a person to forget favors and violate justice. If Mr. doesn't hate, Mr. Biiming would like to worship him as a teacher. Never give up, never betray him. Oath, man. Suzaimo shook her head slightly, extended the hand, and reached Bing's forehead, interrupting her severe vow. Actually, I call you martial Dao, and I really have a heart for acceptance. Suzaimo said, it's just that I'm special. If I'm a disciple, I'm afraid of suffering the danger and disaster of unimaginable. So, I haven't mentioned it for 3 years. Biiming's expression said without fear. Biiming is not afraid. Biiming is also worried that as a Biiming family, Mr. B will be involved. Do you bother me? Suzaimo laughed suddenly. To imagine the situation of the Biiming aristocratic family, the worst is nothing but facing 3 great aristocratic families. And what kind of enemies does he face? Suzaimo said, let's tell you my identity. Whether to worship me as a teacher, you choose. Master, whoever you are, disciple doesn't regret it. Biiming's no longer talked, and headed to Suzaimo saluted. It is good. When Suzaimo saw that Biiming's was so decisive, he would not give up any more. He lifted up Biiming's and said in a deep voice, you worship me as a teacher, and it is the eldest disciple under my door. I will naturally do my best to protect you. If Biiming's was not accepted as a discipline, Suzaimo would leave today. He preached at Biiming's, where he spent 3 years with him. Although he did not have master and disciple status, it was a cause and effect. But now that he has taken Biiming's as disciple, he cannot leave casually. At least, he has to accompany Biiming's win the aristocratic family great competition. At this moment, Suzaimo's expression moved, seemingly aware, frowning, moved towards the sky in the distance. Somebody is coming, and it's the bad ones. Suzaimo speculates that the visitor is most likely from the Nangong aristocratic family. After all, the three nascent soul true monarchs of the Nangong aristocratic family have died so long, and I can't hide it. The Nangong aristocratic family will come to the high sects sooner or later. Suzaimo expression gradually cold, lightly saying, Beiming, you are standing behind me, let you see the means for the teacher. With that said, Suzaimo was holding a chair, and a Malaysian golden blade was sitting in the courtyard, expression calm, waiting for the high sects of the Nangong aristocratic family. Beimings was standing behind Suzaimo, and for some reason she was a little excited in her heart. Fourth more, although later. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1349 Chapter 1349 Make You Die. Over Beiming Town. Nangongyu and three nascent soul realm old men are driving a huge spirit boat, coming out of the air, murderers looking around. Three nascent soul true monarch, the magic power was rolling, the coercion was overwhelming, and just arrived in Beiming Town, which caused a burst of exclaim. Over the years, the Beiming family has been declining. In the three great aristocratic families, most of the show-off ones' military strength in the town are juniors, foundation establishment cultivator, gold core Taoist, and rarely nascent soul true monarch. Now, the arrival of three nascent soul true monarchs has suddenly increased the pressure on the cultivator in Beiming Town. Three nascent soul true monarchs came at the same time. The three nascent soul true monarchs are wearing a killing intent. I don't know why they came. I expect to see blood today. I don't know which bad luck. Well, it seems to be running to the courtyard of Beimings. Some Beiming family clansmen whispered. At this moment, many cultivators practicing in the clan Great Hall also felt the movement outside and came out one after another. Beiming stood in the crowd and glanced away from the distance. Can't help but complexion greatly changed. Sister, Beiming exclaimed. He could see clearly that the huge spirit boat in the air stopped in the sky above their house, and four people came down from it. One of them was Nangongyu. The other three are nascent soul true monarch. Beiming pushed away the crowd and moved towards there, but before taking a few steps, he was held tightly by a withered palm. Don't go. Behind Beiming a skinny old man whispered. Patriarch, don't pull me, Nangongyu, they are not good. I have to go and see. Beiming anxiously, loudly said. You used to be useless. Beiming family patriarch shook his head. Your battle strength may be worth Nangongyu, but he also brings three nascent soul true monarch. Nascent soul true monarch can mobilize magic power, and in a single thought, you can suppress and kill you. But that's my sister. Beiming is still struggling. But Beiming family patriarch is nascent soul realm. After all, with a bundle of magic power, he pulls Beiming tightly and does not let him pass. Child, this is not easy. Beiming family patriarch stared into the distance and whispered, you see there are three experts coming over, if I read correctly. The man in the middle of the Nangong aristocratic family, the cultivation base should be Void Return Realm. Hiss. The young cultivators around were discolored, sucking in a breath of cold air. Void Return Realm is out of reach for them. It can be said that Taoist of Void Return can wipe out the entire Beiming town in a single thought. Even chicken and dog doesn't remain. How long has Taoist of Void Return been in town? What happened? I was shocked by Taoist of Void Return of the Nangong aristocratic family. This Xming Bodil is rather than well. Hopefully it won't affect us. Some Beiming clansmen whispered, expression dreads. Beiming trembled slightly. His eyes flushed. Beiming family clansman sighed in his heart and said, child, let's just watch it change. If this Void Return Realm expert wants to be detrimental to beings, even if you drive over, it will not help, and you may be buried in it. If this Void Return Realm expert has no intention of hurting Beimings, you will not do the same. Although the truth is the same, let Beiming look at his elder sister, face Nangongyu and the others alone, face nascent soul true monarch, and even Taoist of void return. This is a huge torture for him, and pain. Biaming's eyes were red, his breathing became a little heavy, and he gritted his teeth. If my sister has an accident, I will let them die. At this point, Nan Gongyu and 3 nascent soul true monarchs have descended and are in the courtyard of Biaming's. Due to the obstruction of the high walls, Biaming and the others naturally couldn't see what would happen inside. But the more this happened, the more suffering aiming in Biaming's mind. Well, I hope Biaming's, the child's lucky man. Biaming family patriarch sighed. In fact, he knew clearly that even Taoist of void return was shocked. This is no trivial matter. Biaming's was mostly bodil rather than well. Outside Biaming town, blue-robed man 3. The person did not rush into Biaming town, but stood above the clouds and looked down at this small town below. This is Biaming town. White-clothed woman expression sighed, and said, didn't expect. Antiquity time, the big aristocratic family on your shoulders, has finally fallen to this end. Yeah, in such a small town. The highest cultivation realm is nascent soul true monarch. What secrets can there be? Vivacious girl shook the head. Originally, she had some expectations. But today, this small town looks unremarkable. The cultivator in the town has endured the oppression of 3 great aristocratic families all year round, and it has no vitality and lifelessness. Smoke, Xuan. Let's hurry up and see what comes out of that outsider. Blue-robed man pointed not far away. Nan Gongyu and the others said, White-clothed woman nodded. 3 people drove auspicious clouds, their bodies moved, and the courtyard of moved towards Biaming's wandered away. Before they got closer, the blue-robed man 3 looked down. The courtyard is small and there is no extra arrangement. An azure-clothed man sits in the middle of the courtyard, expressing indifferent. Another slim girl standing behind the man. This younger sister is so beautiful. The lively girl couldn't help but sigh. Tone barely fell. The lively girl suddenly felt soft under her feet, and almost fell from Xiangyun. Senior brother Nan Gong, what do you do when you see the beautiful younger sister? Why can't you even control an auspicious cloud? With senior sister Yan, you have to take care of him. The lively girl complained. No one responded. The air seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere became a little weird. The lively girl turned her head and saw the blue-robed man and the white-shirt woman looking down in horror. Her face was incredible. The blue-robed man's lips trembled slightly, stumbled and said, Master, teacher, what is it? The lively girl followed the eyes of 2 people and looked towards the courtyard. After seeing the azure-clothed man, she jumped directly from Xiangyun. In the courtyard, Nan Gongyu came to Suzaimo, looked around Suzaimo and Binks said with a sneer, no wonder you slut is so crazy. It turned out to be a helper. I don't know what fellow Taoist is calling. Nan Gongyu eccentric asked. Suzaimo said in a tranquil voice, my name is Suzaimo. Oh, I haven't heard it. Nan Gongyu shrugged, expression disdain. The 3 nascent soul realm old man also laughed. A year ago, my dad and 2 old slaves died outside this Biaming town. Do you know about this? Nan Gongyu stared at Suzaimo and asked slowly. I killed it. Suzaimo lightly saying. Biaming's heart shivered with cold. 1 year ago, the 3 storage bags given to her by the master were indeed from the Nan Gong aristocratic family. You are courting death. Nan Gongyu originally wanted to test it out, but he didn't expect that Suzaimo simply didn't hide it, and admitted it directly. Step aside. Just then, Nan Gongyu heard a light drink from behind. Blue-robed man 3 people have descended and are walking towards this side. Nan Gongyu looked at Suzaimo, as if looking at a dead man. Expression gloomily said, Suzaimo, Uncle Ling is the Taoist of void return I invited. Let you understand today. Today's 7th festival, I won't say much. I wish you all to break up soon. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1350 Chapter 1350 Master, Uncle, Taoist of Void Return. Originally, Xming's had great confidence in Suzaimo. But when she heard that it was Taoist of Void Return, Her mind was still a little stunned, and she suddenly became tense, staring intently at the blue-robed man. Taoist of Void Return, to her, is simply out of reach. She must look up to exist. This Uncle Ling out of the ordinary is obviously a cultivator of the Nangong aristocratic family. At Beiming's, Suzaimo means no matter how strong he is, I am afraid he is not an opponent of Taoist of Void Return. She was even ready to stand up and carry everything down. Just before her thoughts turned, the blue-robed man and the two women had rushed forward, and expression was quite excited. Suddenly, the blue-robed man paused, turned his head, looked at the side Nangongyu, and slowly asked, "You just said, who do you want to die?" "It's him." Nangongyu pointed Suzaimo with one hand, expressing arrogance. "I see you are courting death." Blue-robed man backhand, slammed it, and drew heavily on Nangongyu's cheek. This palm force was so large that it flew Nangongyu out of the original fan, rolled out a few feet away. Half of his cheeks swelled up, and the bones inside were broken. This change came very suddenly, not to mention that Nangongyu was unprepared. Even the nervous Beimings was startled. Her first reaction was that the other party hit the wrong person. But then, a more erratic scene happened. I saw the blue-robed man worshipping Suzaimo deeply, obeying the junior ceremony, and said respectfully, "See ancestral Uncle Master." Those three nascent soul realm old men were stunned. Their chins almost fell to the ground. "Master, Uncle." Beimings blinked, and his mind was confused. She has a calm temper and can stay calm even if she lives on the line, but at this time, she also lost some self-control. Does this Uncle Ling not only hit the wrong person, but also recognize the wrong person? "Nangong Ling, it's you." Suzaimo glanced at the blue-robed man and said it lightly. The blue-robed man in front of him is the discipline of Kaixing Dao monarch under Jihuo's door. When Suzaimo took Jihuo back to 100 Refinements sect, he happened to meet three people in Nangongling and besieged the Nether Fire Temple. At the beginning, Suzaimo felt this Nangongling's in the bones, showing a pride, and seemed to be out of the ordinary. "I didn't expect, he came from three great aristocratic families." Behind Nangongling is Liu Hanyan, such as Xuan Liang. According to Jihuo's generation of this lineage, the three people in Nangongling did have to call Suzaimo the ancestral Uncle Master. "Meet ancestral Uncle Master." Liu Hanyan, white clothes lightly, also came forward, suppressing the excitement in his eyes, deeply worshipping. Xuan didn't care about that many, came forward and said in surprise, "Ancestral Uncle Master, you're still alive? Great. We all thought you had an accident, and I'm sorry for you for a while." Xuan has no city, sincerity and sincerity, say whatever you want. Nangongyu has just struggled to get up from the ground, and when he saw this scene, he was also fooled. Uncle Ling actually called this person ancestral Uncle Master? What age is this person? Is this Suzaimo also my Nangong aristocratic family? Nangongyu was found out with a big mouth, and originally had a headache. But now there are many confusions, and the whole head is about to explode. The three nascent soul realm old men who followed him were ugly. They didn't think of that many. They only knew that if this Suzaimo was the ancestral Uncle Master of Nangongling, they would have hit the iron plate this time. Beimings was confused. She can see that the three people of Nangongling treated Suzaimo, not the kind of salute that met the elders, but from the respect and care of their hearts. Master's method, is that what it is? It was unexpected and unexpected. Beimings sighed in his heart. "Ancestral Uncle Master, how did you get to the southern region?" Nangongling said respectfully, "You come to the southern region and tell me in advance, I will definitely pick you up." For Suzaimo, Nangongling is really convinced. At the time, in the Central Territory, Suzaimo had saved their lives. Liu Hanyan looked at Suzaimo's face, expressing anxiety, and whispered, "Ancestral Uncle Master, what did you hurt? Look at your face." "The injuries left by Heaven and Earth Valley. My primordial spirit cannot be urged, and now I cannot use magic power," Suzaimo casually said, and did not hide. Beimings moved in his heart, and a flash of light flashed through his mind. Suzaimo's words just seemed to reveal a very important message. However, this divine light flashed was fleeting, and she didn't want to understand for a while. Ancestral Uncle Master, how to resolve this injury? What spiritual pills are needed? You tell me. I go back and ask my family. I must find a way. Nan Gongling said. Suzaimo shook his head and said, there is nothing you can do. The three great aristocratic families must not have immemorial divine spring. Otherwise, this kind of thing would have spread in the real cultivation world. Ancestral Uncle Master, what are you doing in Beiming town? This one. Nan Gongling's eyes fell on Beiming's, cautiously asked. This is the eldest disciple under my door. Beiming's, Suzaimo lightly saying. Ah. Nan Gongling froze slightly. But soon, he reacted, and quickly saluted to Beiming's, saying, Nan Gongling has met Master Ant. The change of talents is really fast. Beiming's has not completely digested it. Now, seeing the clansman of the Nangong aristocratic family, a Taoist of Void Return bowed to her, saluted. She was startled, and she turned slightly sideways, waving her hand. Senior need not do this. Meet Master Ant. Just then, Liu Hanyan bowed, saluted to Beiming's. Rexuan also laughed and he shouted, whether it is Liu Hanyan, Rexuan, or Nan Gongling, status, cultivation base are far above beings. Today, three people are doing this gift to her at the same time. For a moment, she really feels a little cramped. Nothing. Suzaimo glanced slightly, facing Beiming's, nodded, and said, you are the eldest disciple under my door. The seniority is naturally higher than them. There is no need to bear any burden. It should be down. Hearing Suzaimo's consolation, Beiming's got used to it gradually and said, three people don't have to be polite. Get up. Many thanks, Master Ant. Nan Gongling and the others saluted before standing upright. In the 100 Refinements sect, the importance of rights is very important. At this moment, Nan Gongling took out a silver glittering inner armor from the storage bag, handed it to Beiming's, and said in a deep voice, Master Ant, this is a defensive inner armor I made and cast by myself. It's a perfect grade spirit tool. Please ask Master Ant to accept it. Here, this gift is too heavy. Beiming's face was lightly red, and he quickly quit. The perfect spirit tool is quite rare in true cultivation. Not to mention her, not even the clansman cultivator of the three great aristocratic families, not many people have a perfect grade spirit tool. Nangongya next to it saw jealousy. So long after he stepped into the Gold Core realm, he only had a top grade spirit tool, but was broken by Beiming's. He has no chance to get the perfect spirit tool.